Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Perspective Philosophy. Today, we are going to be first having a chat with Elder Drazi, who I've spoke to before. He's been, I've known him for quite a few years now. He's a cool guy. He streams as well. Check out his channel. I will link it, actually. I'll have to grab the link for his channel. But I'll link that as well in the description. So do check out Elder Drazi. And we are really just going to I hope I'm saying his name right. You know, I don't know if I've ever actually asked him whether I'm saying his name right, and I might just be totally wrong on how I pronounce his channel name. Like, all this time. I'll just put it in the description there. Oh, that's not his channel name. That's my live link. Oh, no, that's his live link. Oh, his channel. There we go. Go. So there we go. So, you know, you can go and find Elder if you want and engage with these streams. I suggest you do. And yeah, so we're going to be talking to Elder. Then we're going to be doing some philosophy call-ins. We're probably going to be responding to Javier Milei. I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly, the president of Argentina, and his speech at the World Economic Forum, since he's just an ANCAP, and that should be relatively fun. What else? We might be getting a debate with Sargon of Akkad if he doesn't back down. Essentially, I made a video, if you remember, a while ago calling out Sargon on stream. I showed why Sargon's take on liberalism was highly flawed and even self-contradictory. And he finally commented. He actually commented on it the other day. I didn't say it. Someone actually commented and let me know that he had commented, and he said, you know, that I was making an emotional defense of liberalism. I don't know why I would be emotionally attached to liberalism, because I hate liberalism. But, you know, apparently I'm making an emotional defense of liberalism as a Catholic. And, yeah, it was, I've just asked him if he wants a debate. Obviously, Monday debate have actually said that they'd do it, so it should be interesting. So fingers crossed we get that as well. And we'll probably also chime in on a very similar point about Donald Trump saying that the president should have absolute political immunity. And I think that's absolutely clearly wrong. and even goes against the Constitution of the United States. So We'll talk about all those things, but first we're going to have a nice conversation with Elder Drazi. I'm looking forward to it, and yeah, I'll have to message him actually. Hi, Walmo. How you doing? I know, Epic. I'm actually on time. Can you imagine? Or like roundabout anyway. Pretty much on time. This counts. I just realized that you are just below there. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I didn't know where else to hop into.
Oh no! You did the right thing. You did you did it right. It was me who's being an idiot. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Give me 1 second. I had to pop you out here. Any chance I could get you to your camera so I can show you?
Yeah, actually you can. I won't be able to do anything else on stream, but that shouldn't be a problem. So wait a minute.
Wait, can't you just virtual camera?
Yeah, no, I can virtual cam. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say that shouldn't limit you, right?
It kind of does. It's just the way that, like, so because obviously if you virtual cam with OBS, it will actually share. So if I play a game on stream, it will share the game as well.
Oh, you don't have to do that. It
Really?
doesn't have to do that.
How does it? How do you not do that? Do you get it to share like a single like scene or something?
Yeah. So see where it has the virtual camera? There's a little cog next to it.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh my god.
And so what I do is I create a separate scene that's just my camera.
I already have that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, all this time. I can't believe it for all this time.
I understand the feeling so strongly, like, because I go on panels and, like, in order for my stream to look right, I'd have to show everybody else. So my camera would be like everybody on the panel.
I've done that.
I always felt so embarrassed.
I've been there. Oh.
And I had somebody trying to help me. They're like, the little gear. I'm like, I don't have that gear. I didn't know my OBS. It never prompted me to update it, so I didn't have that gear either. So I'm like, no, that doesn't exist. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man.
I never noticed that, and and I've never seen that before, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's just that I've just been an idiot this whole time. It's been there. If it wasn't there, like magic. Anyway, yes, thank you very much. Okay, cool.
You're welcome. I'm happy to help. I'm doing good. So while I'm talking to you, I just got. Have you heard of Pale World? I just think it's really. It's super interesting to me. The whole thing of it.
What world? Sorry.
It's called Pale World. It's basically an open world Pokemon game, but there's guns, and you can enslave the Pokemon. You make them do all your work for you.
I want to say I saw
some of the Pokemon eat each other.
I want to say I saw Pirate Software playing that. I'm not sure because it looked like Pokemon. I was like, is this guy playing Pokemon? Yeah. But he's running around with a spear.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool, man. I'll have to check it out. And to be honest, I need more games to play on stream. I'm playing Fallout at the minute, but and Hearthstone and stuff. But I need more like chill games.
Hearthstone?
I'm only just getting back into it. I've been off there for like ages. I've got like 83 packs to open or something.
Oh god, I just started playing again after, like, I'd say like once a year I pop back in to see what's up.
That's it. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. When you pop in though, like I feel like there's like this whole like metas that have been and gone, and you don't even understand. So there's so many cards, man. There's so many cards now, and it just became like, I know, like Wild's the only thing I could play, and because it's the only thing I could play, there's like, it's too wild, you know.
That's my main format. So I always just play the deck that I had made before and hope for the best.
That's what I do. That's what I go on. I do that, or I go on the modes and I go on duels. So I've been going on like duels at the minute, and duels is pretty cool.
That's what's up. I play Magic, so too many cards is sort of the
meta. That is the thing. I'll tell you what. I think I've got a deck here. But yeah, man. Like so, what was it that I can't remember the.
So I'm interested in talking to you about religion. Actually, I had like a little quick list I made up of just things that I was interested in talking to you about. So I still, like, we talked a little bit about Christianity last time, and I sort of gave you my idea that if I was Christian, I would have to interpret the Bible as being something that was like basically anybody who picks up the Bible would get exactly God's message meant for them in that exact moment that they were seeking God. Otherwise, like, the Bible can't be anything else other than.
Well, I think I wouldn't go that far, like, obviously myself, but like I'd say that the Bible should be able to conform itself to or rather we are conforming to the reason in the Bible, and it's more to do with the fallibility of our reasoning than anything else. Bless you. But the like, that's the way I would probably go with it. But in the same sense that I would agree that I think that what we can agree is that it would be incompatible with a literal interpretation of the Bible. So that obviously a literal interpretation of the Bible will either be one-sided in the sense that it would be unintelligible because it would be like a divine word of God which is infallible whilst we are fallible, and absolutely incapable of being of essentially being resolved, and then or sort of interpreted by a non-infallible being, if you will, or a fallible being. And then the other way around you could put it is essentially that it's meaningless because it conforms itself to the interpretation of anyone, and so it's open to the principle of explosion, so you can read into it whatever you want. So you've got to kind of find the happy balance between the two. And I think that is to say that there is as we read it, we develop and we progress relative to it, but we can, through God's grace, actually come to understand the true meaning of Scripture, right?
Oh, I think that makes sense. I guess my issue with it is that, so I guess the way I put it is this sort of like, when God inspired the word. I mean, I'm not a Christian, but this is my idea of it. Oh, I gotta put you on screen. Shit.
That's all right, man. That's okay. I haven't got you on screen actually. Is that okay? I've just got Hearthstone open. I'm like,
yeah, that's fine. Where are you at? Okay, yeah, here you are. Weird. So basically, like, my idea of what it is would be that it's sort of like you have like your own like individual, like the Bible's like your own little like call line to God essentially, and whatever He intends for you to understand in that moment when you're seeking God, that's what you'll get from reading the Bible. And part of the reason why
Protestant for me, I will say that is far too Protestant for me.
Well, part of the reason why I would struggle not thinking of the Bible in that way is because why wouldn't it be that?
Well,
because it can't be literal.
Well, I mean, I think because, like, obviously your own rational, like, you've got to think about your own rational faculties, right? Like, are you, like if I was to intend a message to you, and, you know, I can try and send that message as clearly, I can make it so that you can understand that message, but I can't make you understand that message. You've got to also put the work in. You've got to try and interpret it correctly. You've got to try and make sure that you are listening to what I'm saying rather than, you know, hearing what you want to hear or what you don't want to hear. And I think humans have psychological biases such that we can, you know, we'll see someone, you know, we'll see something written or spoken, and we'll assume its meaning in relation to the experiences we've had rather than what's intended by the interlocutor. And I think as well, like, in terms of how words work, concepts, when we're looking at the way that the divine would convey concepts, I think it's worth saying that there is. One second, I've just got to quickly. I struggle to do two things at once. Okay, so when the divine conveys concepts, there's the concept as it is being conveyed. Let's say a concept of love that the Bible's conveying in its perfection, and then there's the love as we understand it. Now, I think they hold an allegorical similarity, such that they are the same, or like our conception of love is a partial conception of what love actually is. But when God conveys love, it's in its perfect state, and that's not something that we can just apprehend because of our fallibility. It's something that we need to train ourselves to understand, and I think that's the difference. Where I expect that you have to put work in to understand anyone, for one, but more so the divine because of the depth of meaning that's being conveyed in the spirit of the text.
So I'm not saying that you're going to perfectly understand. What I'm saying is that if you open up the Bible and you're seeking God or the Word of God from it, is that what you'll end up getting from it? I think there has to be an appropriate kind of seeking. if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can't just like blindly open it and be like, what am I going to have for dinner tonight? I don't think that's what God's message is going to be embedded for anybody, you know? But if you're seeking spiritual guidance, if you're trying to make a connection with God and then you begin to read the Bible, I think that you will get the message that God intends for you the way that God intends for you to get it. And it was written and it was inspired in a way that throughout everybody who's ever like mistranslated it or all the different versions that are out there, that whatever Bible you're picking up, when you pick it up, that's what God had intended for you. And the reason why I feel so strongly about this is because you can't say that God couldn't do that. So why would God not do that?
Right. But I mean, like, I think that God couldn't convey a perfect message to your mind without having impacted your free will. Like he can, like, I would agree that
right. He makes the Bible available.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, and I would 100% agree with that. Like the truth of Scripture is open to all, if you are to put the work in. But then, and I agree that can't be literal then, you know, because it's about constant interpretation and reinterpretation. In fact, you've got to call yourself into question, I think, to get there, right? You've got to be able to go, am I reading this correctly? How should this be written? And that's hermeneutics, right? Like, how should this be read, rather? And that's hermeneutics.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that. Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, but I think that it's whether you would go so far as to say that when I read it, I gain that meaning sort of implicitly, or whether I have to sort of meditate on that meaning, whether I have to work to understand that meaning. Like, is there something expected? Like, I can pick it up and I can try and understand it, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to understand it, like, necessarily. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think if you don't fully understand it, then that is also what God intends for you in that moment.
Oh, really? Well, yes.
Because you're lending yourself very much to God's will. Like, you're almost stepping. You're stepping not necessarily out of the realm of free will, but you're inviting this sort of like divine interaction when you go into the Bible and you're seeking God. So this would be a sort of like the bridge that you're building to God, and I just can't imagine the Bible being anything else.
No, I would agree with that.
Otherwise, I find all kinds of problems that crop up without it being that.
No, I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, but then what we're saying is that, like, essentially, there's a point in which it's divinely inspired confusion almost. And then I think that when we last spoke, I even mentioned, like, the Greek concept of that, really, in many ways, was aponia, a point of enlightened confusion. So, like, if you read the Bible and it forces you to contradict yourself, or forces you into a contradiction, that's a contradiction that you need to resolve within yourself, and that's what was meant to. And you know, I would agree that was what you were supposed to get from the Bible then as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would agree with that. So I think we're on the same wavelength there. I guess my issue is with sola scriptura. And I guess that to make it more specific, so Scripture alone. I don't think it's from Scripture alone. You know, there is a tradition. You have to go and engage your cognitive faculties, work with others, engage with others such that you can develop the necessary concepts to understand the Bible as you're reading it, like the language you speak and everything, and you know, to form like an epistemological structure such that you can ask whether you are right or wrong in relation to your interpretation of the Scripture. And so we should be looking at, like, how do we understand the Bible rather than, like, how do I understand the Bible, right?
I guess that's part of what I think of the Bible as, is that it's something, while broadly available to everybody, is something that would be, like, intimately personal when engaging with it.
Oh, really? Oh, I don't believe in something. I mean, it depends. Actually, what do you mean by personal? Like, before I say no, what do you mean? You know.
So I guess what the way that I think of it is that if you and I, let's say we both read 5 pages of Psalms, the same 5 pages, what God would intend for me to gain and take away from that would very likely, not necessarily, but very likely be something very different from what you would take away from what God wanted to inspire in me would be different from what God wanted to inspire in you when we sought it, when we sought these pages out. And I guess the reason why I think it's important to me to distinguish this, because I think it's really odd when people debate meanings and things of the Bible, when it seems like, how could this not be, like, if we're talking about like the Christian God is like omniscient, omnipresent, he's the greatest force ever, with like unlimited capabilities. How could it not just embed, like, inspire the perfect message so that every single creature that would ever interact with it could get this like personal message?
That's what I thought you were trying to say, and I definitely disagree with that.
Oh, why?
Because I don't think that because it's not like the Bible gives us the means to understand it, but it inspires a work of. It inspires us to work to understand it, such that it builds our soul and our character. It's not like a poof, you've got divine knowledge now, and like, because in which case, why would you even bother with scripture? Why would you even bother with something which needs to be interpreted? Which, like, the whole point of it is to unify us. It's to, like, so if I pick up scripture and, you know, I might interpret it using my own faculties, but my faculties are only made truly apparent to myself when I engage in a social structure, right? In the such that I gain self-awareness, and I gain the possibility of being fallible, and I can understand my fallibility and understand where I'm going wrong. In the same way, like, if I was to pick up scripture and read it, right, and let's say I don't understand the root origins of the words used, let's say like words like faith, right? And I understand, and I just read faith, and I read it with an understanding of faith, let's say like someone like Aaron Ra does, right? So like Aaron Ra reads faith to be believing without evidence, right?
Yeah.
And that absolutely goes against what Christians believe faith to be. Like the church fathers, for example, like someone like St. Thomas Aquinas will argue the exact opposite, that faith and reason are compatible, absolutely. Why would they say that if faith is believing without evidence? Like, how could faith and reason be compatible if it's just belief without evidence? And that's because faith in the root word in the Greek is pistos, and it doesn't mean believing without evidence. It's a form of trust. And if you look at the way that there is this element of interpretation and translation, no matter what, even if you're reading it in the same language, such that you come to understand the concepts and in relation to the grammar, in the meaning of the whole piece, and all of that, there is a work that needs to be done for you to be able to gain the correct meaning of Scripture. And rather than just project yourself into Scripture, right, you conform yourself to it. And I think if we look at it like that, then what we have is God has given us the means to better ourselves, and the way that we better ourselves is through a tradition and a community working together to understand a shared concept of love, what it means to be loving, what it means to be caring and considerate and compassionate and kind, and all of these different virtues that are set forth in the Bible and in Scripture. And that's what I think needs to. But you can't just sort of have this direct sort of epistemological link to the divine, because it's just going to annihilate free will. Because what you do then is, like, if knowledge is causative, right, such that your knowledge is like a cause of your action, then what you're like, it would essentially eliminate your own volition. You're not able to make your own mistakes. Like, there's a point in which your faith can perfect your reason. Like, that'll be like beatification in Christianity, and when you die, that can happen, but only if you've already accepted God into your heart. So only if you've already accepted that actually God's will and my will are already compatible, such that you've chosen yourself to do that. To do otherwise is essentially to essentially nullify. Like, if you don't have any capability of making your own decisions, I think that, or even your own errors, I think that it would essentially eliminate your humanity. and your humanity shouldn't be incompatible with this world of soul making, if you will, right? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that there's a way of, I don't think that perfect knowledge means that you can't be free. I think perfect knowledge means that you are one with God. But I think that there's a reason why oneness with God has to come through us, through our essence towards God, rather than God essentially imposing it upon us. And I think that's the important thing there.
I guess I don't think that having access to what God intends you to know means that you have access to perfect knowledge. I think that if there would be a fault in what would be available to you to know, God simply would not provide that. He would provide you with what you need to know. I also think that it probably would necessarily be limited to the seeking as well in relation to what God intends for you, because I don't think that if more was offered than what you were seeking at that time, then I think that it would alter free will. Yeah, but I don't think that just the very idea of free will seems to be like you go and you seek the Bible to have to get an understanding of what God wants you to understand in that moment, and then you're going to get what is curated by a divine perfect being for you to understand. So it's not going to provide you with it's not going to give you the guidebook on how to win friends and influence people, so that you're like the president. I just think that I think that it's probably a very subtle thing. I think that the fact that most people don't approach it like this kind of helps the benefit of this a lot. I think that if I was a Christian, there would almost be this thought of abusing that idea. But understanding that I probably couldn't, because God's not going to leave a loophole for me to abuse the idea. But almost feels that kind of thing.
I think it's accidentally abused all the time, though, and I think that Protestants abuse it all the time. That's why you get such I mean, look at the churches in the United States, where it is this super individualistic interpretation of Scripture, where they end up reading what they want into Scripture, right? You've got people who are looking at Scripture and they're interpreting Jesus as trans, and then you've got people who are looking into Scripture and interpreting Jesus as hating gays, and and it's just right, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, is that when people look at it with intent, with their mind already made, so it's very hard for a person to not look at the Bible without their own ideas. Most people sort of write the character of God and Jesus in their own head and use the Bible to justify the book they wrote in their head, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is what you're talking about, and I'm saying that if you're seeking the Bible on its face and you're being open to a message that's available for you, then you're going to be but you actually have to do it. So then I think that you're going to be open to the message that's really there available for you.
Yeah, I mean, there is one thing to say that obviously anyone who a point of individualism, that anyone who seeks Scripture with humility has the opportunity to even undermine the narrative that they've sort of made for themselves, made about the Scripture in their head. I would certainly agree with that. And as I said, I would agree that everyone can find truth through Scripture. It would just be, and I suppose I think the point of agreement would be that I think we would both agree that if someone was to turn to Scripture sincerely,
mm-hmm.
and with sincerity seek God, they could do it. My point,
yes.
my point would be only to say that they can never do it alone. As in Scripture, even just, I don't believe that we are ever ourselves alone, right? In the sense
sure.
that we both speak English, right? And the way that you've been structured is related to your childhood and your environment in the United States, and the way I've been structured is related to my childhood and environment in the United Kingdom. And then now we're having a dialogue which is essentially trading specific what Geach would describe as ideas, which are basically housing concepts or specific mental abilities, and we are trading essentially mental abilities and different ways of perceiving reality in dialogue. and we hold it constant within the language, such that we can go, hey, wait a minute, am I using this ability correctly? And then we can look towards essentially the rule book of language, and you could go, hey, no, you're not. This doesn't fit in with grammar. This doesn't fit in with syntax and stuff like that. And so we gain like this way of holding ourselves to account with each other. And I think that in general, if you were to totally break away from that social structure, and I mean, I've got some pretty spicy takes with this. Like, I'll say, I'll say stuff like, I think if you were to totally break away from like this idea of absolute self-identification, I think that leads to basically a psychotic break. I think that's where you're like, in the Freudian sense, like in a point of like even like narcissism, like Freud argued that like narcissism itself could be a cause of psychosis. And so I mean, I think that if we were to break away from what is essentially a symbolic order which unites individuals such that we hold ourselves to account when it comes to meaning, we'll lose the meaning of ourselves and the world around us, and we'll fall into essentially something that looks like a psychotic break. So I guess it's like, I'm not even just saying this about scripture, right? Like, I'm saying this about the human condition. So yeah, I mean, so long as, yes, I think we can find truth if we engage in sincerity, but we'll have to remember that like in the like, it's like an Ubuntu phrase, I am because we are. I am because we are.
Yeah. That is Ubuntu, right? That's not just the phrase, that's like the core premise. Yeah. You're the first person I've ever heard bring that up. Very cool.
Well, I got told it by someone who studied African philosophy. It's definitely not me, so.
Oh, yeah, that's just like a little nugget that I've had in my brain that I could share with no one, because it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you're
very
sophisticated.
Cool.
You're a sophisticated man. I got given it by someone who's more sophisticated than me, and the cycle continues. But this is the thing, right? You share concepts, we grow together, and we come to understand ourselves because we are a group who are engaging with each other. So our interpretations of scripture is likewise the same. Yeah, there is a personal component, but there is a public component as well, and that they're mutually cohesive and necessary for each other.
Yeah, so I would say we're still compatible with these ideas here. I would say that it's probably like, I don't think there's any version of what I was thinking that wouldn't say that human beings probably have to come together to eventually receive like the truth, anyways, because well, for one, like, in order to get an individualized message, I think you have to have some idea of like who you are. And my understanding of like identity is a combination of how we think of ourselves in contrast with the way that we see others viewing us. We sort of like settle on this. They sort of like conflict and agree at the same, like, in different ways, and that's sort of how we end up identifying ourselves. But we can come together, even with the shared goal, like church, to receive like these individual meanings that we're going to pull away from it.
Yeah, to be fair, I think what you're touching on there is something that I would certainly argue for, and I think I'm an individualist, right? And when it comes to personal identity, and I think that
I could probably extrapolate the meaning, but can you just explain what individualist means, just in case I'm not extrapolating correctly?
No, it's okay. I was going to say, like,
oh, okay.
So like individualism, I think has in contemporary society been associated with what is usually known as hyper-individualism, where we're very separate, but we can be taken as separate animals and particulars, right, or monads, distinct units, existing independently of one another. And I think, unfortunately, our political and economic structure lends into that. It sort of, we are all very invested in being who we are, but rather in a way where we're actually constantly buying who we are. And there's a political component of that I'm not too happy about. And I think there's a whole history as to why I think that's happened. But traditionally, well, you can see in the tradition of Hegel, and you can also see it prior to Hegel and prior to the onset of our more liberal egoist ethic, how we understood ourselves wasn't the ego. it was a combination, like the ego itself was a combination of universal species, an individual member, or a particular member of that species. So you've got group, individual, and so your association in a group meant you were a member. Your being a member meant that you were an individual, but you're an individual of a group. So there is this universal component, and then there is this particular component, right? And I think a combination of those two unified is what individualism actually is. Now, hyper-individualism is basically that no universals exist. It's a product of a philosophy that no universals exist. So there isn't a group per se, just a collection of already individuated particulars or permanently individuated particulars. And like some philosophers go so extreme in this that the self, like what we are, is actually just a bundle. Like we're never a whole, complete human being. You'll see this like in what's called bundle theory, in terms of the self. And, they might say that you're a collection of your memories, or they might say that you're a collection of your impressions or particular ideas. And that was very common at around like the 16th, 17th century, or rather 17th, 18th century, in British philosophy and or European philosophy. And you'll see it's sort of been transported to America as well. And it really informed what economic system. This is like the advent of capitalism. And because our economic system sort of built on this sort of these fundamental underlying principles, like our politics and our economics are built upon this, we've lost certain structures that were kind of only institutionally holding us together. Like they were the only things, they were holding us together by a thread, as it were. And then when they died, like, when we see the death of the church and stuff, especially towards like the early 20th century towards, and then more and more towards like the 60s where it's clearly dead, you can really see that it's had a massive impact upon how we understand ourselves. And, then you get to the 80s where, in Britain, it's this neoliberalism. You get like your Reagan, you get your Margaret Thatchers, and we have this like hyper individualism where it's, greed is good and we don't owe each other anything. Do you know what I mean? And it's just tragic. It's just, in my opinion, it's unchristian, actually, I would say, funnily enough, but it is actually a really sad state of affairs because, well, like we do actually owe each other a lot, and we don't realize how much we owe each other.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, That's a conversation that I've tried to have with my wife quite a bit. The idea, like literally just like the what do we owe to each other. And it's really interesting to see how almost everybody I try to talk to about it really has no even like beginning idea. Like it feels like they think they do, but as soon as they go to try to verbalize it, they either find it to be like embarrassingly insufficient, or they get frustrated when they run into the problems with the idea they think they have.
Oh, no, I think this is some really complex philosophy if we're talking like about how, because what we're talking about fundamentally is what is the problem of the sort of 19th century or 18th, 19th century, which is just what is the self, or even the problem of philosophy as a whole, of just what is the self, right? That's the grounding of philosophy from the Socratic, from Socrates in the divine command, which is to, the Oracle of Delphi commanded Socrates to know thyself. And Hegel even says to know thyself isn't just a call to know your subjectivity. It's to know everything about you, because your subjectivity is tied to the subjectivity of others. It's tied to the objectivity of others. And what the self is a unity between, is a mediation between basically everything, universally and particularly. And so it's a call to absolute knowledge. And, I will give, this is the only thing I think I can give like Jordan Peterson, because I think sometimes he comes out with some all right stuff and then sometimes he comes out with absolute nonsense. His politics is trash. But like, he recognizes
the broken clock,
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah. But like, he recognizes that self-knowledge is, like, absolute self-knowledge would be omniscience. And that's, so when we say like, what do we owe each other? It's like, I think even Alan Watts, like, he said, how do you know what's good for other people? How do you know what's good for yourself? And to actually answer, that question. I mean, Alan Watts, I think, basically says, like, he's very much on the Eastern side of philosophy. He's very, he's got a total different approach to me than this. But I think what he's calling into question is, I think he says that he could imagine a proliferous band of saints, like as if they could just be destructive, because the path to hell is paved with good intentions. And
sure,
it absolutely can be. You can get the worst people who are the best intentioned, and that just shows you how ignorant we can be over what we owe ourselves and other people, man. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's like I'm a strict deontologist, but I have a really hard time contending with Peter Singer. It's tough.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, I think it's he makes a strong case. Whenever that's another one. Whenever I've tried to like that, there's no like philosophical thing that I've posed that pisses my wife off more than when I talk about Singer. She's like pretty not like interested in any of this stuff, so I just thrust it upon her anyways. But the just like, why does a person near you matter more morally than a person that's 1,000 miles away? I think it's very tough for people to approach it.
Oh, I
have a hard time with it.
I think you can approach it even internally with his position, and I think that he doesn't like. So, for example, like you could bring up someone like Henry Sedgwick and say, like, obviously, our moral institutions mean that if we were to care about each other locally, such that we, and abroad, but have higher obligations locally, that we'll maximize the expression of the utility to a greater degree. And so rules themselves have, and I mean, he'll say something similar, right? But he won't go this far. But, rules themselves have a utility. So if we're talking about like a normative theory of ethics that prioritizes locality, or rather prioritizes certain bonds between individuals, what we're saying, if that's made universalized, is a greater expression of utility than if they didn't exist. So you would say that, and I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I actually hate all this talk about utility, right? Because I'm...
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you're literally giving me a utilitarian experience. But I mean, Singer's is too. But...
It's just, no, but the reason I'm saying that is because internally from his position, you can argue it. Like, you can't actually say it. Like, he wants to make it out that you can't because of the harm that's being perpetuated from the global system. But then what you can do is say that what we need to do is normalize the correct ethic. And the problem isn't necessarily with me not having as much obligation to, let's say, someone in Africa as I do with someone in Britain, but rather the people in Africa are not treating each other with the same obligations that I will treat another British person. And you just call the political system in check. Why is there so much corruption? Why don't they have like adequate institutionalization? And it really falls back down to the arguments that were given by by Aristotle, which is like, and not even just Aristotle, but the Greeks in general, like the value of the state and so on like that. And yeah, I mean, that's what I would do. I mean, ultimately, I'm a virtue ethicist, right? Or like a deontologist, but like depending on how you interpret it. But like I think virtue ethics and deontology are like that. I really hate consequentialism, though. I think it's dumb. I think it's totally dumb.
Consequentialism is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Whenever somebody tries, I feel like it's the easiest idea to defeat in like under a minute.
It's like, how do you understand what's good and bad, right? And the idea is like what they have to do is provide essentially a principality at the bottom, which is like, this is good, this is bad. It's always relating to essentially a foundational moral principle, like but they want to say that it's dumb, like a dumb pain and pleasure distinction. But it's, how do you even interpret what is a good pain and pleasure ratio if that isn't the goal of ethics? Then what is? So like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just stupid and it doesn't work. I mean, Plato, you can go like the best refutation I've seen for utilitarianism, really, I would argue, is Plato's Gorgias, where he just basically says pain and pleasure cannot be the foundational principles of why they're valuable, because I can't understand from pain or pleasure alone which one is better or worse, like which scenario is better or worse. Is it the one with the higher amounts of pain or the lower amounts of pain and lower amounts of pleasure, or is it the one with the higher amounts of pain and higher amounts of pleasure? What determines the value relationship between these? That implies an extra principle which governs the unity of pain and pleasure. So, and that would essentially be the correct way of living. That would be a natural law thesis, right? That there is a nature or something which, if we align ourselves to, that we will gain this correct amount of flourishing, and that these are actually just indications of that flourishing. So, like, that's Plato's Gorgias, and that was his response to I want to say it was Callices, but I have to double check.
Well, utilitarianism is something. Well, I guess just consequentialism. Where does the buck stop then? If you're gonna gauge something based on the outcome, like even if you had the perfect answer for pleasure and pain for utilitarianism, you still can't determine something based on the outcome, because where does it stop? If I kill somebody, I did something bad. Okay, maybe. But what if I killed that person and they were going to go on to kill 5 people? And then, but like the 5 people were going to kill, like, it's just too much. It's stupid. You can't really reason. The reason why you can't reason something based on the consequences, because the consequences don't stop.
I mean, that's part of it. I think that there's it's just that
I just think that makes it wholly unintelligible on its face.
I think it's even more of a foundational problem. Like, how you understand the consequences is an act of moral reasoning which already structures the meaning of those consequences. So, like,
that's true.
Like, there is something which gives you an indication of what's good or bad prior to you. Like, otherwise, like, how would you be able to see what's good or bad? And they kind of half acknowledge that, but they just say pain and pleasure, and it just doesn't work. And I don't know. I think it's like, what does it mean to be in pain? What does it mean to have pleasure? How do we judge quantitatively the relationship between a qualitative pain? Like, is your pain of being stung by a bee like equivalent to like 1/10 a gunshot? Or what about like the loss of a parent versus being electrocuted? Like, how do I create a hedonic calculus here? Like, what am I using as the metric?
What about people who enjoy physical pain? Like, it gets nutty.
Yeah,
it's a very, very silly idea. I agree there. It gets pretty silly. I think that it's I hate to say it, but like, I almost feel like people that firmly believe these things just are they just sort of decided, and there's no reasoning with them, to be honest.
I think that's a lot of Twitch, like, politics streamers in general, and I think utilitarianism is just like, it's the dogmatic ethic of the time, right? It's like, it's the most common position of most people, and it's a lot easier to defend. You know what I mean? Because you just appeal to people's intuitions, where you're like, you think this is bad, right? This consequent. And obviously you can move people by telling them horrific things, right? So you'd be like, if someone was to come shoot your gran, and you're like, yeah, okay, I agree. Someone shoot, like, and they'll be like, is it wrong because they shot your gran, or is it wrong because they broke this moral law? And it's like, man, like, you've already set it up such that I don't care. I only care about this person because of X moral principle. And I'm this like uncaring, unfeeling, robot. And that's like the way that they sort of attack deontologists. They're like, it's like robotic, like, nonsense, where it's like, no, there is something wrong in the moment such that the principle and reality are one and the same. I am witnessing wrongness. You know what I mean? And it's like, it is wrong, and that's why I'm understanding the consequent as wrong. And it's just, but I think in general, deontologists can do the same. Like, you can get deontologists that are like super dogmatic as well, where like the consequent doesn't matter. And it's like, oh, really? Like, so, but do you think the consequences matter? Or
so I guess I'm a deontologist only in, like, by definition alone. I am. So like my moral system is specifically like, I wouldn't prescribe it necessarily to other people. My moral framework is designed based on my own interpretations of things, because that's all I can really do. But I understand that it might not work for other people, but I just have to follow it. And yeah, if something's wrong to me, it's just wrong. And I think that if I realize that I'm doing what's right, and for some reason, but there's something wrong with it, then I have to evaluate and see if I'm misunderstanding the rule. However, I can only do that when I'm not in the middle of the situation. Because I'm doing it in the middle of the situation, I understand that I'm just going to be tempted to cater to my own desires.
I mean, there is a sort of point of, but it's this sort of like, how are you understanding your desire? Like, I don't know, like I guess the way I see it is like I think there's a wisdom in like knowing that you can be misled by your desires. I think there's a wisdom there. Like, I think anyone who introspects very, even just like they, just honestly with themselves to a small degree, will see that sometimes they do what's pleasant rather than what's right, and they'll justify it to themselves in the moment. So there is a point of going like, 100% we're capable of doing that sort of psychological bias. But at the same time, we'll have to recognize that it's not that we shouldn't, and this is why this is why I love virtue ethics so much, right? That what is good is, it's not just an abstract moral principle, but a lived experience, such that like deontology is literally like, it's like when we look at the sort of roots of like say consequence or like teleology and deontology, it is literally like first and last, right? And I think that the unity of first and last is the moral event, or rather the event which we are understanding and conceptualizing. So like from the Aristotelian sort of virtue ethical perspective, it's like, yes, your intentions matter. Yes, the consequences matter. And even how I understand my intentions is directly related to the consequences, and how I understand my consequences is directly related to the intention, right?
Yeah. So if I have a rule for something, it's because I understand what the likely outcome is, not because I know what it's going to be. It's just going to be what I understand, what I think is going to happen. But what actually happens, I wouldn't say would, like if I did something that I thought was right, but it turned out being bad, I wouldn't say that I did a bad thing.
So sorry, say that last part again. So if
I did something that I thought was correct, like a good example, if I see somebody who's walking and the weather's bad and I give them a ride, because that's generally what I'll do. If they do something bad to me, I wouldn't say, "Oh, I've done something bad here," even though like if they hurt me and now I'm lesser valuable to my family, which I think is like a really high duty to me, is to be a value to my family. I wouldn't say I did a wrong thing, because my general understanding of giving somebody a ride is that they usually say thank you, I help them get where they're going, and everything's cool. We're both enriched from the experience.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Okay.
So it's based on my perception of the consequences rather than the actual.
You see, this is the thing, but like, what if, because I agree that like that's part of it, like then, but like, what if your perception was the part that was wrong? Like, would you say that you would then be informed about, like, so that your perception of the consequences should be informed, like, a posteriori from the actual happening, the actual, like, instantiation of the, of your application of, like, the moral law there, such that you can kind of go, like, oh, wait a minute, like, I'm clearly not reasoning correctly, in the sense that
that's when the rule would have to be changed.
Yeah, okay, then I agree. I mean, I think that's what there's a great actually little if you're interested in reading it, it's very small really for anyone talking about Hegel, and it's there's an essay called Consequentialism and Deontology in Hegel's Philosophy of Right.
Yeah, I want to read that.
And
dude, I'm a philosophy nerd. I just don't have people to talk to about it.
Oh, that's good, man. It's by Dean Moyer. I think it's Dean Moyer. It's D Moyer. I know that. Is it Dean Moyer? I want to say it's Dean Moyer. 1 second.
That also means I probably have the wrong idea about certain things, because I can only like internalize it and not share it. I have like one friend who's super like well educated on philosophy, but he has a weird way of engaging with it and then communicating it too. So it's an interesting journey, I'd say.
Oh no! I mean,
if you want to send me a link to that book, I will absolutely read it.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually just a paper, because my God, I wouldn't give. I don't know how much people read these days, right? Like, because like I don't read enough. I know that, but I will commit to reading books and stuff if I've when I've got to. Like, you've got to, right? That's part of the job for me. Now you can't say that everyone has time for that, and I get that. But I remember like Rationality Rules. I spoke to Rationality Rules like years ago, and he was wanting to understand something about ethics, and I recommended him a small book on ethics. It was like I want to say it was like 200 pages, like about 150, 200 pages. So like for ethics, that's like tiny, really. You know what I mean? Like, and it was
Sure.
like, and it was like contemporary philosophy. We're not talking like, it was written in a way that's comprehensible, and in plain English rather than like, what's it called? Like, Hegel,
As opposed to Kant?
Hegel, Kant, yeah, like as in opposed to like, some of the like the German idealists and stuff, or like the post-structuralists or whatever. I'm not asking him to read like anything about bodies without organs and stuff like that, and nothing that abstract. But it's just like, he just wouldn't do it, and he was just like, have you not got like a paper or something? And it's just like, man, I thought you like when you're trying to argue for something like this complicated, and you're like, oh, where can I go and learn this? And I'm like, oh, well, I learned it, from this book. And then he's like, oh, no, not that. Like, that's too much. And it's like, look, I get it. Like, I've already spent like an hour with him on call explaining it, and he's wanting like additional sources. And I'm like, well, he has the source. And he's like, oh, no, too big. And I was just like, well, it's like, come on, man. Like, I can't give you everything here. Like, it's not fair. Like,
especially if they're fighting it the whole time too.
Well, that's it. Like, so, like, I mean, like, I think, but then there's the point of like, that's his job, and I feel like he should have read that. Like, so maybe I'm being like a little bit like, is it? I can't actually say the word. I can't say it. I'm not even going to try to say it. So maybe I'm being like maybe too harsh on the guy, and I know people have lives and shit. But like, I don't know how much to recommend people now. Doggo, angry doggo.
Sure, it's okay. There's somebody probably walking near the house, which is tragedy.
I have a dog. It's exactly the same.
I've seen your
thing.
dog.
Yeah, he's sweet, man. He does the exact same thing.
That's what I wanted to tell you. So if there's something that you need to or really want to read, but you don't have the spoons for it, you can always copy the text into a speech-to-text if the's no audiobook for it as well.
I use Speechify, and this isn't sponsored. It's actually really good. I haven't tried Speechalo. That's supposed to be a good one as well. There's like a few of them now. There's like you can even use one. I think there's one built into in Microsoft Word now, and I think there's one built into Google Docs as well. But with Speechify, you can do it so like you can download the PDF into Speechify, and it will read it as well, which is just nice. So like
that is nice.
Yeah, it is nice. The only thing that I don't like, and I did actually message them about this, is let's say you've got like a Kindle, right? Or like a Kindle version of a book. I said like, I messaged like them on Kindle about this. I'm like, is there a way for me to like integrate this into Kindle so I can actually just read the books? I'm like, I cannot, like, what's the point in like some of these books, they'll have like WhisperSync and Audible and stuff like that, and I get it. Kindle want to make money off it, and so they protect it. But like, there's a lot of books that don't have that, and like, so like, how much like, and then it's also like the additional cost. And I mean, you can't actually say this to Amazon. Hey, wait a minute, why are you charging us so much for like, it's just like, oh god. But then it only encourages me to just get a PDF of the book and then use that. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I would have bought the book.
Would protect it.
Yeah. Well, I would have bought the Kindle version, but I'm not going to now because I can't use this with like the thing that I can actually use to read it. Like,
Yeah, that feels weird to me. Like if I purchase these words, let me use them.
Yeah,
very odd to me.
You don't, but the thing is this is the weird thing. Like, and this is actually, I don't know if you care about talking about this sort of stuff, but like what I've found, and in general, society and ownership are just going complete opposite ways. So capitalism's moving away from this idea of like owning private property. Everything's becoming like rented property. Everything's becoming like part-time ownership. So that like, you're on Spotify, you don't own your music. You're on iTunes, you don't own your music. The only way you own your music is if you get a physical copy of the disc. These days, really, like you don't actually own the music. So if I die and I wanted to pass like my music on, I can't. Like it's like, and or if a corporation wants to take something down off Spotify, it's gone. And like iTunes, it's like a contract until you die. I think Bruce Willis or something tried to leave it to his daughter, and he was like taking a court saying like you can't do that. Yeah, there was like a court case there. Then you've got like stuff like obviously private property, like in terms of housing, we are being far and far like more and more alienated from owning our own homes, right? Like that's clear. Like it's becoming like absolutely centralized, or like more and more centralized, you know, or collectivized in this respect. And then you've got, you know, everything from cars, like people are having to rent cars rather than own their own car because the cost of car ownership's gone up. You've got, I mean, it just seems everything is like we're being alienated from private property, and what's replacing that is a rental system which prevents you from actually acting in accordance. Like, it wouldn't be so bad if it was, I mean, I wouldn't like it in general, but it wouldn't be so bad if it was something like have you ever seen like public housing in the UK, where it's kind of like,
no,
don't worry about it, it's your house, do what you want with it, just don't break it, right? So you can,
sure.
So like, you know, that's essentially it. It wouldn't be so bad.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually. I think public housing in the UK is actually really quite nice. But like, council housing is actually class. Like, I would, like, the thing is that like you, for example, like you can get like a house, like rent a house for like £200-300 over here if you get a council house, and that's solid, man. Like, you know, like per month. So like, I mean, you're talking like, what's that, like $400 maybe a month for like a 2-3 bedroom house? Like,
I pay $1,100 for rent for a 3-bedroom house. It's only 1,100 square feet.
A 3-bedroom house? No, I mean, that's not. I mean, that, like, be fair, that's what we would be paying.
The rooms are small.
You should see some of the prices in like some places in the UK now, though, as well. I mean, the same as the United States. Like some places in the United States, like obviously local economies and stuff. It's obscene.
Well, I don't know.
Like,
there's nothing included with rent. That's just for the house. I don't know how that works in the UK. If there's usually like utilities or anything
we don't
included.
Get anything.
Oh, okay.
No, private accommodation sucks as well. Like this is the nicest place I've ever been in, right? And I pay like $550 for a 2-bedroom flat. So that's like,
I'd kill for that.
That's like that, yeah, I could imagine. Like, so that's like a about $600-700 for like, or $600.
I just rent two. I'd just rent two and have like my own separate house. What the hell? My wife and I can have our own houses for what we're paying right now.
Really?
On this, and that costs $1,100 versus what it would be like, what, $1,200 then? Yeah, I'd pay an extra $100 to have a whole nother 2-bedroom house.
Yeah, essentially, yeah, right. Well, but 2-bedroom flat, not a house. So like, but like, it's a nice flat. I like it. I'm very happy with it. And to be honest, it's a little bit under market rate because I got it before the house price started just like fucking booming. Like, so I'm a little bit under market rate right now. Thank the Lord for that. And but yeah, like that's really that's good here. But like a 3-bedroom house, as soon as you go to houses rather than like flats, it like skyrockets in price to like $800-900, like for the 2-bedroom, like not very nice houses either. And then it's just the fact that the landlords don't give a fuck. Like slumlords are like a real problem. Like landlords just do not give a fuck with how you live. Like you could be like, I had a landlord and he says to us, like, one, he wouldn't clean up sewage from the yard, right? I'm trying to get him to clean up fucking sewage. Like it's overflowing with shit. Oh. Like, I mean, like human feces is overflowing out of the drain. And I'm like, please fix this. And it took him 3 months to get the actual human waste removed from our yard. And this happened like 2 or 3 times. And it's just like, come on, man. Like, it's not even my fault. Like, my neighbor's blocking the drain, right? And the manhole cover or something's in our yard. So it's like bubbling up. And I can't now use my back door, right? Where my bins are. Right, so it's just like, and then it's a human, like this is human waste, right? Like this is the whole street is essentially
seems unsafe.
Yeah, it's really unsafe. So I end up having to call environmental health. I'm expecting to get evicted. Honestly, I hate the whole system. Right, the whole system's just messed up. There's loads of stuff.
On the subject of private property, I think that the subscription-based model is really, really garbage. I think ultimately, my perfect society would say that there is no private property, but it would be a system where like, okay, I need to use a video camera, so I would just like log in, but it would also require no money as well. No private property should entail no money. It would just be like an automated system where you could check out a car or you could check out a video camera, or you could check out whatever you need and then just return it when you're done using it, sort of like a library of everything. But yeah, with the the fact that it's a capitalist system, moving away from private property onto a subscription based system, that's it's nothing more than just like that. It's greed at the highest level.
It's just
That's
the
all
worst.
it is.
It's the worst of both worlds, right? We're getting like a collectivist
Yes.
economy. It's feudalism. It's feudalism. It's neo-feudalism, right? I don't want look, I don't like communism. I don't think communism works. I don't want to be in a communist state, right? But this isn't even communism. This is communism. This is socialism for the rich, right? Like, and it actually is. Like, it's like if they have a problem, they're getting a bank bailout. Oh, don't worry.
Yeah.
Like, they're getting bailed out, man. The government will make sure that the taxpayers pay all your problems away. Like, you know what I mean? Or like they'll just have money just forced into their pockets so that they can go and buy more houses and stuff. It's like, oh, like, you know, that makes sense. Like, what are you, like, why are you doing this? Like, and then nobody does anything. Although, to be fair, like, it's like, what do you even do in terms of collective, like our collective pressure against our governments now? Because we allowed essentially corporations to export all of our labor force to basically what enemies, by the way. Like, what I don't like, ideologically speaking, what enemies, like China and stuff. Like, it's just such a mess. Like, you couldn't actually design a bigger political mess than what the West has actually put itself in. Like in some respects, we're great. Like, best places in the world to live, right? Like, no doubt. Like, I do think that we are probably the most advanced ideologically in the world to live. So, you know, if there's someone that's thinking like, well, if you hate it here, why don't you move? It's like, because everywhere else sucks more, right? Like, no doubt. Like, not even like, you know, like 100%. I completely, yeah, but that doesn't mean that we can't do better. Do you know? And that things aren't, that will have problems that we're not resolving. And I just hate that you can't even criticize this without getting like well, why don't you move to China? And it's like, because China sucks, man. Like that, you know, like, I don't want to be harvested for organs. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like,
China does suck. Yeah. Yeah. The everything being on a subscription freaks me out pretty bad, which is ironic because I use HP Instant Ink. And it's sort of, you're kind of forced. Like even like you mentioned Spotify, you are so heavily incentivized to move to it because it's cheaper than the alternative, but it's only going to be cheaper than the alternative until the alternatives are forced out of market. Then they can raise the prices on everything.
Exactly. It's just monopolization. Yeah. It's like, oh.
But it's such a slow burn that it doesn't feel like it at all. None of the alarms go off. For the time being, it's like, hey, I'm getting a sick deal right now
because it is a sick. That's the thing. It is a sick deal until it's not. That's exactly it. Like,
yeah, because we have very, very short term thinking, and especially when it comes to money, we have very short term analysis of finances. So we're only going to see like what's going into our pocket today and not what's going to be coming out of it in 5 years.
And let's be honest, these aren't like the people who are playing this like blue ocean sort of approach, like to like investment, are plowing so much money into making these systems like actually pervade long enough to gain market dominance. Like look at it, like Uber wasn't like, Uber's not, I don't even know if Uber is even profitable yet. You know what I mean? Like it Amazon
they ought to be.
No, like there's loads of them. They're not even profitable. They're built on constant investment such that their prices are too good. Like it's like gambling mechanics, right? Give someone a deal that's too good to pass up. That's like break the psychological aversion to like not to engaging in this form of transaction, right? And then once you've gotten enough people on board, or once you've gotten them on board, well, then you've basically snagged your whales and you can like milk them like and essentially hunt them to death, right? And like that's what I think is going to happen in this respect. Like you get like your Ubers, your Amazons, you know, your corporations, you know, that are essentially alienating us from private property, right? Or rather getting market dominance in this case, because Amazon's an example, getting market dominance, like pushing out all of the competitors. They keep the costs down, right? As in to the consumer, like the offer the consumer that the go after consumer preference with a ravenous hunger, right? That like it's insane. They'll be like the cheapest option. They'll be the most convenient option. They'll be the best option on the market, like as you've already said, such that you kind of have to be an idiot to not use them and use that competitor. Yeah. But the only way they're able to do that, because there's nothing profitable in that, is to essentially burn people's money into investors. And they're like, don't worry, you get stocks in a company which in 20 years' time will be worth like billions, like hundreds of billions. And that's how it's working. It's like, oh, shoot me. Like, it's like, what are you supposed to do? The only thing you can do at that point is have a government with a spine. Like, and it's like, well, you're never getting a government with a spine. Like,
well, even saying a government with a spine, but like, if you can't appeal to your constituents that what you're doing is right, then you're not going to be a government at all for much longer. So like, it's tough, right?
It is tough. It's just, I mean, it's like Aristotle.
Depending how you define spine, I would say that Trump had a lot of fucking spine to pull a lot of shit that he did, but we voted him the fuck out.
Well, Trump's like a different kind of. Trump is like
dude has planetary-sized balls. Okay,
the guy.
That's the one thing I give him credit for.
The guy is like, no, you know what I think it is? I think it's like narcissism to the point in which he just doesn't think he can lose. Like British aristocrats are like this, right? It's like they're gonna win by divine favor. So like a British aristocrat is just like, no, we are better than everyone else. Like I don't know, like to the point where they say we can't lose. Like the idea of losing something like World War II is never actually clocking into a British aristocrat's head. They're like, no, we're gonna win. Like it can be absolutely dire, but we are actually better than everyone else, so we're necessarily gonna win. I think that's essentially what happens with someone like Trump, where he's just
that's like, really funny. That fits the very caricature idea of what British people are.
Well, unfortunately, while aristocrats are like, there is a lot of, like, to be fair, like British aristocracy have some of the best traits people can have. Like you can get, like, if you get a good British aristocrat, they're an aristocrat, not an oligarch, right? They're truly upstanding, dutiful. Like they have this sense of justice that pervades their being, such they don't care what people think of them. They'll do what's right. And you can get those like few people that are like that. They'll be like, but then you get the British aristocrats, like what we see in our government, and they just do not care about anyone else, and they just think that they are more important, better, superior, naturally born better, like bloodline sort of shit. So
that's kind of scary.
Yeah, no, it's like a proud thing. Like, well, like most of our government comes from like one school, usually in British history. Our government typically comes from one school in the UK, which is called Eton, like one private school.
Oh,
yeah, that's the Tory party. They almost like exclusively they go to Eton and Oxford.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Eton private school, and then they go to Oxford, and that's where they do that. Like they usually do PPE at Oxford, and then like the inner circle typically go to things like the Bullington Club, which are like the Riot Boys, the absolute dickheads. That's your Boris Johnsons, your David Camerons, Usually, they're like related and stuff like that. Like not together.
Sounds
like,
very Skull and Bones.
Oh yeah, it's very like old boys club. That's like the way that like the Tories work. It's a very old boys club. Like chums. They're chums and like friends. Like they're like chums and relatives. It's really bad, really bad.
Are you familiar with the Skull and Bones?
No. Sorry.
So it sounds. I mean, it kind of is. A conspiracy, but like it's like definitely like a legitimate thing. Like most of our presidents, like a lot of big movers and shakers were in this, like it's kind of like a college club to be in, called the Skull and Bones Association. Really? Has ties with like Freemasons and stuff. Yeah. So
I was gonna say a cult. Like yeah.
Yeah, it's I would say it's pretty culty. Yeah. It's the closest thing I could put it next to is like Freemasonry.
Yeah.
But it's just sort of like its own deal also. But I would imagine there's a lot of overlap. And yeah, just like a lot of people that are big movers and shakers in America were in the Skull and Bones in their
you had the Freemasons over here as well. Yeah, the Freemasons over here as well. Like, but like it's the same. Like this is like, it's the same thing here. with the like there's like the Bulletin Club and there's loads of there's like it's just the old boys network, man. It's always the same. It's different things in different places, but it's always the same, right? You know what I mean? It's just networking. Now it's like,
yeah, I mean, there's very pragmatic reasons to do these things.
Yeah, it's not what you know, but who you know, man. That's where power comes from. Like a lot of the time, let's be honest. Like even when it comes to like, it's very like that. That being said, like I will say, like this is why I think capitalism has at least like I'm not a capitalist, right? But like at least capitalism offers a kind of it is a democratic attack on oligarchy to some degree, like in its like original sort of not in an unregulated way, because I think that actually leads to oligarchy. But like in what it was sort of set forth by like liberal thinkers, the idea was essentially to increase social mobility. And it did, like it did for a long time. Like old money sort of dwindled to new money. You still got oligarchy in the end, but like at least like, you know, some rich people like were born into wealth, impoverished themselves by being fucking idiots. You got poor people who are very clever, who enrich themselves, you know what I mean? So, you know, definitely, I don't know. There's definitely positives to capitalism that, like, I think we're losing, unfortunately. Like actual capitalism.
I don't disagree. I did have. So I think I might have said something to you about this, but I don't really know what your answer was. I guess I'll just say I think that if you're a Christian, you can still be agnostic, and I think you should be. To try to bring us back around. What do you think of that?
Well, if you're Christian, you should be agnostic, did you say?
Yeah, you should still understand that you can't know.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be agnostic. I think I've said that before. Because I believe that we can't know, but I think we can know. So I would affirm that we can actually gain knowledge of God. I used to hold the opinion that we couldn't, because it's the most perfectly conceivable being, and me as a fallible agent can't perceive the most perfectly conceivable being, and so could only talk about him allegorically or via negativa. And so that led to me being an agnostic, because then, well, how can I have knowledge of him? I can only have knowledge of what isn't him. Well, then clearly I should have, like, it's agnostos, right? It's meaningful to talk about, but it's essentially, you know, there's no actual conclusion. Well, I disagree with that now. I think you can actually and must necessarily imply knowledge of God, even in a basic ontology, such that my knowledge of objects and how I interrelate to everything in the world in myself already implies an implicit knowledge of a perfectly conceivable being, of a perfect being.
How do you square that with your inability to have a perfect perception to begin with?
You don't need a perfect conception. Like, God can have a perfect conception of himself. That's fine, but it's not about having a perfect conception. It's just the implicit conclusion of the argument. So, for example, something like the argument...
you have an imperfect perception. You don't have the cognitive faculties to really be that certain about really anything. Like, I mean, it comes down to like axiomatic things and stuff. But like, so I feel like when it's something that's that big of a deal, I think it would be rational to say, like, I have a lot of faith. I am thoroughly convinced. Although, like, I must concede that, like, I certainly can't know.
No,
almost like the atheist who says,
100% say that you can know. 100% say you can know.
See, I think certainty frightens me. Like when atheists say, like, there's maybe like a less than 1% chance that there is a God. I think that's too, obviously too low of a number to be good faith. But I also think that claiming maximum certainty is also, I feel like it has to be.
You can't be you can't be absolutely certain about anything, in the sense that I think that all of our knowledge is fallible, right?
Okay, then good. So you're a little bit agnostic.
Well, what I would really say is, like, I could be wrong about everything, right? Like, I could be. Like, you've got to have an open mind and be willing to talk. Otherwise, you're just asserting you're right? Unless you are God himself. Like, obviously, you can be wrong.
Yes.
But I do think that we can have essentially doctrine which are evidenced and are true, and because of that, we can have knowledge of God. So, like, for example, I would say, like, the PSR, the principle of sufficient reason, I think that provides a evidence or like a proof or for a necessary being, and that necessary being can only be understood in relation to being divinely simple. So that's if it contains all the reasons for its existence, it must be perfectly actual. If it's perfectly actual and contains no potential, then we can infer how it would relate to us and how it relates to itself. In which case we can gain knowledge of God's characteristics, such that we can see that he's omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient, omnipresent, right? Likewise, I also think that in order to make, even objects intelligible, but also things like mechanism, scientific approaches to reality, all of that, we already have to imply a teleological approach to reality. Some people think that you don't need to do this. I think they're woefully mistaken. And such a teleological approach to reality, combined with a principle of sufficient reason, I think leads us to affirming the truth of an ontological argument, because you've established a metaphysic, which implies that there must be a unity of all being as a necessary being, and that would be a perfectly conceivable being. And a perfectly conceivable being, if it is one, like, if perfection is essentially just, if goodness and being are interchangeable, right? And something is all being, then it's all good, which means it's perfect, it's absolutely complete. Then it must exist if the principle of sufficient reason is true and a teleological argument has been established. Now, the point in which I would argue with like atheists and stuff is whether this is true, where they'll go like, well,
yeah. That's where you're that's where I would have the argument saying, well, because I'm like 60-40 agnostic. But like I am agnostic, but I say like 60-40, there is a God, there isn't a God. That's sort of like where I sit on my own like ideas about it. I think that I like, for me, I know that I can't know. But where I lean towards like what I think, like 60-40. Although the one thing I think that you can't argue with anybody about is like revelation. If like they have a religious experience, I think that's just by default it has to be real. It's just they might have a bad interpretation of it, but if you were to talk them out of it, then I think you've just rendered them insane. So you can't really have that conversation.
I don't know. I think that there's interpretation of revelation, isn't there? It depends on what we mean by revelation, though, because some people just take revelation to be like a feeling. That's a pretty low fucking bar for revelation, then. No, but it is like a divine feeling, like they can feel it in your chest. I'm sure Mormons talk about it like this. I'm almost positive that I've heard Mormons talk, but I mean Mormons aren't really like Christian, and like
they need to raise the bar up. Then I think
Mormons need to raise the bar up for a lot of things, man. But like I'm sure Mormons talk about it like this. But at least I've heard Mormons talk about it like this. But I love Mormons. I do love Mormons. I think they're the sweetest people. Like, but that philosophy is always bad.
So maybe that's even closer together too. So the only reason that I'm not that I don't have more concrete ideas about there being a higher power is that I just understand my ability to like deceive myself. So I'm very cautious about it. But I would say revelation. I had an experience where. I don't know if you want to say I was praying or I was just like reaching out, because you can consider me an amateur theologian, so to speak. Since I was 13, I studied religion super hard. So naturally, I'm going to try to engage in some of the ideas. And when I'll just say like praying, sort of praying. It was like, for lack of a better way, because there's really no words for it, it was almost as if somebody turned up the gravity in the room. And I felt like an inexplicable like weight around me, and I had considered a lot of things that I had never considered before, and in a lot of ways just sort of felt shameful about certain things about myself. But in doing so, gave me a better understanding of myself. These are things that I wouldn't contest feeling shameful about if somebody else had brought them up to me.
Yeah, no, I mean it's like
I would say this is revelation to me. There was also like this physical element of like weight, or like I guess not in a literal sense, but like the having the gravity turned up. So to me, that's like that's revelation to me. Or if somebody says like I had a vision, but if somebody says God spoke to me in English in my ear, I say that's a crazy person.
Yeah, usually
God doesn't have a mouth; he can't talk to you.
Yeah, I would usually say the same. It's like one of the things is like, and this is like the whole point where I think like revelation has to be like always has a public component, because like you have to look at it like it could be in theory, right? Like that you're having this moment in which, you know, the divine, like, you know, there's a miracle or something, but like in like it's the, I guess the point is to say that like, how do you interpret the difference? Like, how do you know, like, have you ever seen, and I think a really great example of this is have you ever seen the movie, I think it's Joan of Arc? Right, so in the movie Joan of Arc, I'm not a fan of Joan of Arc as a saint because I'm English, obviously, but like, but essentially there's in the movie Joan of Arc, she has these visions, these divine visions, right? And she uses these visions as a justification for killing the English, who are actually currently invading France. So
yeah,
you know, I mean, to be fair, we're kind of the bad guys, but, you know, still, I don't think saints go around.
What a British response to that. Oh my God. Well, we're kind of the bad guys, but still, don't kill us.
You know, but it's one of those things where, like, no, I never said, like, don't fight back. It's just that I don't think God's getting involved in our wars. I think the Pope's nationality has a lot to do with this. Anyway, but, like...
Sure. I was just giving you shit.
No, it's fine. But, like, I think that like, essentially... what like essentially what I think is a really good point that's made in this film is there's this you know, she's having these visions. Anyway, she's captured by the English in the end and she's going to get burned at the stake, and she's in the like dungeon and she's praying for our visions to return, and there's this guy in the dungeon, right? And he like appears to her and he's like, they're not gonna come, like the visions, right? So she's having like a hallucination of like this guy saying, you're not gonna get a vision. And like, we don't know if it's a hallucination. It's not like, you know, like you don't know if she's just totally crazy or she's having these visions. And that's kind of the way it plays out. And he's like, and then she's like, they will come, like, you know, God is speaking to you. And he's like, God is speaking to you. And it basically goes on to say, like, you know, how she's interpreting these visions. Like, so she's like, well, what about the wind? And he's like, you know, this moment, this vision of wind. And he's like, it's just wind. And she has a moment of where she's dancing with Jesus. And she's like, well, what about this? And he's like, just dancing. And then she's like, what about the sword in the field? And he's like, oh, the sword in the field. So all of these moments or explanations of this, how this sword got in the field, from the likely, you know, to the unlikely, to the inexplicable. Sure. No, you went for this, and then it has like, you know, and it has all of these different scenarios of like people fighting. It has someone, you know, dropping the sword when they're running away, and then it has someone just tossing the sword into the field because they're sick, clearly. And he's like, but what you went for was this, and it's just a sword beaming down from light and being placed in from heaven, being placed in the field. And
sure,
and it's just like, well, yeah, man, like, it's like, how do you know that all of this wasn't even the devil convincing you to kill people in God's name, right? If you are a true Christian, how would you know any of this? Like, you could be completely crazy. This could be an evil demon, like, you know, and what you're doing is just murking people off, you know. And that's like, it's just like, and clearly there's like a point of interpretation of like, how do you interpret revelation, right? And I think it's like one of the most important points of like, you need reason, and reason is public.
So I would say in the what you just described, this seems to be somebody looking for revelation and finding it in the most convenient kind of way. Yeah, that's pretty bad. But when I say if somebody explains revelation that is intangible, these are the kinds of things I would never argue with somebody. I would say there has to be this like intangibility to it for me to not argue it, because for me to say like, hey, no, you're crazy, is to say that like you need to doubt your very understanding of like your interpretation of your senses, and I just don't think somebody can do that. If they say I didn't experience what I experienced, well, congratulations, you're a crazy person now.
Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't think you have to, like, you can say like, you know, like it's, if in fact it's the opposite, right? It's like you're not saying like they're a crazy person. What you're saying is like, unless you want to be a crazy person, you need to doubt your experiences. Like, for example, like that's what, like in the words of Foucault, right? What insanity isn't having unreason, right? Having a fiction isn't insanity. Having an idea isn't insanity. Being unable to free yourself from a fiction is insanity. So if like you say to someone, let's say they're like, God spoke to me and it's blah 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 blah, or like this has made an impression on me such that it is like I don't, like, it was an act of like divine like revelation. It's like you have to say like, why is it divine? What was divine about it? And what did you learn? What is essentially the truth of this interaction, such that you don't let them convince themselves. Like, otherwise you could be like, you know, one of those guys is like, you know, again, like, you know, the God told me to do this horrific thing, you know, and you don't go like, oh, you know, I'm proving them, like, essentially I'm saying that they're a crazy person. It's like, well, what if they are a crazy person, right? Like, what if they actually are, like, you know, like, you have to be willing to go, you know, but are you sure? Like the church, for example, is really strict about what it would consider a miracle and stuff like that. And it investigates to the point in which it's like, it's the biggest bullshit caller ever. Like, it's not like, it's like, it will basically treat you as if you're a fucking liar, because it has to. Like, because it, like, basically everyone else will. Like, it can't accept it. It has to do a really thorough investigation into, like, how did this happen? Is there an alternative explanation? And all of this sort of stuff. And it's the same thing, I think, with divine revelation. Like, are you sure, like, this is an action? And also, like, revelation only perfects reason. So if it's contravening reason, it can't be revelation. So I have to be able to say to you, if you're saying something like irrational, that's not divine revelation. You're fucking crazy. You know, like, and I'm doing you a favor, man, because if it's, then you can bring your sort of self as an object, and you're like, hey, wait a minute, why do I think that? And maybe you're right and I'm wrong, and you can explain it to me. But until you can explain it to me, do you even really know it yourself, right?
Sure. I guess I've never ran into somebody who claimed to have a revelation that would contradict reason. Outside of like the fact that like they're having some sort of experience from like an ethereal being, which I think some people would argue is outside of reason.
Yeah, some people would.
But you know, within the confines of their own logistical system, it's not contradicted, and I don't have like, it's not going to contradict anything that is like. If the revelation, like, with the things that I would say might be illogical, they're at least consistent within that, and it doesn't bump heads with anything that is falsifiable, so we're good.
Right, so it's like sort of specific conditions where, like, but again, then I guess then there is the public component, right? You're like, you know, like, it isn't going against like a public reason. What you're saying is that there is like there's a personal component to it that you couldn't, like, you can't say, no, that didn't happen if it's not contravening reason.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I'm fair enough. I think I would agree with that. Like, that's if anything, that's respecting their reason, right? Like, you know, like that they are even capable of, like, otherwise you're just being a kind of a dick, and you're like, you know, you're just saying, nah, you shouldn't trust your own, like, you can't trust your own.
Yeah, you can't trust your own experience.
Yeah, you're
right. And that's the thing, that the component to revelation that I'm mainly concerned with here is experience, and I can never tell somebody that they didn't experience what they did, because thinking you experienced something is what experiencing something is. Yeah?
Depends
like,
on
tautologically, if you think you experienced something, that is your experience.
No. But
What would be? Can you give me an example where that wouldn't be the case?
I think I experience being a galaxy and an ethereal being floating through the universe as I have been induced myself into a drug-infused, like, schizophrenic event or like psychotic event. I have never experienced being a galaxy. I've experienced being a human tripping balls, right? like, you know.
Sure, then I'd say that they probably just used the wrong words for it.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that.
But the
like,
experience is like the thing they're communicating is true. They're just communicating poorly.
It's true that they had an experience, but but that's the point. It's whether they correctly interpret their experience. That's the point about, like, essentially the public use of reason, and that's why I would say But even how
I don't argue the experience, but I might argue what was really happening there. So I met a guy. Any chance you've ever read the Albigan Papers?
I haven't. I have not.
It's a really, really good book. It changed the way I thought a lot. I think I was like in my 20s or something. I had really bad depression, and I went to the nut house, and I met this guy in the nut house.
I just like, and then I went to the nut house. I like the casual, like, you know.
Oh yeah. If you've been there, you like, we don't. People have been there. Don't take it that seriously. We can call it what it is.
Oh no, I know. I make the same sort of jokes about mental health as well. I think the only people that are like super like fragile about mental health are the people that have never experienced problems or like had like personal association with it. Because otherwise, you learn not to take it so seriously.
The people who don't tiptoe but aren't virulent about it, you can tell that you live in it. I get it. He gave me this book, and which ended up being really interesting for later in the thing I'm going to tell you. But he was convinced the reason why he was there is that he firmly believed that he was Jesus. And as you can imagine, I was totally fascinated by this guy, and I asked him all kinds of questions about it. And like, why do you think you're Jesus? And one of the things that he said to me was, well, when I was 1 year old, I wrote my name, to which I immediately said, did you write Craig or did you write Jesus? And then he just looked at me like confused, like he didn't understand the question. So fine.
You're meeting him with the moral signifier there. Like, that's shown like a contradiction. Like you like, the only way that he would be able to interpret that is just alienate you as essentially a speaker. Like, that's like, I like like, this is what makes like people treating people with like schizophrenia and stuff so hard, because they just instantly put you in like in the you're in a conspiracy against me camp.
He wasn't perturbed by it. He continued everything else, but I just think that confused me. He's like, he might have even said, I'm not sure, because I don't remember arguing with him about it. And then, so one time he was meditating near a tree, and it went with him. And so this was the really interesting thing. So like, I never contested any of his claims, but what I said is, why do you think that you're Jesus, though? Could it not be that you're just sort of like a sage of sorts? Like, you could be, there's like a number of other, like, going off this like thought process, there could be a number of other things that could cause you to be able to demonstrate these capabilities without being Jesus. Why Jesus? He said, I never thought about that. And then he thought for me, he goes, no, I'm pretty sure I'm Jesus. I'm like, okay, that's cool. In every other respect, he was a totally normal dude, except for the Jesus part. So like, for like, I think like 3 days, I had no idea why this guy was in there.
Yeah.
Later, I left and I read the book. Phenomenal book, especially on religion. The guy who wrote it left to be a priest, and then he left the priesthood because he realized they didn't have any better answers than him, and just sort of did this spiritual journey. Very, very good book. But in it, the author met a guy who was completely normal, except for the fact that the guy thought he was Jesus. And I was when I got to that part, I was like, "Get the fuck out of here, dude!" That's how I got this book. That's so weird to me.
Wild. That's pretty wild. Like the thing is that like I think like it's really fascinating. Like, in terms of mental health, I think mental health in general is fascinating. But I mean, in terms of like, I'm a big proponent of like psychoanalytics and stuff like that. So, but it's and I think we underestimate like how much it can teach you about ourselves. Like, old art about madness used to have like, have you ever seen like old like even Renaissance art about it, where there's like this kind of it at the point of like, something like at the point in the turn of modernity in the Renaissance, right, when like, Shakespeare is sort of at the perfect point for this. And I think this is one of the beautiful things about Shakespeare, right? Is like madness and magic it's like a mix of like medical explanation or like science coming around, and at the same time almost this like demonic sort of unintelligibility that, but it leads to these like moments where it's for example, like with Macbeth, there's no need for any magic in that whole thing. Like there's no magic, you don't need magic, but there can be magic, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And it's just incredible. Like it's like there's things like that, but one of the things is like the art at the time really reflects this, where there's oh bollocks, where there's like the paint everything shrouded, so when it's mad and like it's darkness and it's depicting madness, there's like shrouded figures, and it's there's things that are discernible, but it's hard to work out. It's kind of fuzzy, where it's almost concealing something hidden beneath it. And and I really love that, because I think there's a truth to that, where it's obviously like the medical approach is meant to sort of deveil madness, and I agree it does. But I think it undermines, like, essentially, because the medical approach took this very top-down analytic attempt at understanding humanity, it sort of generalized too broadly, and we see this in the sciences today when we look at how you actually have to engage with mental health. There is this personal component in therapy where the therapist and the patient have to be on the same level. They have to be talking to each other as equals. They have to be engaging each other like freely, and like there has to be work on both sides to try and understand one another. Where the therapist is revealing the person to themselves and understands when the person's engaging, they might be expressing something that's not, in the contents of what they're doing, but in the way that they're expressing it and stuff like that, and then have to like sort of give that back to the patient. And I think that that's almost implicit in the medicalization of these things. We ended up with a way of approaching madness that like took away the mysteries of the human mind and replaced it with this idea of, that we just have direct access almost, which I'm definitely not a fan of, to say the least. But
interesting. Why not?
Well, mostly because I don't think that you have direct access to anything. I don't believe in like there's an epistemological problem where I think being directly aware of something seems to be untenable, where there isn't this sort of need for interpretation in reality, there isn't this sort of logical component in reality that you're interpreting. There is this already like sort of pre-given consideration of something which you sort of put together like puzzle pieces. But it's already as if what we've assumed is that we understand the structure of the puzzle and what it looks like, when in reality I don't think we do necessarily, and it's something that we're having to learn and develop as we go along, like as if we are putting a jigsaw together. We don't have a blueprint already, where I think a lot of the time we like to look at it as if we do have a blueprint, and we do have essentially like a sort of already an already like pre-structured arrangement with the world, an immediate knowledge of the world, and I think that when you apply that to subjects, it leads to horrible ethical conclusions, and that's where you get things like egoism, and you get like these different approaches in ethics, and then politics. I think you get like you typically get liberalism and libertarianism, and in the social sciences you get this empirical psychology where we're reduced to these sort of expressions of a generic disorder rather than an expression of a unique psychology, which is a combination of universal aspects. There is a universal cognitive faculty, we do have a universal human nature, but also the particular expression and the lived experiences of an individual's life, such that it's interpretable and even changing, like in how this has interrelated between this point. You get this relationship which forms a psychology which needs dealt with at that point of the individual, not at the point of a kind of abstract medicalization. And we just start putting people in stupid boxes and claiming that we can fix them. And then you get like the pill culture where you can just give people drugs and it's going to help them. Now, I'm not saying I'm anti-drug because I think drugs can help. Drugs can be very good, right? I'm currently like really wanting ADHD medication, right? And I think ADHD is a thing. But it's understanding why and when and how to use drugs. And, you know, and I think psychology is coming around a bit more than it used to be. But like empirical psychology was, it's like the actual worst for this sort of stuff. I think I just missed a turn on Hearthstone. Oh, no.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's my fault. It was my fault.
So, yeah, I think that we have enough basis to go off of. But there's an individual aspect to these things where, like, if somebody's not getting, like, results and whatnot, we would say, like, well, then you probably need to try a different therapist. So, like, there's... You can have all the information in the world, but I think you could still not be able to help a person particularly just because you're not the right fit for them, more or less.
But I even think there's an ethical part of it where I think that, like, and I think Lacan pointed this out, that when you treat someone like, I'm the doctor, you're the patient, do as you're told, you're not actually learning about the condition. You actually have to you have to be more humble than that. In order to be a therapist, you actually have to listen and talk to them. Obviously, have your unique medical opinion, which they can't actually access without you, and obviously also have this, psychoanalyze them. Like you're the role of the therapist, but the role of the therapist shouldn't be seen as this stupidly like sort of top-down relationship, and I guess that's my problem. And especially since that what this causes then is like an essentially an epistemic access problem where they don't understand who they're dealing with, and they don't understand things about the patients specifically, and then they generalize, and then they use those generalizations to form an understanding of those particular patients, and then they use their understanding of those particular patients to inform them on psychological studies and inform them on behavioral analysis, and then form even more general conclusions. And then you end up with this essentially like spiration into like ignorance. And then you realize, oh, wait a minute, empirical psychology's trash. It can only reproduce 30% of the experiments that it's done. And you know, it's clearly unscientific, and we'll have to do something about it. And it's like, well, maybe if you hadn't taken that top-down approach so much, it wouldn't be such a problem.
Sure. But I guess do you think that there's a better alternative?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of psychoanalytics, right? And I think that I think that psychoanalytics needs to be more embraced. And not that I'm saying that the empirical doesn't inform us, because psychoanalytics obviously does say that the empirical informs us. But we also need to understand the structures of thought. So we need to understand the pervading structures of thought such that we try and understand the motivations of why people are acting. Then we need to have conversations with those people and see how they're actually acting. And then deriving from a relationship between that universality and that particular expression, an individual case, which informs us about the sort of categories that are then sort of implicit, like how this is actually how minds actually work. I also think that in general empiricism sucks, and don't just be an empiricist. And I think in general psychology, right? Like I've got a friend at that professor at a university, and really smart guy, and he was writing in psychology, right? Like, neuroscience and psychology. And he's like, you would not believe the things that these people just assume. He's like, we would be assassinated for this. He's like, they'll just assume something like as if it just can be assumed. They won't talk about that they've assumed it even. And he's just like, and then when you bring it up to them, they're like, oh, well, I guess I hadn't thought of it like that. And he's like, well, we've been writing about this for about 60 years now. Why aren't you engaging with any like philosophy of mind? So the thing is, in like psychoanalytics in general, it's very philosophically influenced. And I think in general, psychology should be philosophically influenced. And my worry is that many, and science in general, actually, if you see science in general, you will never see worse philosophical takes than from fucking scientists, right? Smart people, right? Like, I love science. But, actually, maybe like religious dogma can cause it. Like, so you'll find like people who are like,
sure,
like pastors or something, like, and they'll be like, praise Jesus, philosophy's a sin. Like, and you just, it's just like, it's that scientism. Right?
They both have the same cause, though. It's that rigidness of thought.
It is. And but the thing is that, like, so you'll find that you'll get this nominalist empiricism that pervades, like, almost all scientists. And then our understanding of concepts becomes, like, our ontology as a whole becomes, like instrumentalism. So, like, you get someone like Sabine Hossenfelder to Philip Goff on Twitter. I don't know if you saw that interaction. It was one of the few interactions I actually caught on Twitter. And he's a panpsychist, and I'm not a panpsychist by any means, but he's a panpsychist, and she's a she's actually like a nominalist, right? Nominalist, instrumentalist, such that she's saying like electrons don't exist. It's just a useful model. And everything comes down to the point of useful models. And it's like, look, at the end, you're going to have to bottom out at a point and go, and something actually exists for you to even be able to say it's useful at doing something. So something is actually really 100% useful because you're talking about it being useful to something you've already presumed. So you can't actually just say it's instrumental to something unless you're saying that there is a real thing it's instrumental to. So you can't just be an absolute instrumentalist because then it falls apart, right? So you get this like, it's like to the point in which you go and like, I don't think most scientists even go this deep into philosophy. They just sort of do science. But like it forms the basis of all of the thinking and the structures of thinking that they're engaging with. And I think it's actually, and I worry that it limits us as a society in general, that what scientists aren't engaging in philosophy. And like another culture, let's say like what competitors in the international market, if their scientists are engaging in metaphysics and our scientists aren't, our scientists are going to probably lose when it comes to theory. And I don't like that. Like, I don't like the idea that they're not going to be able to pick up on their own cognitive biases as easily. Now, I'm not saying like philosophy in general, like just philosophy of science. I'm not saying they have to do everything, but like just a little bit, even just sort of to get the structures that philosophy, like the ways of thinking that philosophy's essentially good at making like apparent, which is skepticism, having like holding yourself into as a sort of object of your own perception, where you're like, am I bullshitting myself here? Like and that would be really great, but it just, I don't know, man. Like, there's just like so it's not just psychology, and that I would say that is the problem there. But and I'm not saying like and I know this conversation's about religion, so I'm not like, oh, religion will solve everything, just believe in God. Like, that's not I'm not
sure.
I'm not saying that, but like, come on.
I think scientists are among the most religious people I've ever met in my entire life. They just have a different doctrine. Once something's been established, if it's not, there's that rigidness I was speaking of, to where if you pose a different idea, it cannot be entertained if there's data that suggests one way of thinking. But science should be constantly evolving. So like if I was running an experiment and I posed a hypothesis, like it's like it can't even be discussed until I have results, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the thing. But like, look, can we look at some of the best scientists? Some of the best scientists were very philosophically minded, whether it's like Newton and Leibniz, or whether it's Einstein. Einstein read Kant, and he was like big into like philosophy. And I think like people like to put it down to but it's just about interpretation of the data. It's like, no, there's like the reason that Einstein is radically different to his peers was there was a creative power there that was in Einstein that was not in his peers, and that did not come from looking at the data, you know what I mean, alone. It'd come from free thinking and out of the box thinking, and that's probably tied somewhat to do with the fact that Einstein was undoubtedly autistic. You know what I mean? And
absolutely. But I think the reason why scientists that are good philosophers are very good scientists because they know what questions to ask to answer. Exactly. That's why, like the pioneers of quantum physics, especially like you look at Feynman, you look at Einstein. These were very unusual characters in the scientific field by a lot of metrics. They were not normal. They were outcasts even in their own.
Feynman's class, man. I love Feynman. I love that man's life, man. Like he's just he's such a party animal.
The coolest
as well.
person. Yeah, he's one of the coolest people I'd ever heard of. And then you hear him talk to like a painter about how a painter will look at a flower and then how he, as a physicist, looks at a flower. And there's so much wisdom in there. But if you've seen him, if you bumped into him out in the world, you would probably think this guy needs to get his shit together. And I think that's amazing. Well, that's the thing.
Wasn't he like day drinking and stuff? Like he was like an alcoholic, and he started to realize he's like an alcoholic and stuff.
He drank a lot. He was an absolute whore. And then he would show up and give some of the most inspiring lectures that have ever been given.
I'm sure Freud was a cokehead. Like there was like that was another one. Like I'm sure Freud was like he gave a lecture like totally high on coke.
But he probably thought it was good for him.
Well, that's the thing. Like he used coke as a treatment, but he also became addicted to cocaine. Yeah. But like he was like saying like one time he's like I'm pretty sure I was talking absolute gibberish, but the audience seemed to like it, so that's all that really matters. Like like it's just like for fuck's sake.
It's impressive. It's impressive he was able to get away with it.
Oh, I'm not
to himself.
That's the thing. I think like Freud. I think is probably like I don't know. Freud's a very interesting figure. We'll say that, isn't it? Like, but like a lot of them are like there's a lot of curiosities about them, and I guess that's basically part of it. It's just like philosophy like opens sort of mental windows and doors, right, to new possibilities and ways of engaging with yourself and the world around you, such that you can hypothesize and you can make better hypotheses and conclusions and understand your biases and stuff like that. So I think it's really great. But I don't know, man. I'm probably just like bitter for the fact that scientists never read philosophy. It just really pisses us off. Like it just really pisses us off. And it's just they have the nerve to call us dogmatic when it's like religious. So if you say something religious, I see something like I'll say a scientist or something on Twitter post something just stupid, just like Richard Dawkins, for example. He's an idiot when it comes to philosophy, right? To be frank, right? Like it's just like you know, for the love of God, like at least be good at what you. Like, if you're gonna write about philosophy this much, at least read it. But like even in his discussion with Alex O'Connor on theology, he's like, okay, loads of theologians have called you out. Loads of theologians have said that they'll debate you. Loads of theologians have said this and that and the other. Have you ever considered reading theology? Right? Considering that's what he's writing on.
Yeah, I imagine he would not. Hey, chill.
Well, essentially what he said is, no, I do something better. I do science. And that would be fine if he had held that opinion and just kept it to science, right? Like, I don't have any problem with the man's work on evolutionary biology. Like, the man's clearly a genius when it comes to evolutionary biology. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, why are you writing about philosophy right now if it's about evolution? Like if you're an evolutionary it's like, I don't start writing about evolutionary biology, man. Like, I don't like burst into your bubbles, right? And write, oh, I've just wrote a book as a philosopher on evolutionary biology. This is how evolution works necessarily. And I mean, I have opinions in terms of the philosophy of science about how things must work in terms of mechanism, but like, I can't give you like a detailed description of the evolutionary development of the eye, right? You know what I mean? Like, I can't do that. That's way beyond my scope. So like, why are you giving me an argument as presented by David Hume, which he did way better than you? You've dumbed it down. You've made it so it's a bad argument now. And at least when Hume gave the argument, it made sense, and we can all engage with it. The way you're presenting the argument is just trash. So it's just like, I don't know, man. It's like if I just ripped off his work or some other famous evolutionary psychologist or evolutionary biologist, just used it and twisted it to do whatever I wanted with it. It ruined the meaning of the piece and then published it as my own, became an international figure and did like presentations. And then when someone says to me, Lewis, why don't you read evolutionary biology? And I retort, I do something better. I do philosophy. Assassinate me. Like, I mean, don't actually assassinate Richard Dawkins. I'm only joking. Don't act like, you know.
I didn't even catch that.
Like, but like, just like, don't like, come on, man. Clearly.
Yeah, it comes off as like aggressively dishonest. Plus, if you want to talk to people and convince them that they're wrong, you have to understand where they're standing. So it shows a lack of care for the reported purpose of what he's doing, right? If he really cares about making people, taking people away from religion, it seems like you would need to give a very good understanding of that religion, at least to read some of these things. Otherwise, I really feel like you're not actually doing what you're claiming that you're doing. You're probably just grandstanding and wanting to be right and wave your dick around. Yeah, which is how he always comes off to me, to be honest.
Well, I think that's about right. I think like in general, like there's a point in which it's just you're not even being true to to yourself in some respects, right? Like, or to your proposed like goals, right? Like, and I think that's true, and I think like it just comes to I think it's, I don't know, there's a level of arrogance there that maybe he does think that he's just superior to the people. I don't know if it's like he's scared of debating, like, you know, the people that have called him out. Like, there's people that have called him out that are, I think, would clearly rip him apart. Like, whether they're right or wrong in the first place, they'd clearly have his life in a debate because, well, they do philosophy and theology, and he doesn't.
Sure.
And maybe there's a fear there, but I think there's also just like, maybe it's just like a painful amount of arrogance where he just won't even, like, as if he is simply better than them for doing science, right? Like that, because as he's saying, it's like a religious approach where it's like there comes to a point in which it's like, if you really think science is superior to everything else and you're a scientist, are your ideas not superior to everyone else's? And like that's the way a lot of them write books, man. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson is writing books about like amazing ideas. He's like, I had this amazing idea. It's like, you haven't had an amazing idea, right? Like, just start from for the possibility that this idea is in fact not amazing, and I'm actually going to find this incredibly mundane. Like you know, and you'll say stuff like, you know, about like veganism, and it's like, wait, why didn't you even just research it? Well, like you know, it's just it's everything. Oh, I can't hear a word you're saying, mate.
I just laughed.
Oh, right. Oh, like, I thought you were speaking there. It's just, oh, no, man. I mean, I'm probably overly invested in this, right? Like, I really am, but it's...
I understand. As somebody who very much enjoys science and philosophy, it's really difficult to see that the people in the fields don't seem to have, like... There's just, like, no cooperation. There's no, like, not cooperation. There's no... We're not sharing minds like we ought to be.
No, I agree. Like, I agree. Yes, I agree. Like, I absolutely agree with that. Like, like in many ways, it would be really like, for example, I picked up a book, right? You know Sabine Hossenfelder, like on YouTube anyway. Like, she does like science news and stuff. I actually really like her content, right? Even though I disagree with that.
Maybe.
Absolutely, right. I like her content. She's a big, huge channel, and I bought a book. I got a book on Audible. Existential physics, right? And you know, existential physics, I'm like, oh, here is someone who is taking philosophy and science and quantum physics and putting them together, and they're exploring the human condition in the realm of this, like in this incredibly deep, open interpretation of how humanity would like essentially work, what it means to be in a quantum world, maybe. And I was like, maybe that's my expectations being far too high, but like that's the expectations I had, right? And what I got was the same nominalist conception of metaphysics that you always get, and it's just like, fuck's sake, why did you even put existentialism in the title, man? Why did you do it just to hurt us? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't
set you up just to knock you down.
That's it. It just felt like it's like I've been misled. You know, like I've been lied to. I'm upset now, and it's just like it's a good book in some respects, like some things, right? But in reality, like from the philosophical standpoint, it just comes to the point of like, have you even bothered trying to read any? And I would love to have picked up that book, and went, wow, an absolute masterpiece. You know, like this is like this indicates to me a truth about the world that's informed, like about philosophy that's informed through physics, and that would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. But I'm never gonna get that, and I don't know why. And I don't know why I'm never gonna get it. Like it feels like I shouldn't have to. Like there's no reason I can't get it. Right? It feels like I'm being deprived of it. Like, and I want that, man. I want that. Like, I want a physicist who actually reads philosophy to do physics, to come back to philosophy and go, look, like kind of like Aristotle, right? Where Aristotle wrote the physics and then he wrote the metaphysics, and the metaphysics and the physics are tied together such that they are like a unified piece in understanding reality, where he's like trying to explicate the fundamental tenets of reality and explain what we perceive and the appearances of the beings themselves. And that's what I want. And like, you know, that would be incredible. Like a truly, like, you know, when you hear about this, when like Stephen Hawking or whatever, and they always want this like grand unified theory, right? Or a theory,
grand unified field theory.
Yeah. Or a theory of everything or anything like that, right? And it's like, how about you bring philosophy into this, because like if you really did want a theory of everything, like that's what a lot of us do. That's what a lot of us want, and I truly want that. Like I can honestly say, if I could just like please give me that, like, you know. But it's just like, nah, man. I'm never getting it. I need to let it go. I need to just lying to myself.
I mean, maybe. You never know. I'm not sure how I would want that to work. maybe I don't know. I'm pretty nerdy with stuff like that, so I think if there was like a joining of the two categories, I think I'd be really interested in hearing somebody who's like approaching that sort of subject. I think I'd be pretty interested in getting a better scientific, philosophical understanding of like what thoughts are. Do they have any like or like one of the silliest ideas that pops up in my head a lot is like, how much does a thought weigh? But this is something that you could approach scientifically, but you would have to be extremely philosophically minded to even approach.
Well, I don't know whether that you could.
It's not as silly as it sounds, but I think that it's.
You think that's an answerable question? Because I'm not sure that is. Like, I don't think
it's an approachable question.
No, it is. It is
and I would love to read an approach by somebody who is of the mind to approach it.
Yeah, like, well, I guess this is like I don't know, like it comes to the point of saying like, you know, maybe. You know, maybe it is an approachable question in one respect, but I guess it's like, I think in the approach that you would find, like, I would be honest, I think that you'll find that empirically, that question, like an idea, obviously, like I would say that obviously, like, I'm an idealist, right? So I don't think that like obviously like ideas are going to conform to the material world, but vice versa. So maybe like obviously like it would, but at least in doing that, at least you could try and go like, all right, well, like how, like what is an idea? How would it work? Like if by approaching, like one of the things, like, you know, like Berkeley, by approaching empiricism from this point, he ended up becoming an idealist. And maybe it's like, if people, even if they did try and approach it from the point of like, how could we understand what an idea is? And if it just got them to ask that question, that would be so much, you know. But it's all presumed, and it's these presuppositions, right? That kill us. It's just killing us, man.
Uh,
Oh, I should have attacked with that first.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to replay it in my head. What's the presupposition?
In general, like there's like we'll have various presuppositions about what an idea is, or what an object is, like a specific ontology, or how we gain knowledge, or any of these things that are just never challenged. And if we even got them to ask questions like, by going like, all right, here's this specific empirical question that really is going to force a metaphysical introspection, I think that would do a lot. Like it would actually have a lot, like if you go, how much is an idea weigh? And then they've got to go, well, wait, before I can weigh it, I've got to know what it is. And if we could just get them to ask the question, what is an idea? We might get like leaps and bounds of like, but I do worry that a lot of the time you do this, and what you get is an idea is just essentially, oh God, one second, I just,
electrical synapses in the brain.
Yeah, electrical.
But it's more than that, clearly.
Well, I do agree.
Because there's electrical synapses in my brain that's making me breathe when I don't realize it. This is very different than having a thought.
Yeah, but like they'll still say, like, even if like they'll just take a dogmatic materialist interpretation of that. But that's the thing.
Which is why I want this.
I know. No, I'm with you. Like, at least give them, at least make them, at least like if they did it, like at least then you could like, I don't know. There's a lot of neuroscience, man, that makes me want to cry. So, like I don't know, like they just sort of assume a lot. Like
without any, there's nothing to back it. Yeah. I had this conversation about black holes with a viewer of mine, and he got really, really mad at me. He said, well, like, I don't really, like, there's clearly something there. We can tell by things interacting around it, but I'm not, I think it's a little bit cocky, the kinds of claims that we make about black holes, because we don't even know what it is. We're just saying, like, I can't see this here, but we can see things happening in and around this area. And so, like, I agree that something's happening there, but we make a lot of claims that we just sort of take for granted about it, which is ridiculous. It feels very unscientific to me.
Oh, there's loads of stuff. Even like I think like there's actually loads of stuff like in relation to like the reasons why lots of theories become popular, like with string theory, with dark matter, with like loads.
I hate dark matter with a passion.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, man. I promise you, it's real. Like, don't worry. Like,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It exists because it must, or you're wrong about something else, period. Like this is a completely valid, like otherwise all of my math is wrong about this other thing that I also can't prove, so it must be correct, and I hate that.
Yeah, it's not, no, yeah, I get you, I'm with you, like, but yeah.
Like in what other arena would this be an acceptable evidence for a conclusion? Never in any.
I mean, like, I think there's like, obviously there's like, that's the thing, like, it's obviously trying to give an account for gravity, right, and like the operations of gravity, and I get it, like the sort of macroscopic universe, which I can understand, right, like, and I can sympathize, but like if it can be but like we are presuming that it can't be accounted for in another way. Like
it just requires an admittance of some degree of like ignorance. That's it, and that's the thing that's pretty hard to get. Like one of the mods people to do.
You should stop talking about this because dark matter is observed. Like dark matter is like the whole point of dark matter is that it's never directly observed. Like we'll only observe its effects. That's the idea, and the whole point is to give an explanation of like the macroscopic universe, to explain like large cosmological structures, and like the way that they're working is to basically there seems to not be enough matter in the universe. And so that we're using it as essentially as a like we can't see enough matter, so there must be this other matter that we're not seeing. Whereas like there are other explanations that are actually legitimate that might be that essentially
they're saying because the mass of the universe doesn't equal what we think it ought to, dark matter must be responsible for this missing mass.
Yeah.
And I know the LHC purports to have observed it.
Yeah, like sorry, I was just making the move on Hearthstone, so my brain just sort of, because like the thing was going down, and so I just had to quickly just swap over. I can't do two things at once.
No worries. But I'm not wholly convinced by that either. I'll have to review it a bit more, but I have a hard time not thinking that there's motivated reasoning and saying, hey, we detected it, but we don't really have a definition for what it is anyways.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I agree. Look, I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, I'm willing to defer to physicists, like, in the sense, like, I will find out. Like, they'll tell me. And I get that. But I do think that at least, like, even hearing, like, it's like, are you challenging the presuppositions here? You know, and that's what I'm really care about. Like, are they, like, from a philosophical standpoint of just good practice, like philosophy of science, like, are you thinking about how you're thinking? Right, you know, such that, like, yes, this might be like this, but why are we assuming this in the first place? Is like a really, I'm gonna come into VC and yell about this. Absolutely, man. No doubt. You're welcome. But yeah, like it's yeah. I don't know, man. It's just like, it does seem that there's a lot in it. If we just had a little bit of overlap in between the fields is what my main goal is about this, right? Like just a little bit. Like, come on, I'll read some science, you read some philosophy, and everyone will be happy, right?
Yeah, I agree. And I guess here's kind of one of the things I've written down is sort of a bridge of those two things. One of the I had a long conversation in Wix Discord just with random people about my ideas about God and the universe and all that. And one of the things that I brought up that people seem to really struggle with, and unfortunately, the person who sided with me was President Sunday. I do not like him. I think he's a fucking hack, and I think he I don't have a lot of positive thoughts about him. But he agreed with me and sort of argued alongside me about this. That the problem with understanding, the problem with supposing a creator, the strongest one for me is that we assume the universe, that it's in its default state, and that it continues to be in this state. Whereas I suggested this idea that the universe could very well operate very much like the world of a video game. Like, I'm playing a game right now, and everything that I can do has to follow all the rules of the game, but there could be a patch that happens, and that the patch happens, everything is retroactively fit to the new rules. So, like, my video game character that I'm playing with, they would never know if something was fundamentally changed about the rules and laws that govern this world after a patch. It would just have always been this way forever.
Yeah.
So the universe could have existed or could be changing all the time, like the laws of physics and all that, but we would never be able to detect it because it's just the nature of how that would work. I mean, could just change our understanding of it as well.
I mean, I agree with like a retro causation in general, like as a Christian.
Yeah.
Like, so like
I guess you have to for God at some point.
Yeah, like, well, that's the thing. I say that I think that God, essentially, God's relationship with reality is such that it's already completed and eternally manifest and sustained by his act of creation. So it's like a single moment for God. Like, all of reality would be a single moment in timelessness for God. So, like, and that's what it means to be eternal, not like an everlasting, like, you know, goes on for infinity. That implies like temporal limitation. God brings time into being. It's but anyway, so like, you know, yeah, I do agree with that obviously is possible, or even I would say even necessary, but the specific conditions from which allow us to understand like laws of objects, ontology in general, isn't derived from the nomological laws from which we perceive, right? Like, or rather like a specific set of like mechanical laws from which we perceive. And we have to say that there is something true in all universes, like modally speaking, such that I can say that it doesn't matter if it was this universe or another universe, this would necessarily be true. And I would say that would be something like the principle of sufficient reason, which underpins science, such that we would be able to even mark a distinction between universes.
Yeah, I would say that if this sort of model exists, then we just wouldn't be able to.
But I think we can. I think we do necessarily. I think we do, and I think we actually presume that this truth is possible at the point of physical analysis. Like, physical analysis is just to say that we can gain. Like, we assume logic and a knowledge of, like, what I would say a logos at the point of any form of epistemological analysis, such that we can even understand the concept of change implies that that something could stay the same, which implies an existence which is already knowable, right?
So are you saying that it would be impossible for the universe to exist in a state where
No, the universe could change. God could do whatever the fuck he wants, right? Like, that's absolutely the case, right? Like, God, like, that's like, he could choose to have never made this universe, right? And I think that bends people's minds, because they're like, what? Like, it's like, well, he did. No, he didn't. No, right? That's not how it works for God, right? Like, it's not temporal. So there is this sort of retro causation. Like, you could patch it, you could modify it, you could change it, whatever, right? It's now, yeah, that's absolutely fine. But regardless of whatever happens in the universe or whatever changes, there is a certain ontological conditions that are true metaphysically. So metaphysical conditions that are true of all universes, or logical conditions that are true of all universes, that confine and define ontology, such that any specific world would have a specific set of conditions. Any possible world would have a certain set of conditions which are true in all possible worlds, such that that is what it means to be possible, like, in terms of possible. When you think of, like, modal logic and, like, the laws of modal logic, they are true in all possible worlds, such that it is that something like possibility, actuality, necessity, these things are true in themselves. And I think one of those, when you get to that point, you can argue from something like the principle of sufficient reason to gain ontological truths, and to even explain what truth is, right? So or even have a notion of truth, because otherwise, like, you'd end up in a form of, like, epistemic anti-realism, and everything's just going to form a flux, and you're going to fall into kind of a Heraclean consideration of the particulars, but you aren't going to have that logos, that sort of structure, that pervading structure which explains change. And then it just begs the question, well, what is change? Or rather, you would be begging the question in saying something has changed. Because it's like, well, how can you say something has changed if it doesn't have a logical relation to itself and something else, right? Like, and this is the whole point of things like identity and difference. Identity and difference have to exist in all possible worlds, right?
So I guess we can make claims like that about the current state, and, like, with everything it being the way that we understand it right now. But it very much could be the case that the universe could have existed, previously or in the future exist in a state where cause and effect doesn't work, for instance.
It depends on what you mean by that.
Like, it could mean that the way that time operates is so outside of our understanding, because the laws of physics, just simply as we know them, don't apply in a different universal state, that it would be unintelligible or alien to us with the state that the universe exists in now, the way that we perceive things.
I'm not saying that there couldn't be a different conception of time, such that there would be, like, time in what we see as cause and effect, which are just logical interrelations, would function differently. That's not. I wouldn't go so far as to say that's not possible. I wouldn't suppose to know whether it is possible or not. I'd have to give it more thought. But regardless, the identities and the difference, the fundamental tenets of logic would always be governing any ontology which happens, and that's where we would derive the notion of God from the principle of sufficient reason, such that you could derive it from any possible world. So it doesn't matter. Time could work totally differently, because the principle of sufficient reason, unlike other cosmological arguments, doesn't rely on a and this is why I use it, actually, is just specifically to say it doesn't rely on something like linear causation, right? It relies upon essentially rational or self-identification, or rather self-unity. So, like,
I'm sorry. I think so. I'm not saying that this idea disproves the idea of God, but rather it provides a sufficient alternative to creation than a creator, God.
How does it provide anything different to a, like? I don't think it changes.
It doesn't
anything.
disprove it. It's just an alternative suggestion as to how we are in the state that we're currently in.
I don't think it proves anything. I think all it proves is that, like,
well, I didn't say it proves. It's just an alternate explanation.
No,
I'm not providing proof or suggesting proof.
I'm not sure what it explains. That's what I'm asking. Like, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't.
Are you familiar with somebody posed this idea? I can't think of the guy's name at the moment, but he suggested that it could be the case that the universe came into creation in 1949. Or I might have the year wrong, but that everything before that was just simply like a baked-in memory, a universal memory of a past that never happened the way that we would consider something happening. But like, poof, everything started happening 1949, and since then we've been moving along, and all the books and all the history and everything are just sort of like
fiction,
patched in. They're not really fiction, they're true, they're a fact of the universe, but they just simply didn't exist prior to 1949.
Yeah, but they're a fact of a universe that didn't exist. They're a fiction. They're a fictional. It's a fact that it's a fiction, right? Like, they're a fictional. Like, in the same way that the works of Shakespeare are works of fictions, but if I was to say I own Macbeth, that is it is a fact that I own Macbeth, right?
Sure, that probably works that way.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's the thing. I don't think it would matter. I still think that you would still be able to affirm the principle of sufficient reason. That's the thing. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, like, the universe could have started 5 minutes ago. It doesn't. Like a linear causation could evolve into something else. We could understand causation in a radically different way, and I think that the principle of sufficient reason is still going to work. Because it's essentially arguing from the point of logic itself, which is a prerequisite for all of these structures, right?
Sure. And I'm saying that I was using that example to sort of paint this idea that something that isn't like a conscious entity could arrive at like the universe that we understand. It's just an alternative explanation, not one that I put a lot of stock in, mind you. But it is an alternative that does not require, because like the Big Bang Theory isn't really a creation explanation at all.
Yeah, but
it's an event explanation. That's it.
I agree. No, I agree. I agree that, like, but in which case, like, you're gonna have to have this pervading principle of sufficient reason, and I think that implies a teleological relation. I think there's a teleological relationship with nature that is implicit in all ontology. So I think that, and just from logic, I think you can come to these truths. Like, I'm very big on the science of logic, and like that metaphysics necessarily works in a logical way. That all metaphysics works like this. It has to work like this. So it's kind of like, I see this as providing like different ways in which the universe, as an event, or rather as a static block of creation, is expressed. So like different universal expressions of a universe, like different contingent objects with different powers interrelating to each other, such that we can even talk about different sort of mechanical laws in the universe and structures of relation. But one thing that hasn't changed is logic. And the basic metaphysical truths which govern all of creation. And I think that from that point, it doesn't matter what universe you're in, how it began in terms of the event, but rather you'll always come to the conclusion that there's a God there. And that's where that's how I would argue against it anyway.
I'd have to think about that. I'll probably have to play this back a couple of times of your reasoning there, and I'll have to get back with you on that then. But it's
No,
It's
all right.
interesting.
Like,
I feel like there's like a part of me that's like there's something that I disagree with there, but I really have to think about it before I propose that disagreement.
That's absolutely fine. That is absolutely fine. I mean, to be fair, like there's a lot. Like these are things that you have to contemplate your whole life, really. If I'm being honest, like you know, so it's not like, oh yeah, I figured it out, guys. Don't worry, solved it. You know, like oh yeah, absolutely done it. Finished philosophy.
By the way, I don't know if I'm like taking up too much of your time here. I had two other things written down I wanted to ask you about.
That's absolutely fine. Do you mind if I just quickly pop to the bathroom? I'll just be 2 minutes. Is that cool?
Yeah,
right.
Go for it.
Cheers, man. Right. Be right back, everyone.
Oh, yeah, chat. Oh, yeah, it's Pale World.
Okay. Hello. Hello everyone from chat, and I'm back. I'm just one second, I'll actually unmute myself. I just realized. Hello,
Come on.
hello man.
Hello. Ooh.
I'm just gonna quickly tell me chat something. One second. It's just a second. I don't know if you want it on your stream or not, but basically someone said like
Go for it.
about ask yourself. I think someone said ask yourself reacted to me saying something on stream and that I don't believe in evolution. I do believe in evolution, so I don't know where he got that idea from. I think that he's and what I said about ask yourself on stream last time was genuinely just me saying that I think he's a deplorable human being.
I was trying to think of his name
Isaac.
like yesterday.
Oh really?
Just ask yourself, as an example of bad vegans.
Oh, he's the worst. He's like actually the worst. Like I don't know. I like. Oh god, he's unbearable as a person. He's just like. It's not even about being vegan. It's just who he is. It's just.
But he was the example. You just cured my brain cancer, dude. I've been thinking about it since it was yesterday, or the day before.
Yeah, I don't know why he has to be like this, man. I don't know why. Like, it's actually embarrassing when it comes to like the vegan community, like that he's a representative of the vegan community because he is such a hostile, narcissistic, horrible human being. And I don't know if he's improved. Maybe he's improved, and I'm just throwing him under the bus, and maybe he's grown as a person. But like, I haven't seen any evidence of that. But maybe he has. Maybe maybe he's like from when we last interacted. But like, the guy's like, he's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know how to describe it. Like, other than like, seek help. Like, like it's how he actually talks to people. It's like, do you know he actually talked to an Emirates professor? So him and like Dr. Avi, like they called out like an Emirates professor in philosophy and said, join the Discord if you want to talk with the big boys. It's like, are you fucking serious? It's like, this guy's like an award-winning professor and you're the big boys. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, what? Like, that's like Dunning-Kruger, man. It's like, come on, like, you have to have something wrong with you to like even think that. Like, where's the humility? Like, what's actually went wrong? Like, like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just unbearable. Like, vegan gains, at least I don't agree with most of what he says in terms of like he's sort of the foundations of ethics and stuff like that. But at least he's like, and I think like vegan gains can be a dickhead at times, right? Like like
he's got a whole other slew of
that's
problematic things.
Yeah, but like vegan gains, I can respect, right? Like he can be a dickhead at times, but I believe he has conviction, and stuff like that. And even Avi, like I think Avi's not a bad guy. It's really just ask yourself as like that sort of like locus point of just fucking crazy. And it's just like, oh man, like, and it's just like, come on, man, like, could we not like, the thing is that like Earthland Ed really is like the best of what I think he is really the best of what he's the best vegan advocate. I think we'll have some other good ones like Joey's all right when he's not talking to Tristan bloody Tate. That was a terrible one, but otherwise Joey's pretty great. Gary Rofsky I miss. And
I actually wrote him a letter. He lives not far from me.
Oh really?
Like I could go to the city he lives in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes to like 20 minutes depending on traffic. Yeah.
Oh really? That's
I'm
cool.
hoping I want to have an in-person interview with him because like
that's class.
He's the biggest badass of all like known famous vegans. Like there's not a lot of vegans where you'd be like, he can and he absolutely would kick my ass. Like he'd have no problems doing it. He's definitely more on the radical side, but like I like it. I don't know what to say. I like it though. The way that he is. Oh
no, I think he's cool. I mean, I think the guy's got like his own issues in terms of his misanthropy. Like he can have like quite a misanthropic view of humanity, but
sure, he certainly does seem to have that.
He's probably black-pilled. He's probably black-pilled when it comes to certain stuff. But the guy lives by what he says, man. Like without a doubt. Like, and he's actually
so
a
legend.
Smart. Yeah, he's actually so smart and quick-witted as well. Like he's actually like the way he conducts interviews better than like he's like the gold standard of being like, I'm gonna fuck this person up in an interview. Like it's just like so good. He had a big impact on me when I was going vegan. Like I'd say he's one of the people that really impacted me.
I found him just after, but I was just like, man, if I ever had my back against the wall, he would be the person I would want to be able to tag in.
I know.
Just like, all right, help me out here, man.
you go for the eyes, man. Like,
any low blow somebody can like throw at a vegan, like it just doesn't apply. It just doesn't apply to him.
Yeah.
You can't say he's not healthy. He's built like a fucking truck, man.
I know. He actually just shows what all up, right? Like it's actually painful. Like he really does.
That's a good way to put it.
The thing is that he's really great. I think vegan gays is solid. Like I think there's like empty cages on Twitter. There's like lifting vegan logic. There's loads of good vegan activists. It's the influence that Ask Yourself has in the sense like he's sort of like apparently he's like a really big vegan server. And like it's just like I know a lot of people have that first like I was kicked out of that a long time ago. But like like because you can't disagree with the guy. Like if you disagree with him, he fucking kicks you. Like he's such a freak. Like he had like a part on his server that was called like perspective philosophy and shadow starshine deprogramming or some shit, where basically he'd like drag people and bully them into agreeing that my video about name the trait was wrong.
Oh, I was waiting to insert that. I think that right or wrong isn't really my concern. I think that it is the worst persuasive argument you could possibly make to somebody who isn't interested in being vegan. If you wanted to convince somebody, name the trait is going to move them further away from considering it. It's so dehumanizing. It's so grandstandy that I just think that it's never going to reach somebody who's not already like heavily leaning towards veganism. It's just it's a very, very bad, it's like it's like an inhumane argument. It doesn't reach people in the way that you have to reach somebody to make that kind of a change.
I think so too, but I think it's even as well, like, I think it's a bad argument. Like, I just think it's like, it's just a consistency test. And then because the way they implement it, like, there's one thing to have essentially a consistency test, right? I'm not opposed to consistency tests. I will run a consistency test. That's what I mean. Shit, it's just like, but that's like a basis for like the Socratic method or like how to start a conversation, right? That's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the way they implement it. It's like, no, you must accept you're in contradiction. No, and it's like, look, like even if like talk to them, ask them what they believe, because a lot of them they're like they'll say something that's not non-contradictory anyway, and then they'll just try and drive it home, make the guy feel like an idiot. And like one of the things I showed in my video is that they'll reach like they had this dialogue tree, which was just absolutely insane, right? Where like it would be like they've either reached absurdity, right, or they're in contradiction, right? And I'm like, wait, what? Like they've reached absurdity or they're in contradiction. So the way they talk about absurdity is like, I think you're insane, right? Not like absurdity, like philosophically speaking, which is like reductio ad absurdum, which is like it's empirically or logically impossible or highly unlikely anyway. You know? It's not like, it's just like, you're crazy, right? And like the crazy like conclusions, like they'll set it up like they'll literally have conversations with people that involved like fucking wizards or like detached human minds where like it's like a floating human mind. Can we Holocaust this and stuff? And it's just like, man, I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about now. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm talking about animals being killed like in real life and how that's bad, not like some hypothetical human cow hybrid on like that has the intelligence of a cow but the body of a human or something like that in like the most weird way ever, where it's like it has literally the mind of you, like it's just madness. This like and stuff where it's like metaphysically impossible, and that's one of the reasons I like brought it up, is to say that, you know, it can't be, it either is that thing or not that thing, because it's like they used to say that it would become that the all of the traits are equalized, such that they were, and it's like, well, no, if all of the traits are equalized, there was only ever one object, right? That's the identity of indiscernibles, right? That's like, so like the law of identity, if it's or the identity of indiscernibles is essentially to say that if it if it is exactly the same in all discernible ways, it is the same thing.
Then that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So there was loads of problems with it, and then you try and bring these up, and like the way that he just started reinterpreting the argument to fit his way of arguing. And I said, well, like, okay, if we have like a weak interpretation and a strong interpretation, that's fine. You're taking the weak interpretation, in which case it's just a consistency test and no one's actually wrong. If they say, yes, I'll kill a cow, but not a human, and what matters humanity, but not cows, like, then you can't really do anything. Like, that's... Cause
that's what Destiny did to him.
Well, that's the thing. That's what...
I just care about people.
Well, that's what the thing is that they make it out like that being inconsistent, and shit like this. And it's like, in reality, like, you're moral anti-realists, right? And let's be frank, they mightn't even be able to describe what they actually care about, right? But it doesn't fucking matter because you're a moral anti-realist, right? It doesn't fucking exist. All they're describing is a psychological disposition. So if that's the case, they're telling you right now, they don't give a fuck. And you're a moral anti-realist, all you can really say is like, oh, I guess you don't really give a fuck. And they're like, yeah, I guess I don't give a fuck. But you've got to convince them that actually, no, secretly, deep down, you give a fuck. No, they don't. That's they might not. They might, or they might not, right? Like, it's just stupid. It's just dumb. It's just the worst way of approaching veganism. In fact, it is just absolute, like, and it's an absolute atrocity that this is how most people are introduced to veganism. Because if you spend 5 minutes thinking about this, you'd be like, these guys are dogmatic dickheads, and I don't want to spend any more time talking to vegans. And then it's just like, no, come back. I promise we're not like this. And it's the worst. It's just like... Yeah,
I usually try to, I use dogs as a really good example for the fact that people do care. That's usually like, or that animals have feelings. Because if you have a dog, you can't say that your dog doesn't get scared, doesn't feel love, doesn't have pain. People have a very intimate, close relationship with dogs, and it's very easy to see their emotions like on their face, in their behavior. And this is usually how I try to get a conversation going. If somebody approaches me, I only have vegan conversations with people that want to have them, because otherwise I'm just going to do more harm than good. I firmly believe that. But I
think you've got to have people approach you from like an activist standpoint. And you can't force the conversation. But I think ultimately it's the conversation's meta-ethical, right? It's like, what is valuable? What do we mean when we say something's good, when something's right and wrong, and why? Like, who and what are valuable? Like, that's what we need to talk about. What is the sort of foundation of moral value? And the thing is, they just want to walk, like, sort of gloss over that, and so it becomes this fucking mess of just trying to convince someone that, like, you care about this. Let's see how consistent you are. But it's like even if they're wrong and they don't care about that, like, you've already accepted it's not real, man. It's just a psychological description. So they psychologically describe themselves wrong. Boo fucking who? You know what I mean? Like that. Like, and it's just like, where do you go from this conversation? You're like, ha, you've lost. It's just like, oh my god, man. Like this.
If you're a vegan and you care about winning. If you're an ethical vegan and you care about winning an argument, then I would say that you are, by my definition, a bad person. You have a cause that you care a lot about, and you're using that cause instead of actually trying to make the world a better place through that cause. You're trying to use it to fulfill your own ego. This makes you a very bad person to me.
Yeah, you mean like, as in, like, rather than them, let's say, like, trying to win the argument for the benefit of the animals, humans, the environment. They're trying to essentially gain like an ego boost over someone else rather than trying to convince them that what they're actually doing is wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
The first time I ever on stream, there's a guy, Smith, who he talked to some vegans and all they were doing was just like making fun of him and like trying to dunk on him. But he was just like really just he was like not engaging as much as he possibly could. I was like, Smith, I normally wouldn't do this, but like, I really want to talk to you about veganism. I just want you to understand this is not everything you heard from them is bad, and they're bad people. It was painful to watch. It was frankly some bullshit. So I had to reach out just to kind of set that up to just say like, hey, this isn't normal, this isn't right. I don't condone this ever. And I'm sorry that it happened to you. And just try to be a better representative.
I mean, I completely agree. Someone just in chat said, but any given set of axioms, you can show truths that are not provable by those axioms. I'm assuming you're saying that, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're trying to say that like you can essentially just assume axioms. I'd say that's just bad philosophy. You can't just presume that which gets you to the conclusion you like. Axioms are, like in the ancient Greek sense of the word, were meant to be self-evident truths. This isn't mathematics. This isn't just some sort of abstract theory of quantity in terms of like, if numbers worked like this, then this is how it would work. This is more about this is logic, and this is the point of pure self-relation, something which necessarily has to be the case in order for something to be. It's not. This is at the point of metaphysics and ontology where it meets logic. This isn't some sort of like mathematical hypothesis. Like, yeah, you can hypothesize about like worlds which, if up was down and left was right and so on. Like, that's a nice little thought experiment. You have a good time, but that doesn't tell you anything. And I think the only reason that we're there in even mathematics is to go around this route is because of a incompleteness theorem. And I don't even think that the incompleteness theorem is like legitimate. I don't think that it's the better approach. I think I'm even on the quantitative realism side of things, but I think that it's very much in relation to quantity. Quantity and quality are very much interrelated, and how we understand them have real logical implications. These are forms of judgment, and these forms of judgment are governed by certain epistemological laws, or rather logical laws, that allows us to engage in these sort of epistemological structures. So I just don't think this is like a good way of approaching life in general. It's like if I walk outside and I assume causation doesn't work, I'm still gonna get hit by a bus and die. And that's the truth of it. So yeah.
Yeah. It can only change how you think of things. It's not going to change the things.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing. This is what they do with everything. They're like, I remember my first conversation with Ashley, just him screaming at me that good could be anything you want it to be. And it's just like, oh, fuck, if you believe that, then why are we even having a conversation? Like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, well, I'm glad that good means, like, if good can be anything I want it to be, then good means that I'm right. That's just like, it's good that I'm right. Thank you very much and see you later. It's like, fuck off. It's like, what a stupid like position to like take. This is where like Rem, I don't know if you saw his conversation with like Rem the bath boy. I should take him apart for that as well.
I haven't. I don't like Ask Yourself, so I don't really watch his stuff because he makes me mad.
I don't watch him. Like, it's been years. It was just years ago when like it was about like against things like oh no. So Rem argued against, there was one way he wrecked Vorsh. It was like moral anti-realism, not moral anti-realism, epistemic anti-realism, and that's the one I'm confusing with it. Where you affirm, it's like, actually, if you go to the point, like the nth degree of moral anti-realism, you'll hit a point of epistemic anti-realism, and if you affirm that, then you've basically lost truth. And yeah, I mean, that's the way I don't think it's honestly, I think that it's the same sort of camp. It's like, unfortunately, Destiny even falls into this sometimes. I don't know if you see Destiny argue like this, like, but when he starts talking to them, and it's just like, so Destiny, when he's talking to normal people, does not argue like that. Destiny, when he's talking to them, argues like that, and it's actually bad because it's like Destiny becoming a bit dumber. And it's not because of the vegan side of things. Like, I think veganism is necessarily true. And like, there's times when I think, Vegan Gains has caught Destiny out, like in a contradiction and stuff like that. But it's just the moral side of things, like the ethical side of things. It's just so bad, man.
I think that, I think that Destiny just simply doesn't believe in any, he thinks that morals are just preferences. That's it.
I think that Destiny's actually just a secret egoist. Like I've talked to him before, and I'm like,
I don't think it's a secret.
No, because he's like, you'll say that he's a moral anti-realist, but he's actually an egoist. Like I think he thinks there is an actual good and bad in relation to him, not just what he thinks is good and bad. I think that he assumes that he has direct relation to that, but I think that he thinks there is a real good and bad, and that he can be wrong against it. Because I've spoken to him before, and he sort of accepts that, and that wouldn't make sense if he's a moral anti-realist. Like it's sort of like well, at least in the same sense that if he was like a purely like non-cognitivist, where he's just expressing his current emotional states or something like that, rather than, let's say, a psychological truth about himself, because then you hit like a kind of psychological egoism, which is an objective stance, but it's not. It's an, it's a particular. It's like an egoist stance.
I don't know. It's tough to say. Does he think that there's? Well, I guess from everything that he's said, at least there's that side. I guess I don't know like the truth of the matter, but from the arguments that I've heard him make, he seems pretty consistent on not believing that. But he's just like hardcore social contract. That's basically it.
Yeah, but I think he's getting.
If there's anything good, I would say that it's the good is the adherence to the social contract. That's it. That's the only thing that's good.
Yes.
Unless it's what's good for me.
No, but that's the thing. It's what's good for him, and what's good for him.
Yeah.
And it's where that like comes from. So in my conversation with him, he ends up affirming egoism and saying that there is a good for him external from his opinions of what's good for him, or his like attitudes or dispositions of what's good for him, and there is like an actual good for him. And in which case he's not in the same camp as someone like Ask Yourself or like Vegan Gains or anything, who's like non-cognitive, or like rather they're actually cognitivists, but they're moral anti-realists of the sort of cognitivist line. Oh god, I do fucking hate that that meta-ethics. It's just such trash. Oh god, I hate to even think about it. It's like it's just like 20th century philosophy. It's like early 20th century philosophy, and like British 20th century philosophy, and it's just really bad.
Well, I think it's bound to happen, right? It's the kind of philosophy that happens when a lot of things that were unanswerable are now answered. It's just sort of where people are going to naturally arrive, because it's going to be the simplest and most convenient, most like personally favorable explanations. Yeah.
I think that I don't know. I don't even know if it was that as much as that. I think a lot of it, like if I'm honest, I think a lot of it had to do with like dooming over the fall of the British Empire and like the First World War. Like just like I think that had like a big impact on British analytic philosophy. That, and it's obviously a historical tradition that's been developing for a while. Like it was like Protestant nominalism that led sort of this direction. Where like it's like you get this sort of like, and like people like John Locke, for example, in terms of conceptualism, you get this atomistic corpuscular model, which is like a representation of a reality which is separate, where truth is gained from, and it's sort of built up alongside. But there is no relationship between those sort of like real universals, like real like logic. The same in like Hobbes is like a nominalist, and he's very much in the same, where it's like only particulars exist. And so like the British tradition sort of had developed along those lines for a long time, and like a long chain of like nominalists and conceptualists. And you get like people who accept Kant in analytic philosophy now more than you did then. But at the time, it was very much like someone like Bertrand Russell, for example. It's very, and then you had like logical positivism and the logical positivists and stuff. It was just empiricism ruled the day, and I think part and parcel of that, like the rejection of like a consideration of an understanding of goodness, I think did tie into the political events that were unfolding. I think partly it's a logical historical conclusion, and the other side of it is essentially in relation to like the dawn of the 20th century and the First World War.
I guess I don't know very much about like the history of philosophy and how that would shape like the conclusions that people come to in what's popular. I guess I think I never really consider it in that way at all, ever. That's a pretty interesting way to think about it.
I think you've got to take it in both ways, where you've got to be able to say like, okay, like what is this in itself, rather than being like, you know, discounting it. You obviously, but then like in the same way. So, for example, Immanuel Kant, it was like the son of a Neo-Lutheran parents, and Neo-Lutherans teach to never lie. Like they're like lying is always wrong. And then what do we see in the philosophy of Immanuel Kant? A philosophy which defends the thesis that lying is always wrong. And that's not to say that we should discount Immanuel Kant, because I think he's one of the greatest philosophers ever. And it's not like he's reasoning from a biased perspective. I don't think he is. But I think he's coming to those conclusions because he's reasoning from the same position as Neo-Lutherans reason from. And he's reaching Neo-Lutheran conclusions. Because there's certain presumptions that are, or presuppositions that are implicit within his work, right? And it's realizing like how, like, not just these events, but like sort of historical movements and eras are logically structured such that they can be interpreted in relation to a development of ideas. And that's the Hegelian coming out in us.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that I don't know how people could get stuck on the it's always wrong to lie. I say it's always wrong to lie unless the person has an authority over you, in which if you were not unable to lie to them, even if you just were simply not able to, you wouldn't be able to exercise real autonomy. So like you can lie to your parents and your boss.
Those are the only times you can do it.
Well, for me, yeah, it's somebody who holds sufficient authority over me to where if I didn't at least understand to have the option of lying to them, that I wouldn't be able to actually live my life. I would be living however they wanted me to, because they have sufficient means of like if he's my boss, he can make me starve to death if I am unable to lie. You know.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, I do think
there's just too much
like
power,
freedom from coercion. But I think that in general, what you're showing is that it's just in general, it's about recognition. It's like, are you being true to the game? And the game is essentially built upon on a mutual recognition between participants. It's like, kind of like in poker, right? Like, are you lying when you bluff? It's like, well, yeah, in one respect, but not in another, because you're being true to the game. And I think it's the same thing if you are. So if a Nazi knocks at your door, and you disagree heavily with Nazism, you reject that as essentially a legitimate like authority, then you're playing your part when you lie to their face and you say Anne Frank is not in your attic.
Yeah, because it follows the rules of the game I'm playing, which is if you have sufficient authority over me to where I can't actually have any autonomy, but Nazi knocks on my door, my autonomy is fucking gone, dude.
Exactly.
The only way I can claim it is to lie.
Yeah, exactly. No, I completely agree there. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. But otherwise, I think that lying unrestricted dilutes
truth.
Literally your identity.
Yeah, I would agree. I like that. I definitely like that.
I was 17. I wrote like a whole thesis about basically that, because our identity is made up of how we view ourselves in contrast with how other people view us. And when you lie, you're creating a version of yourself where there is a difference between who you are and the version that you've created in the other person. And now your identity is made up of this contrast between who you know yourself to be and who this other person thinks that you are that is not accurate. Which means that you have diluted yourself.
Yeah, no, man.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's based, man. That's nice. That sounds like Hegel or Lacan. Yeah, that's very nice. I like it.
I appreciate it a lot. Nice. I was like a summer of hardcore nerding out, pacing around in front of my aunt's house, like mentally writing down this stuff. But I still think it's true. That's why lying freaks me out. If somebody close to me lies, I have an extremely abnormally strong reaction to it. Because to me, if somebody close to me lies to me, that's like an integral part of my world, I have like reality is being rewritten in front of my eyes now, and like all the things that are contingent upon the things that I thought were true are no longer true, and it's very hard for me to grasp this like radical change in my understanding of like the world, essentially my world.
Yeah.
So it's very, very hard for me to deal with.
Undermining a spirit of trust, you might say. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, that's why, like, in general, like when we talk about revelation and stuff like that, I think that it has to be intersubjective, right? Like, and I think epistemology in general has to be intersubjective.
Yeah, it has to be.
Well,
like I guess
I'm glad we agree.
Just on the basis that if you can't
self-recognition,
I guess I feel like there's
like what you think you are, or you think the world is, and how you think you are, like who you think you are and who you are, such that it is authentic.
Yeah, I think that if there's not another if there's no other subject, I don't even know how you recognize yourself as a self. You're just sort of being then, right?
I agree. Where's the essence, man? Like the essence of your existence, like that's it. And the unity of being in essence is truth, not just being. And I think that's the difference between, see, like the Protestant nominalists, you see, that I mentioned before, they reject the existence of real essences, such that there is no real universal or essence in reality. And so it's just a nominal essence, something that is used to essentially gain pragmatic value or is instrumental within us achieving our particular desires. Whereas I think that falls apart because you wouldn't even know what your desire is, what it is that you want to achieve, or anything along those lines, unless you actually affirm something really does exist and actually take it as a reality. And so like, and like,
well, what's the difference between a human and a dog who sees itself in the mirror without somebody else to recognize you?
Well,
first,
that's the thing. Like, well, this is like, I agree, right? But like, this is going to cause like a massive problem in philosophy. Like, this is what causes like a massive problem in like it caused a massive problem in like their philosophy, which is why they had to go. So this is why like you get like this. Funnily enough, this is why you get people like Destiny arguing the way he does, because he's arguing from a traditional egoist conception of the self, which he's inherited from the Anglo-American tradition. So it's like, you've interpreted the self through the way in which we engage. Like the omni-liberals are liberal. Holy shit. You know, like he interprets himself as a what are they called? Like as a monad, as a unit, as separable from other individuals, and as such, he interprets himself directly. He is he's aware of a particularity, but not like a universality. There's no sort of united human essence, if you will. That like, that's why when he's debating someone like Trent Horn, like Trent will say like, is it humanity? And then he'll be like, it's not humanity. And then he'd be like, well, is it like, is it these specific conditions? And he'd be like, it's not those specific conditions. And he's saying like, it basically seems like you want to have your cake and eat it too. And it's because the way in which he wants to approach it is from a psychological egoism. And so it's actually only really ever about him getting his own way.
Yeah, it is.
And then it's just like, you could just say that. They're saying like, is it about animals? No. Is it about humans? No. It's about me.
Yeah. Well, I've heard him explain it as such, though.
Oh yeah, but not against Trent Horn.
Oh, I see.
Oh, is it Trent? It is Trent, isn't it? Is it Trent?
You can't ask me. I'm the worst person in the world with names. It's so bad.
I am terrible with names. I actually am.
Oh.
Did you have anything else that you wanted to ask, by the way?
Yeah. I have two things written down. One of them was the easier one for you, I'm sure, is the I don't understand. I think if I was a Christian, I would be compelled to not be vegan. So I think that you've said before that like Christianity isn't just like compatible with veganism, but like I think
implies it. Yeah, I'd say that.
Yeah. I don't understand that at all.
I would say I'd argue from our stewardship. So like Christians understand ourselves. So I think in a metaphysical sense, I think our humanity is only understood in relation to animality, and a recognition of animality and animal flourishing is essential, such that we actually affirm that it is valuable in the first place. In order to assume what is good or bad for humans, we have to understand what is good and bad, simpliciter, and that includes animals. At a metaphysical standpoint, scripturally, I think that when we look towards how this plays out in the exposition of Christian narrative, man is given stewardship over the animals. We are there to essentially guide animals and protect animals, be their guardians, not their persecutors. In scripture as well, like when we're given the authority to consume animals, Noah's only given the authority to consume animals because there's no other alternative. Otherwise you'd die. If you look at the Catholic Catechism, the way the Catholic Catechism works is to say that we should avoid unnecessary suffering to animals, and we should follow the example of like Saint Francis, and I think I can't remember who it was. It's Saint Philip. I'll have to double check.
Would people just argue it's the eating is a necessity? So like, because that's what people say anyways.
If you say that it is a necessity, then like that's the thing. Veganism is a stance against necessity, where you say like, no, it's not necessary. If it was necessary, vegans would say we shouldn't do it. Like, so like you wouldn't be able to argue for veganism at all, because we say it's possible or practicable, right? So if it's possible or practicable to avoid animal suffering, which is basically what the animal suffering and exploitation, then perpetuating animal suffering and exploitation seems to go against the Catholic Catechism as well, because it says to avoid unnecessary suffering towards animals. So I think it's absolute. I don't think it's just compatible with Catholicism. I think it's implied from our ethic. I think it goes against Christian virtues of love and recognition. I would go so far as to say that our desires and who we are and what we are is only really intelligible once we realize that our animality forms that the recognition of our animality and the goods, our specific animal goods, forms a core component of how we structure ourselves, our own desires, how we structure ourselves in terms of our species and our species essence, such that human goods and human flourishing is only possible once we move through animal flourishing. And it's a recognition of essentially practical reason, of the fact that I would even go so far as to say if we didn't already recognize this, then we wouldn't have been able to structure and develop a language, since what we're recognizing as behaviors towards common ends between members of the species. And the only reason we're able to say that we're moving towards common ends in the first place is to recognize behavioral qualities of positive and negative, because that's where we get the conceptions of things like species. So it's like, don't put the cart before the horse. The foundations of judgment epistemologically are ethical recognition towards some sort of end goal or flourishing, and we can see that in animals as well, those same behaviors.
So just to be clear, are you saying this is compatible with Catholicism or Christianity, or you're compelled to by Catholicism standards or Christianity as a whole?
Catholicism. Just I couldn't speak for all of Christianity in the sense that, like, obviously, I think Christianity, like, when you look at, like, so there's some forms of Christianity that are just absolutely, well, what we call quote unquote Christianity that I wouldn't want to say was Christian, but like is absolutely wild, and like, people try and justify persecution and slavery and all the horrible things. And
I would when I say Christianity as a whole, I mean like the core uniting tenets.
Well, yes. But it's whether, like, I would say so. But as a Catholic, I'm going to say that those certain tenets, like, for example, I think love. And I think in terms of metaphysical necessity in general and how we can understand love, I think that would imply veganism. So, yeah, I would say Christianity as a whole. Like, if love is the guiding principle of our lives, and we have to understand how to identify our neighbor, and we also have to love God, and loving God essentially gives us the capacity to love others. we love the universality, that we love the good, then we have to recognize the good in animals and respect the good in animals, and that is to bring around our ourselves as stewards and protectors of animals. So, like, to recognize all the good in nature, and that's why, in Genesis, when God made all of nature, it is good, because all of what is God makes is good, and so we need to respect that goodness, and perpetuate it to the highest degree, and that's what it means to be a steward. So yeah, I guess like if we say like core tenets of Christianity, I would say so.
I guess the thing that would naturally arise for me is that because most people aren't going to interpret the Bible the same way that I do. So I imagine that the main argument against this is just that the Bible specifies which animals you can't eat, which implies that there are animals that you can eat and probably should.
I mean, like, remember that, like, interpretation of the law, like, obviously we're not Jews, so it's not like direct laws, like, it's not about the laws, it's the spirit of the law.
Same God, right? Like,
So
if saying if you're not supposed to eat pigs for this reason, it seems like, and I'm not even trying to like give you a hard time, I'm just trying to genuinely understand how this gets separated. I promise I'm not
no, don't worry about it. Like, I'm not
I'm trying to be polite because it's this is your religion. I usually don't like to get personal when I
mate,
am like even like debatey-ish with people.
You're not doing anything wrong, believe me.
So I guess to me it just seems like there's an implication that if there's a warning against eating some animals, would you not interpret this as a suggestion that some are meant for consumption?
I think there's two things to say. I think, like, even when Jews read the Bible, or like the Torah, like the Old Testament, they understand it, and like, it's not just the Old Testament, but like, I guess it depends. Like, there's the Talmud in that as well. But anyway, when they read the Old Testament, they interpret the laws as being applicable to as being like certain commands as being applicable or not applicable to certain times, right? So they do have sort of universal laws of what can and can't be eaten, right? That's where you get kosher. But they have also interpretations of whether it's appropriate or inappropriate, whether this was a specific commandment for this time or not, and that's hermeneutics. So even in the sort of very literal interpretations typically posited by many Jewish sects, although not all Jewish sects, you could even argue from that sense that it was appropriate then but not now. And that would still hold. And especially since, Christianity has done away with animal sacrifice. Christianity moves us towards the spirit of the law, and Christ himself said to not follow the letter of the law, like essentially, or rather to not, he come to fulfill the law, but also that to help us understand the law, and like essentially understand the foundations of the law. And you can see this in people like St. Paul, where it's not about just following the law, it's about understanding the law and perpetuating the spirit of the law. And we are given one law above all, and that is love God with all of our heart, mind, and soul. And similarly, love our neighbor as well as ourselves, right? And
sure,
that is where I'm arguing from. And that's like a very core tenet of Christianity, such that in general, one, I think a literal interpretation of scripture is not very good. Like it often leads to contradictions and contraries within how you could even structure yourself, right? So you don't like read it as like God is telling me to do this now and I must do this for like. That's why like you'll find like Protestants that are really hung up on like calling priests father. They'll be like that's blasphemy, because it says there is no one, like, there's no one but your Father in heaven, right? Like do not call anyone father but your Father. You have one Father in heaven. And it's a very literal interpretation of the meaning of that passage. And so they take it as like literally like do not do this, rather than like what is this trying to express? What is the meaning behind this?
Essentially just to understand that God's God and there aren't any others, to come before him. Yeah. It's just a reiteration of that point, I think,
Yeah. And like excuse me. And so when it comes to like biblical interpretation, I think there's I think there's right and wrong ways to interpret scripture. I think that it would be wrong to interpret scripture as contravening metaethical necessity or metaphysical necessity of how love would function. And if love is the fundamental tenet that is, or the fundamental command, as we could say, that really unites Christianity, that we are called to love God, and to love God is to love all being, it is to love itself, then and that similarly implies a love for ourselves and our neighbor. I would say that it also implies a stewardship to animals, which is expressed in Genesis, which when we unite the piece in terms of interpretation, we can see we have obligations towards nature and not, and we shouldn't look at it towards like, what has God told us to do? But God has also give you essentially free reason. I need to take a drink of water, sorry.
No problem.
God has given us free reason. Not just to understand what has been said, but the meaning of what has been said and why, and understand the underlying reasons. And I think a lot of the time you'll find God doesn't command us to eat and consume animals. He's only on certain circumstances said that we can, under certain conditions, if even in a literal interpretation and in certain ways. But a truer expression of the Christian ethic is to be compassionate and loving towards our fellow creatures.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, have you ever tried to use this argument against like another Catholic to see how they?
I used it against an Orthodox. I already know another Catholic who's vegan, but but I've used it against someone who's Orthodox, and that was on the Crucible. And it actually went all right, really. Like, yeah,
I was just curious if they hand waved the whole thing off or what.
Disagreed, but didn't hand wave. Like, but yeah,
interesting. I find having a disagreement with somebody who's like deeply religious is pretty difficult to it's pretty difficult to move really religious people in my experience, because they have their understanding of God as the reasoning for everything, and their understanding of God it is basically to that where if they were to like disagree with me, they would have to like disagree with their understanding of like what God wants or like where their place in God's plan is or something like that.
I think that's a specific
it's very hard.
There's a specific kind of religious person that's like that, but
well, maybe there's a reason why I end up arguing with those people.
That's likely, I think, because they're infuriating, typically.
Yeah.
But yeah, like 100%. Like I completely like I can understand that in a lot of that, because I think it comes to a point of just like they're the ones that have the spiciest behaviors and conclusions, and so like they're the ones you're going to argue with the most, but they're also the ones that are the hardest to convince out of any position. And it's just it is weird, man. It is actually like the people that need to change are probably the people that won't. Like, because like if like in many ways, like, it is that kind of approach to funnily enough, you see this in psychoanalytics with approaches to like psychotic people or like psychotically structured people in for Lacan. Like they're people that reject the moral order or like essentially moral symbolism, the name of the father. And that leads them to push off. And that's not to say they're all bad people or anything, but it's to say that the way they relate to other people is not really to internalize a moral structure in the same sense. And that causes them problems in life. At least it likely will. It's more likely that they'll have problems in life, right? And
yeah,
one of the biggest problems is treating people who end up developing psychological problems when they're structured like that, because you can't convince them they're wrong, because the way they look at you is essentially as like an outside oppressive force that they're going to reject. So like you can't actually convince them they're wrong. And and it's just it's like a real problem. Like, and when you see like people getting treated for like, there's a reason why they give medication for things like schizophrenia and pre-schizophrenia and any form of like pre-psychosis. Not pre-schizophrenia, but pre-psychosis. It's to essentially bring down the sort of drives, right? It's like kind of like numb them a bit, and it's just because like it's tied to that libido, right? It's tied to that drives, to that desires. So like if you bring that down, it makes it easier to talk to them. But like the more they want, the harder it is to get through to them that they're wrong. So like the more invested they are in it, like I mean, it's kind of like, you know, the more invested they are in it, like the more likely they're to not listen. So you give them medication like an antipsychotic, and in many ways you bring down their emotional state, and now you're more like easier to, now it's going to be easier to talk to them. And that's why it's like a combination of therapy and like drugs and stuff seems to, at least from what I've seen, seems to work the best.
Yeah, it stops the progression, because usually these kinds of things start off as a certain issue and then you can spiral out. But you can, if you can prevent that spiraling through reason, sometimes you gotta have some meds to help that process along a bit.
Yeah. But when it comes to like the other structures, it's like not so difficult. Like, so if you tell a neurotic, like neurotics can like, you can induce guilt in a neurotic like really easily. Like that's kind of the whole point of the neurosis. So like if they've got like a contradictory moral stance, you can kind of reason them to show that they're doing something wrong, and it will force them by their own standard basically to accept a moral law externally. So like because they're already kind of externalizing the moral law, like neurotics are a lot easier to treat because they'll listen to therapists. Like they'll go to a therapist because the neurosis isn't working. They'll be like, look, like it's not working anymore, help me. Where like a psychotic, it's normally like you know, this person did something completely insane and they got themselves killed or something. And now we're taking them to the doctor. You know, like like
it's usually that I'm not the problem, everybody else is the problem.
Yeah. And perverts are a little bit of mix between them. And I think it's really interesting, like, because perverted structured people, like, I was even reading like psychoanalytic studies on, like, so they were like perverts who were, because not all perverts are criminals or anything like that, but these are specifically like pervert criminals, right? And the way
how exactly are you defining a pervert, by the way? Is it just somebody with any kind of paraphilia?
Oh, no. So specifically the way that it's defined in Lacan is by like essentially like a relationship to the moral order. So where, so they'll essentially disavow the moral order. So they'll self-associate with the moral law. So what they want is right in terms of their desire. Like they desire what's right, and what is right is their desire. Whereas the psychotic will essentially relate to the moral law as essentially a foreclosure or rejection, and the neurotic, it's a like they'll repress their desire, so they'll accept and repress. They relate to the moral order in a way that's sort of mediated between the two, in the sense that it's not an internalization of the moral law in the same way as an outside force, but an internalization as a self-association with the moral law, right? And then
I see.
And so like these are people who like usually will not understand the consequences of their actions as being necessarily wrong. They'll convince themselves that they weren't hurting anyone, and that because they'll essentially see like what they want is good, because they will think that what they want is the pleasure of both parties or the good of both parties, but the way they've interpreted the good of both parties is coming from their specific stance. So like they'll have basically thought like what I'm doing isn't harming anyone, or what I'm doing is like, you know, maybe they're enjoying it and stuff like that. So when you get like criminals,
or I know like, better,
or like, well, less I know, well, like I know better, but like not to the same stance as like someone who's it depends, but like it
it's depends. Like I know what they actually want.
Yeah. Often like and like, you know, you end up like they end up essentially like they can sort of twist themselves round, but you can show them and like like they're capable of love, right? And they're capable of like emotional connection, and they're capable of they're not capable of just like they're capable of self-association with others in a way that like, through the symbolic order. So you can't actually show them that wrong. So like these are the kind of people where they'll be like, oh my god, what have I done? You know, and I
Sure.
think they're very interesting because they often like they can you know, it's sort of this self-realization where like they've sort of they've not entirely detached from reality, but they've sort of associated, like they've like if anything they're horrified that of what they've become or what they've done, rather than essentially detaching and pretending that they haven't done that, or that they because some people will just be like, I didn't do that, and they'll believe it, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
or they'll
Because
be like,
they couldn't imagine themselves doing it.
exactly, or they'll think that it wasn't wrong at all. They'll be like, no, it's not wrong, right? Like totally like rejection of the moral order. These people will often be like, no, it is wrong. I shouldn't have done that. What the fuck? Like, who am I? And it's this, and this is why, like, I think in like Freud just thought that all perverts were mentally ill. Like he just thought that they were all essentially crazy, because he just thought that it was a sign of a split ego. How do you trade this?
For tradable cards, I think you have to drag them to the deck.
Yeah, I just did that. I just worked it out. Thanks.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, so I think it's really interesting. Like this, but I was reading one that was like basically like it was like a pedophile. So like, it was like a pedophile guy, and he was like beaten by his father and stuff, and like there was that one was like he basically realized that like he was kind of coping with his, like it was like a lot of psychological cope. That was like really interesting. Then there was like another guy who was and I think it was like really interesting, which was like it was oh god, actually I'm gonna get absolutely slammed. Oh wait, no, if I'm gonna win, I might win just because I don't think he can actually kill us. Like if it he had to kill his own, he had to kill himself. Okay, wait a minute, I don't know if I'm gonna win still. But okay, I'm very close to either winning or losing, and I'm not sure. I think it's win. Hopefully, it's a win. Okay, but like if he draws a bomb, anyway, so sorry, I'm just getting distracted by the game. But yeah, like it's but like there was this guy, and he's like, so for instance, he's flashing people, right? And
oh sure,
and he very much like managed to convince them that what he was doing was wrong, and he accepted help, and he actually went to help himself. But like at first he was very much adamantly against it, right? Like he's right, like, and he's got this sort of arrogance about him and stuff, as it's sort of described. And then he realizes like it's wrong. And like I was just listening to like the researcher talk about like the actual structure of the patients and stuff. It's like really interesting stuff. Like it's just like there's some really cool stuff in like psychoanalytics. There's some things that go over my head still because I'm not like as well read on it as like I'd need to be. But yeah, man.
Yeah, I like psychology was one of my favorite classes in college. I get that. Also, when you said I'd never heard anybody that I've ever streamed with say pervert in any way that wasn't a remark on somebody's like sexual characteristics. So sorry, that threw me off.
Oh no, that's like, I mean, I think that's sort of intentional, where it's like perversion. It's like, it's deviation. It's like a specific kind of like deviation that like Lacan sort of like, where like perverts are more likely to be perverts, like in the colloquial sense. So like a pervert is more likely, like a perverted structure person is more likely to be perverted in terms of their desires because of how they associate. So like think of it like this: if you self-associate with another person, like then like such that like you like what they like, in the sense that like their desire determines your desire in relation to a moral law between you two, and that's the construct of the moral law, then between that you can end up like rationalize that in like so many different forms of like self-other relation, where it may be harmful to you or harmful to them, but because you both say you enjoy it, or you think you both enjoy it, or you've interpreted that it leads to like forms of like fetishism and sort of kink that would have otherwise not been like sort of normal for like the average person. And then like, you know, like this is it's just wild. It's wild. Like it very much is to do with, I mean, Lacan and Freud, right? Like it's like, you know, Freud, it's just everything's sex, man. Everything's fucking sex. Like
it's a pretty strong drive. But yeah, you and I were supposed to, it has to be for another time, but actually supposed to have a debate about sexual fetishes, because I'm really super pro that.
Yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, like I think there's some things that are totally harmful. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you posted a meme one time that I just found like it's very hard to offend me, honestly, and I was like, this is fucking bullshit. And then I seen you post, I was like, what? Obviously for another time, but I think it's an interesting conversation. The last thing I had on here was abortion and veganism. Because you and I actually had a disagreement on Twitter, and I think because it's Twitter, I couldn't explain myself very much. I think that abortion, in any sense, is self-defense on the woman's part.
Oh, I definitely disagree with that.
It's not in the same way that we would normally talk about self-defense. I know you don't. It's not in the same way that we would normally talk about self-defense, but I think that it has to be because... So for me, I think that all of the...
How does it have to be though? Because can I just ask a quick question though? Like, look, like when we're looking at self-defense versus, so like if it's in defense, like it's in defense of not just like what I want. Like when we're talking about defense, we're talking about, let's say, like necessity, right? That like there was a necessity, a need for you to commit action X. Otherwise, you know, essentially either your flourishing would have been frustrated, or you would have been violated, or something would have went wrong, right? And like in order to give a meaning for that wrong, you're gonna have to relate it to the lived experiences of that woman, such that you say like it's obviously there's pain, suffering, stuff like that, but also like such that it's incompatible, like her flourishing is incompatible with the flourishing of another, such that it's like it's going to cause them, like it's going to frustrate their good. And like I don't think like all abortion, certainly like in certain circumstances like medical abortion, I think you could certainly argue that, but not like
and I know that you think if there was sexual assault, obviously, like nobody ever disagrees on that. That's like that would be like I think actually Andrew might I think he might have argued even in sexual assault you still do, but very few times have I heard somebody argue that.
Sexual assault, I think it depends upon the psychology of the woman in question, and there's many factors of whether it is a medical abortion or not, and it's case by case. It's not something I can go all the time like.
I actually think that if it's okay, or if it's not okay for a woman to choose to get it, then I can't imagine a good reason that would be given that wouldn't also apply if she was assaulted. So like if the reason why you can't do it is because this is like a baby and it's a life and you can't kill a life, I can't imagine the argument being that because something bad happened to you, now you get to murder. No, so I feel like that's a bad...
No, I would say like, so I think there's a difference between, I do think that there is a difference between, metaphysically, I would argue the point of ensoulment is sentience. So, like, I'm still working this out in terms of teleology. So it's like something I haven't really like sort of finalized myself.
Sure.
So I lend myself towards the point of ensoulment really being sentience, but such that the soul is actually the function of the being. It is there, but it's only made manifest. It is only the truth of the being is only manifest at the point of sentience, which is the psyche, the actual lived experiences of the being. That's what it means to be a person, such that the unity of the animal is made manifest. Before that, it's not an animal. It's a, you know, or at least maybe it is an animal. I'm not sure. Like, I'm trying to work this all out in terms of teleology. In terms of like abortion for like medical purposes, we usually say because like obviously the harm to the mother would be greater than that they would essentially be an evil.
This would be the traditional self-defense argument.
Like it'd be like it's a rule of double effect. right? It's a necessary evil in order, well, not a necessary evil, but it's not even an evil. It's an act not done for evil, but done for good in order to prevent a greater evil.
Yeah, it's the same reason why you can shoot somebody who's going to kill you.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. Everything else is sort of cast aside.
Exactly. And that's the same thing. I think if you were to say like this woman will kill herself,
if she's forced to be a mother,
if she's forced to give birth.
Yeah.
And I think that like, and that she's going to kill herself, like the psychological harm is that such that I think you could probably argue from that point that it is a medical abortion. But like obviously like I'm still working this out in terms of teleology and stuff. Like I'm still trying to work it out. Largely though, I'm very much against, like I don't believe in any abortions for convenience. I don't think that you can have any abortion for convenience. I think that's absolutely wrong.
Any abortions in what?
For convenience.
Oh, I do.
That's the thing. So that's where I think that we disagree primarily.
Yeah, so I would say that when I say it's self-defense, what I mean by this is that so for me, I think that anything that, for the same reason that I can lie to people that have have a large amount of authority over me, if you're pregnant and by having the child, it's going to restrict your autonomy in that kind of a way. I think that you just have the ability to say, no, I don't want to have my autonomy restricted in this way. Like, because you're not.
What's autonomy?
You're not able to be you then. The ability to make your own choices. I mean, if you're pregnant, you can't.
You can always make your own choices.
You have, like, even legally, you have restricted freedom if you're pregnant. You can't do certain things. Otherwise, like, you can be held legally accountable for certain actions you take while pregnant. Like, you can't drink, you can't work certain kinds of jobs.
You can't. I mean, the law always applies. So like, there's always a restriction upon you. But you wouldn't say that's necessarily a restriction of your autonomy, would you?
Well, when the thing that you're remedying is putting like new laws upon you that you can just shoot, like that you wouldn't choose. Sure.
So like, is driving a car, like that applies new laws to you when you're behind the wheel of a car, or when you become. But
at the same time, anytime you're driving a car, you can choose to stop driving it.
Okay.
If you're like, I can't stand these traffic laws, I'm getting out. I'm not driving anymore. You have that choice. You have that option. And I'm saying, like, this is what makes it okay. But if you're pregnant, I'm saying you also need to be able to have that choice as well.
Right. So you're saying that you should be able to choose between what laws are applicable and not applicable to you.
No. Just like driving a car, you can stop driving it, right?
Yeah, but like
then those laws are no longer applicable.
I agree with driving a car that like that's what you can do, because like, I mean, they are applicable, but they're not applicable to you because you've stopped performing the action. But like,
yeah.
Law in general is a universal construct that pervades all of our society, that like no matter what we do, laws are added or laws are engaged and applied upon us that restrict our autonomy. And it seems that like, why would you, like in terms of in general, like your will is restricted, or not autonomy, but like volition. And like what volition is restricted, but wouldn't normally see that goes against our freedom, right? Like I would normally say that the law frees us. And it seems like how you understand the law. But like, but on that point, I'll give you a minute to remedy it over, because I've drank so much water, I need to run back to the bathroom.
Sure.
Right, so one sec.
I probably should just not even have brought up the law. It wasn't really a big point for me, but it was just like an offhanded example. This guy. Why do they keep getting stuck down there? Go eat. Psycho. She's stuck too. What was that? Shoot. And dying in this game is a huge pain. I need to get some Pokemon that can farm my stones better. I need to get something. I wonder if the ones I found. Oh, he can. Let's go. Excellent. I'll help him out.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So what justifies the law acting upon you and limiting your will then?
So when I said law, this isn't like a huge sticking point. This was just like an offhand example. But I would say that if there's something that you can't, if you are under a condition where laws are going to apply to you and you can't change it, this is what I would say is wrong.
But you can't change it in general, right? Like, so you're under a condition, right? You're born into a state, and let's say you can't move out. In general, like the way in which you relate to the state and others, or anyone, any state, anywhere you go, there's always a law applied to you, right? And it restricts what you can and can't do, of what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, even in relation to yourself, right? You can't kill yourself, for example. And so there is like...
Well, that's a bizarre law to me, but yeah.
You see, that's the thing. I think that's where we disagree. So I think...
Well, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to say that you can't kill yourself by law because, like, who are you going to prosecute? That's what I mean by that one's silly.
Oh, right. You mean in terms of consequences? I mean, I think obviously the consequences...
Yeah, it's just bizarre.
The consequences is to say that you're violating... Like, the point is to say that you're attempting to violate a codified point of structure that would mean that you are either guilty or irrational of a wrong. Right, you're either wrong, which is like it's likely that you're irrational because you're actually doing something that's self-contradictory. So we're gonna get you medical attention rather than throw you in like a dungeon.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like,
Well, it's the attempt. It should just be the attempt that's illegal. Like suicide being illegal is wacky.
Yeah.
That's all I was commenting on.
That's
but no, I'm saying that if there's an external something external to you forces new laws upon you that other people aren't being held to, then I'd say that this is whatever happened to you is wrong and you should be able to remedy it. That's what I'm getting at. So like if the laws apply to everybody the same, which they generally do, there's no issue because this is just sort of how we get by in society, right? We all sort of just like follow the same laws and all that. But like my main issue with the pregnancy and why I consider it to be self-defense is that you have something that is when I say autonomy too, I think that all of your rights, like if I don't have the right to my own bodily autonomy, if I can't choose what I do to my body, then I would say that I just really don't have any rights at all. Everything, like my right to be an agent is dependent on my ability to have my own bodily autonomy. And if you can't defend your body against, I don't care what the reason is, then I would say that like you just don't you just don't have any right at all.
But I think
like it's all an extension of that.
I think that there's a point in which, so for example, like we would normally agree that, you know, someone trying to kill themselves, so we should stop them despite that being an act of their volition. And the reason that we would do that is to say that when we talk about the right of bodily autonomy, what we're actually considering is this as a right is the product of a natural explanation of what you are, how you exist, the moral law of what makes you valuable. And so what we're saying is when we say that you have a right to bodily autonomy, we're saying, and the right to expression your freedom, what we're saying is like, yes, you have to have free reason. Yes, you should be able to make free rational choices, but that doesn't mean free choices without limitation in relation to yourself and others and their good. So it's always limited by quote unquote the good, and the good is a universal that pervades us all. So if I commit a wrong against someone else, that the law will say, no, you're not allowed to do that, and it will correct it. And that's the idea of right and wrong in terms of law. There is rights. There are rights which necessarily need to be respected, and then there are wrongs which are to be punished. And so there is entitlements, and then there is points in which we should punish those that break those entitlements. And when we look at the entitlement of someone over their body, yes, but only to the degree in which it actually reflects, and this is the foundation of all rights, that it reflects something that is actually metaphysically grounded as good. And the point of bodily autonomy is to say that there are limits of bodily autonomy already, that we accept that certain conditions limit our bodily autonomy. If we make certain actions, that it limits our bodily autonomy. If I get in a car, for example, or if I even just like my existence in the world in relation to other people, like it limits my bodily autonomy in the sense that my free volition is always limited, and what I can do with my body or to myself is always limited in relation to what is good. I can't go and hurt myself continuously. It won't be allowed. If I say like, okay, you can eat me, you're not allowed to eat me and kill and eat me. Like, you know, like in the same.
The only reason I think that we say that it's okay to stop that person is because we have an understanding, like it may be incorrect, but we have an understanding that this is not actually what this person wants, that there is something happening that is interfering with their ability to make decisions for themselves.
I think what we would say is that even if it's what the person wants, what they want is wrong in relation to what is good for them. And I think that's the difference. So I'd say like it's not what they should want or ought want or what they truly want in terms of the foundations of their desire, and that's why we stop them. It's like when we talk about what somebody wants, like unless like, you know, if we take it at face value, like it like it's not really the foundation of it's not really the foundation of a moral principle. The moral principle is what founds the desire, and the expression of that moral principle founds the desire. So like you are driven towards something which is good, right? And trying to express that goodness is why you desire X. So it's like you desire X, your first order desire, which is like really just I want chocolate cake. Why do you want chocolate cake? And if I delve into it and I start like looking at the second order desire, it's like I want chocolate cake because it makes me feel good. And then I can form other like interrelations between that desire in relation to like contrary desires and stuff like that, such that I can go, actually my desire for chocolate cake was wrong at a certain time. Because I don't want spots, or I don't want to get fat, or, you know, or whatever, or health concerns, or whatever, right? And I can be wrong against what was good for me, and I might have thought there was a good for me, and I've desired it, but it's not actually turned out to be a good for me, and I've misunderstood myself. And like, as I've said, and I think as we agreed before, the self isn't a product of a kind of, you already know it. It's a unity between individuals, right? Such that your relationship to others structures yourself. Like you gain information from others recognizing you and you recognizing them. And I think from that point, you can say that there comes to a truth which unites us all in terms of how we ought to respect each other. Whether we are, and I don't think that matters whether you are, you know, in the womb, or whether you are essentially the mother making the choice. Like your value is determined external to your decisions that you make in your life. You are valuable, and so is the and so like in other words, your right to life, your life is derives your life and liberty are derived externally or necessarily or innately from what you are, not what you want.
Well, why is it that if well, actually I don't know where you stand on this, because so I think it's anybody is justified in like but are you familiar with Dr. Kevorkian?
Is he the guy that was helping people kill themselves? Is that?
Yeah, when they were like terminally ill patients who were like, I don't want to fucking do this anymore.
Yeah, I think there's points.
Help me out, doc.
Yeah, I think there's points in which you could say that euthanasia could be justified, but I think that's different to like. Because I think
if as long as you have that, then the real question is, why is it okay for that to be on the table? But I can't imagine that you would agree that to the other side.
So, for example, like euthanasia isn't just about like there's the point in which this is the subject.
Wait, let me ask the question before you go, because it might be a lot different. So right. I think it's okay in some circumstances for somebody to do that, but we would never say it's okay for somebody else to make that call if this person is a conscious aware. Like obviously you could pull the plug if they're like brain dead or whatever. But if I'm like no, I know the cancer's awful and I'm in tons of pain all the time, but like no, don't fucking kill me. Nobody else could then decide euthanasia was the right course for me, correct?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think that what you're indicating is like a point of whether it would be one that you have your own free reason and that needs to be respected in relation to this pervading point of recognition where I am recognizing that you are making a decision about yourself. But again, likewise, I don't think so. If like you remove the individual subjectivity from that seems to not respect that they can make decisions in relation to themselves. So that seems to violate their free reason and violate this principle of recognition. Likewise, if you remove others, so if you say like, no, I get to decide for myself when I live or die, I think that's equally as irrational. You cannot by yourself decide whether it's appropriate or inappropriate to die. That's why we say that there has to be medical professionals involved, psychiatrists, essentially people who are looking and interpreting the situation so that we can see like, is this a situation which is in which the persistence of an individual's life is causing them a greater harm to their flourishing than ending their life. And that's why we'll say that euthanasia is different, because what we're looking at is the specific circumstances, not the just the specific will of the individual, but the circumstances in general. Now, I think that implies that there has to be a unity of recognition between two people. We might even say like, look, we think this person is wrong, but I think there's an overall implication in society that if we don't respect an individual's desire to survive, that this power would be abused. Even if we did have reasons to believe that this person was wrong, that not only this power be abused, but it would create a structure in which we wouldn't be able to find the truth of the situation because we're not actually listening to the person reporting upon their experiences.
Sure. Now, I guess I want to ask a clarifying question. When you say that, like, if you're vegan, like, you would have to be against abortion at all stages of pregnancy? Like 6 weeks can't do it?
I think that it would be. I think if you're a vegan, I don't think there's a difference if you're a vegan and a Christian, right? Like, I think vegans just have to affirm that abortion past the point of sentience for non-medical reasons was wrong. So it's at the point in which you are respecting the right to life of a sentient creature.
I see.
And I think vegans should, in general, like approach teleology differently. But I'm still trying to work this all out myself. Like, so I'm not saying that, like, you know, like in terms of ensoulment and how it works and the explanation of, like, there's a part of us that thinks that in order to explain the temporality or the dynamis, as Aristotle would say, of a being, like the relationship between the first instance and the last instance is function, which is essentially the soul of the being, the form of the being's present, in order to give an indication of the nature, which explains why the zygote develops and turns into a fully grown fetus, which then grows and develops into a fully grown fetus and into a child, and then that child goes through its developmental stages and turns into an adult, ages and dies, or ages, reproduces and dies, So there is this like sort of progenesis of the species that needs to be logically interpreted. But also there's this there's the point in which, as an idealist, I think that all of this is a reflection of retrocausally of a consciousness, and that what we are in terms of a species essence is understood in terms of animality, in terms of in terms of our sentience, and so that all physicality is actually an expression of idea. And so what exists prior is the idea, which makes manifest this understanding of this continuation of the species. So like the conscious beings that have reproduced have then led to this, or even like, God at the point of creation has led to this process, which is then teleologically understood. And it's understood in reference to the moral goods that are the moral goods of of sentient creatures. So if it was to go against the good of all sentient creatures, that this being was to be born, including itself, which would necessarily have to include itself, it seems like it would be a moral wrong then. So like there's a point in which I'm trying to work out where I've got to say like, okay, I'm not sure here. I've got to do a little bit of metaphysical research, a little bit of metaethical research, and kind of iron this out in my personal philosophy before I can give an answer, because I don't
Sure.
I just don't know. I guess it's annoying that I don't know, because I want to answer it because it's a big part. But I'm gonna have to tackle this during me PhD, hopefully. But it's just that's the point in which I could not give you an answer. That's a.
What about when we're uncertain if there's sentience or not, in that like gray area where we're not quite sure about? Because I know it's like, what is it? Is it like 16 to 24 weeks is when sentience happens? Is that what they're saying?
I wouldn't even say that. I think moral hazard in general, like I think we should say that we should like in the same way that vegans don't kill, like that don't operate in such as to presume the sentience of another creature that is exhibiting the possibility of sentience. So in some respects, like we'll say like not sea urchins, like
clams,
like clams and stuff like that, where we'll say like, okay, we're not sure. This seems to be like a fringe case. A lot of the time, vegans will often go and argue for moral hazard. They'll say that the moral hazard of doing such is too great, that I can avoid doing this, and that the harm of doing it would be greater than the good outweighed. And there's a point of risk reward relationship that needs to be essentially outlined, which I think would be interesting for a paper. But I would lean towards the fact that it being such an extreme moral hazard, it would be unjustifiable if we believe it to be sentient, which is why I would say so. Like the possibility of it being sentient, so it could go as low as 11 weeks, 12 weeks.
I see.
But there's the other side, which is the moral hazard of not doing it, and I think that this is where you gain arguments for things such as from this perspective, where you could say abortion for rape and stuff like that. The moral hazard would be greater, but again, it depends upon how we understand. Like it has to be, again, like I think that ultimately, the moral hazard of a failed abortion is always a risk. And that needs to be considered. Like we you could create a person who's permanently disabled who would have otherwise not been disabled, and so you've essentially committed what is an act of grievous bodily harm upon an individual, which is essentially what happens with failed abortions. They're awful, or kill a person such that they're born and then die, which I don't think anybody really wants.
No. I'd say a person who wants to probably isn't really worthy of like considering their wants.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like an evil person. Yeah,
that's evil. Yeah.
So I think that if it's a gray area, I'd have to default towards the woman, because in one hand I have something that I'm not sure if it has a right, but like if it has sentience or not. But on one hand, I know that the woman does, so I have to default to her right to have her agency exercised.
I think it's a point of whether like it's a point.
I'm not sure if I believe in moral hazard stopping an act or not. I think it's just sort of up to the agent.
I think moral hazard is in general like probabilistic reasons all we really have. So it's just like levels of moral hazard in terms of like where we say that this is definitely going to be the outcome. What we're saying is that this is most probably going to be the outcome of this sort of action. Yeah,
like would you eat a clam because of moral, or is the reason you wouldn't eat a clam because of moral hazard?
I wouldn't eat a clam because of moral hazard. I also find that disgusting. Like I don't know how anyone eats them anyway. Like there's a way to say.
So I've considered it because like I've looked into it a lot. There's like it's like akin to jellyfish reasoning to think that they're like it almost seems like they're just like higher evolved plants. Even there's like an argument to be made there.
Yeah,
but I haven't.
Yeah,
just because I think the idea of eating like flesh and muscles kind of at this point has sort of grossed me out.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah,
I think that like if you were like, hey, you have to, somebody's like gun to your head, you have to eat an animal. Like clams are gonna be first on my list.
Oh yeah,
because like I've enjoyed them in the past, like clam chowder,
for the exact same reason that I wouldn't eat them versus a plant though. Because in the same way that like clams will be first on the list in the sense that there's that possibility that they are not sentient, right? Like whereas every other animal basically, or like most other like animals, I'm gonna basically go, yeah, they are sentient. Like and likewise with them in a plant, I just realized like Hearthstone's just crashed on us. But likewise between them and a plant, I'll go like there's no chance that the plant is sentient, or very, very low chance that a plant is going to be sentient. I think the chances of plant sentience is a bit of a joke, to be entirely honest with you. I don't know how.
And, and if they are, veganism, then I understand. Well, at least I understand that like they have like there is no other fate for them. They can't. They still can't flourish. They still can't exercise any agency in the same way an animal could. So why do I care? It's about. Well,
I mean, they could flourish. I mean, you could just not get in their way. Like, so they could have nice little tree lives and stuff like that. I guess it's more of the fact that regardless, you're going to have to eat something. And so there's considering you, like it, sort of like.
Oh yeah, I didn't even jump to there. Yeah, that's well, if you can say you have to eat something, and then if we're just equating sentience, then like the eating animals argument gets a bit stronger. But I would just say that like a plant can't exercise agency. So I'm not taking away anything. I'm not taking away agency when I'm consuming them, right?
I mean, you could. I would agree, but you could be taking away that flourishing if they were conscious. So, like,
yeah, I probably used the wrong word.
But in general, I would even say that. I would even say like that if the alternative is to what, like eat animals which eat plants, it's like the trophic levels, right? Like you're gonna end up just eating more people, like so it's like. It's you have this argument with like non-vegans all the time when they're like, well, look at how many crop deaths there are, and it's like we have that many crop deaths because we are feeding animals a lot of plants.
It's still more. Yeah. My mom thought she was clever with that when I was like, no. What are you talking about? Did you even think about that before you said it?
Yeah. It's like.
So the solution to not killing field mice is to continue to kill cows and pigs anyway. Like no matter which way you look at it, it's like a very, very silly argument.
You're killing the field mice and the cows. Like that's the it's just like but yeah, like yeah. It's is there anything else that I can answer? Or?
No, that was it. I really appreciate the amount of time you've given me here.
Oh, man, I give you all the time in the world, man. You're a sound guy.
I appreciate that. When I get afforded, I was part of your Patreon. I literally paid to talk to you and to have you. I
remember.
Reach out to me the other day to say like, hey, do you want to talk? It made me feel really, really good. You're still one of my favorite content creators. Thanks, I can't think of the exact name. Something in Hell. Your like short documentary about the.
Working in Hell.
Butcher House.
Yeah.
Working out. Yeah. I try to stress that to people who say like they care about people. Like if you care about people, stop eating animals because oh my god, it's the worst job in the entire fucking world. It's led me to research other people. People have like gone undercover and stuff. It is. I wouldn't wish that job on my worst enemy.
Neither would I, man. It's absolutely horrific. Like it is like the perpetration induced traumatic stress. Like
the pits. It's so. It's terrifying to even consider. I genuinely think that that's the best thing that you've made, strictly on like impact.
I think it is as well, but I don't think like I don't think it got as much like.
It's not popular because people don't want to hear about that shit, dude.
Yeah, that's it though. I think that's true. I think it shows like why like veganism's necessary even for humans. Like, and that's like I've always said like I think you can argue from a purely egoistic basis, not for veganism, but you can argue for a plant-based society. So like from social contract, like destiny and stuff, it's like you are breaching the social contract by demanding other people go and suffer in that hellhole for you.
Yeah, especially the poor and the stupid. I don't know how else to put it. They're the ones that have to do it, and they get like it's the people that don't have any other options.
Yeah, they're trapped. They're trapped in a system that is going to use and abuse them, risk their life, their liberty, man, like, and then destroy their mind in the process. Meanwhile, the overall broader society as well usually won't have anything to do with them because they think they're deplorable. And it's like, man, you think this person's deplorable, but you're the one demanding that they go in there. So it's just like this. It's sick. It's just it's the worst job ever. Like everyone seems to hate you and or like think that you're a freak or that you like enjoy killing and stuff. You're usually poor and unable to get out of it. The psychological damage usually leads you to alcoholism and addiction. It destroys their marriages and their relationships with people, how they engage with each other and themselves. It risks their physical health in terms of like handling incredibly sharp blades and dealing with like essentially 100-pound hundreds of animals that weigh hundreds of pounds that are kicking and trying to fight for their lives while they're holding these fucking huge blades that can cut through like flesh like butter. People have been like stabbed in the head and slit their own throats and stuff because they've been kicked by animals, and it's like mad. And then you've got the risk of infection and zoonotic diseases. Yeah. And like that's an existential threat for humanity, you know, like, and it's just like it's COVID. Wild. It's just wild. It's like you've got COVID. You got this like there's a new one on the block called like Disease X, you know, and stuff like that. And it's like even if you think that it's man-made, which you know I don't blame you, right? Like I really don't. Even if you do think that it's man-made, I should have used that first. I'm an idiot. But
wait, I thought Disease X was just a hypothetical disease.
No, there's like I think it's I thought they said that there's something that's been popped up or something. There was like an unknown disease has been popped up or found in a British person or something like that. But I might have read it wrong. But I thought it was a hypothetical as well by the World Health Organization. It was just like, if this disease pops up. But I think there was like an actual disease that they were like, we don't know anything about it. But hypothetically, running with this hypothetical, this is what would happen if it had like this and that and the other. And then
it's not known to currently exist. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's basically this thought experiment to try to get them to prep for preventing another pandemic.
Right. Okay. That makes more sense. I thought they said that I must have read something wrong. Or like
a hypothetical virus 20 times deadlier than COVID-19. Oh, that's a lot easier. If COVID was 20 times deadlier, it wouldn't have spread as much.
Yeah, I know that's the whole thing, isn't it? Like, but I mean, like to be fair, like what was it? Swine flu. It depends on when it becomes symptomatic, because obviously it spreads. If it's not symptomatic for as long, then the symptoms that'll kill you, then it can spread and kill you like quite far, and then you get things like that's why like smallpox was so deadly, and stuff like that. Where it's like incredibly virulent, but it and like the Black Death but like the thing is that like I mean 100% but in general like all of this implies that there is a risk to animal farming in general. And like I was saying, like even if it is like in a factory, like COVID in a factory or whatever, like you wouldn't have that excuse if we got rid of animal agriculture. You couldn't just pin it on the fact that like
Sure.
It started at a wet market if wet markets didn't exist.
We saw that argument for like every other like strain of flu that's been super deadly and stuff too.
And like even
quick...
things like what's weird as fuck? Even things like that they accuse us of stuff like what's it? Is it E. coli on plant foods? And it's like, man, that's the result of like using like manure. And it's like, so it's so pervasive. But yeah, like.
Atraxia, thank you for becoming a member on the YouTube. By the way, that person asked me to ask you if you would nourish yourself on how is this pronounced? Boltzmann brain?
On a what?
They thought that you would understand. So it's a hypothetical concept where it's a sentient being, but it does not have any body. It's like a ethereal being, but somehow we're able to sustain ourselves by nourishing ourselves from it, even though it has no physicality.
Right. Okay. So it's sentient without physicality, but somehow sustains us.
Yeah, I said it would still be wrong.
I mean, it would be wrong. I mean, I think it's it's incoherent, but I think it's like, all right, okay.
Because it's the principle is still the same. You're exploiting something that you don't have to exploit.
Yeah, it would be wrong. It doesn't make any sense, but it would be wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. At first I said I don't even know what you're asking me, and I just wanted to add, because you talked about pits. When we talk about pits of the slaughterhouse workers, it actually, when it gets broken down to me, the scariest part, it sounds more like DID. It's like they develop a wholly new persona to deal with what they're facing, which then causes all kinds of additional problems. Yeah, it's like we can say it's just pits, but I think that DID is something that really needs to be looked at in these people, because that's what they're describing. This radical change in personality.
That's what they said about. I mean, like, it depends on whether you think that's a symptom or a disorder. So they take that as a symptom. So they take it like a disassociative. They take it as like a psychological disassociation as a symptom of PITS.
Oh, okay. Well, shit. They should. People are more aware of DID. We should talk about it more directly, because that freaks people out.
Yeah, well, it's actually mad. Like, it is actually mad. Like, it is. It's just disgusting. It really is. Like, there is no reason. And
I was already vegan when I found out, and if I wasn't, I would have been horrified.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like,
to understand it.
I think that, like, it would have pushed me over even before I accepted, like, animals as being essentially morally considerable. It would have even pushed me over then, at least to a plant-based diet. Like, I'd be like, wow, I'm doing what? Like, like, I'm asking for what? It's like, okay, clearly this job shouldn't exist, man. It's not even like an oil rig worker where it's like, oh, we're damaging our habitat, where it's like, all right, like, it's wrong, but like, the alternative. It's like, no, there's a clear alternative. This is just wrong. It's
we're also torturing human beings.
They're just torturing. They're just torturing them.
Which is a big lose on when Ask Yourself named your trait to Destiny, said I only care about humans. I was like, why isn't he bringing up slaughterhouse workers? It's such a ace in the hole.
That's the thing. I think to be fair, I think Vegan Gains has before, and he's a bit better with that. I think he does sometimes, but I don't think he. But again, like, I think like I'll be fair, Destiny just sort of worms out of it and just says, I don't care about this, I don't care. And he just, like, the whole point is that, like, because it's moral anti-realism, he can just say whatever he wants. He's like, I care about this, I care about that, I don't care about that, I don't care about this, And it's just like, okay, because it's not real. Like, he's just describing himself. Like, why are we even taking it as to be like a form of moral generalism? It's just like the kind of Mackey's perspective of like inventing right and wrong, and he's like, "Oh, your meta-ethics aren't informed by your normative ethics aren't informed by your meta-ethics or anything." It's like, what's the word good and bad mean if it's like, if there's no meta-ethics? Like, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Like, the words become incomprehensible, become meaningless. So it's awful. Like, I hate it. I really hate it. Like, everything about it.
Yeah, I would actually try to challenge him on it if he didn't already hand wave people immediately as soon as they say veganism.
Yeah, you can't.
Because I think it's really hard to argue against. And the last time I pinned him up against something, he literally said to me, "Well, I said, convince me otherwise." He said, "I don't think I can convince you of anything." I'm like, "Dog, you convince me of more things than anybody else. You never say that to people. Are you shitting me?" So like he'll just like disengage at a certain point. If there's no good answer, he'll just stop. And honestly, that it hurt my feelings because I was like, this motherfucker's argued with everybody ever, forever, and just said, I'm not even going to try to argue with you. I was like, I've done nothing.
Oh no,
but,
I think
be
as
persuaded by you over the years.
I think that, like, I hate to say it, but I think if you're like, I think that if unless he can make it a spectacle for his audience, like if you're going to be a reasonable interlocutor and you're small and you're, you know, going to be arguing from a point in which he's not exactly comfortable with, he's going to disengage because he's got nothing to gain from that. Like, just in case, in relation to his egoism that he kind of professes, ironically.
I was called on when I came there.
Oh, really?
I was yes. And then the second time that I talked to him, he came to where I was. The first time I interviewed him about Mr. Girl. The second time it was when him and Mr. Girl had falling out. And I challenged him because overnight he decided that the story that Mr. Girl told about how consent is complicated, he said that, well, this is a very, like, most people shouldn't do this. I think that you are probably fine to do it, but it's still risky. To, he's literally a rapist overnight. And I was like, you don't believe that. You're just pissed. Like, but and you're saying this, and this is like, you shouldn't say that about people who it's obviously not true about. And like, you didn't change your mind overnight. You're lying. And he couldn't give me any justification for that. And then the second time was about his subreddit. I was talking about it, so he came to me. But yeah, when I backed him against the wall on that, he just said, I can't change your mind, which is staggering. That's not I've never heard Destiny say that to somebody as like a starter for an argument.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's a non-starter. That's the thing, isn't it? That's the
yeah.
Like it is a lot of bullshit there. Like, it's like, right, okay, well, you're just fucking us off, right? Like,
yeah, like why did you have me come here? Because another big Mr. Girl fan came on right before that. They were like subscribed or whatever, so they got to come in, and then people were like, hey, you need to go. I was like, I'm not paying any money. They're like, no, it's good, just go in. So I went in and had that conversation. That's how that happened. I was pretty disappointed.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I mean, I had my last conversation with Destiny, was really disappointed as well. Where, like, I don't know if you saw it, where, like,
of course.
Yeah, that was like,
that's tailored to me content. That's you and Destiny. I watch Destiny, I watch you. That's the shit for me. Are you kidding me?
Well, I can honestly say that was a very depressing conversation. Like, for me,
it was.
Like, yeah.
Well, the concept of it is the shit for me. I was bummed out by the conversation.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would have been, like, there was points where I think it went all right, but then I think most of it was just, like, him just totally disengaging. He's like, oh, God, who let him in here? You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? All right, okay. You know?
Yeah.
And it's just like, all right, like, you're just being a dick now. Like, you know, it's just like, look.
Well, that works for his benefit. People, even my wife's favorite Destiny moments is when he's being mean to somebody.
Yeah. See, I don't really like that. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
That's
I guess I don't watch that much Destiny.
That's the tough point. I watched him pretty regularly for a really, really long time. I watch him less now, mostly just because, like, his shit's boring. He's at his most interesting when he has somebody who's constantly challenging. Like, when Vosh was there, he's interesting. Mr. Girl was around, he was really interesting. But now he's just kind of floating around, and it's
I think I think that there's, like, I think you're probably right in some respects that, like, but in the sense that, like, I think also, like, that it's not just that he's, like, sort of, like, not interesting, but that, like, he's in most interesting when he's, like, being challenged, or, like, when he's doing some ways, like, there's something challenging him. Like, I liked it when he was doing the Kyle, like, is it Kyle?
He just did a new one.
Yeah,
Kyle
like,
Rittenhouse.
Kyle Rittenhouse. That's it.
I stopped listening to the one he put out yesterday or today to come talk to you. Yeah.
Oh, really?
It's
okay.
interesting.
I feel honored, but that's the thing. Like, so when he was doing that sort of stuff, I thought that was pretty cool. But, like, and, like, you know, like, if this, or, like, when he's talking about when he's talking to vegans, or he's, you know, he's doing this sort of stuff. But when it just becomes like a, you know, you're just sort of watching Destiny, like, rail into someone. And he's calling someone a fucking retard, and it's just like, I don't care. Like, I'm not interested. Like, I don't, like, it's just him, like, dunking on someone. You know, it's kind of like, you know, like, whatever podcast and stuff. When, you know, they get the dumb bimbo girls on who are normally playing bimbos. They're not, like, actually that stupid. And, like, they get them on, and then they dunk on them, and it's just, like, a misogynistic, like, circle jerk. It's the same sort of thing. Where, like, it's like, right, like, I'm not interested in this because, like, what this is is essentially just like low-hanging fruit. There's no actual content here. There's no conversation. Like, the only things you can get from this is like misogynistic self-justification. And like, this is the Whatever podcast, not Destiny. Like or to check out the girls. So you're either interested in putting the girls down and dunking on them, but you're not actually saying anything of value. You're just making them feel bad, really, and saying that they're idiots and making them feel like idiots. Or because like a lot of the time, their positions are shit, right? Like the actual positions of the people putting the girls down.
I feel like they don't even have any. They're literally just talking shit. Also, Froggy Style, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I appreciate you. You know that you're the best. Actually, Mr. Girl is writing a thing about the Whatever podcast, and his explanation of it really helped me flesh out my own ideas. Essentially, is that they are trading. It's like a humiliate for advertising model. They come in, they get humiliated, and then to return, they get their OnlyFans advertised. And it's so coercive in that, like, how can somebody who does OnlyFans resist that massive audience
100%.
when it's not going to physically cost them? Like, it costs them no money to do it, but it's going to be at the cost of like emotional damage for sure.
Yeah, like that's soul. Like, yeah, but I mean, that's
if they
it.
look
like,
at the chat for 5 seconds, it's gonna hurt, even if they take it well.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that's exactly what it is. I think that there's nothing there of substance. It just seems to be that, and I think what's worse about it as well is that this idea of like self-humiliation for like OnlyFans is that it's almost like fetishistic in itself, where it is this what it's perpetuating is this that condemning, and it's and I say this all the fucking time. The money in OnlyFans comes from the shame. It's directly proportional to the shame, because if it was not shamed, loads of women would do it. There wouldn't be as much. There would be the market would be oversaturated. There wouldn't be as much money, and people wouldn't pay.
Yeah.
So like, the shame, and what you'll do, this is why more fetishistic content, and like the more extreme it gets, the more valuable it becomes, because it's more scarce. It's literally supply and demand. So like, you can imagine it literally as if like, okay, so like what they're doing is, it is very much just profiting from OnlyFans. Like, all they're doing is they're getting these OnlyFans girls on there because it's essentially sex, and they're engaging in what is a clothed sex act, fetishistically speaking, in which they assert and dominate over these submissive OnlyFans models for the pleasure of the audience, from which they can feel like they are dominating and sexually fulfilling themselves with relation to these women, such they gain like an ego boost, which is exactly what they would do on OnlyFans, such that they are then advertise this OnlyFans and then go and perpetuate that exact same sexual dynamic on OnlyFans. And meanwhile, there's this constant, like, this is perpetuation of this cultural rejection of these OnlyFans models as being undesirable and disgusting and blah blah blah, which one, only fuels OnlyFans, so clearly it's not about OnlyFans being wrong, and two, is really just male sort of heteronormative fetishistic power relation. So it's like, this is just OnlyFans promo. This isn't even a show. It is just OnlyFans promo, but you've turned OnlyFans promo into your commodity. And like, look, like they could, in many ways, like, imagine these girls owned the platform themselves, and they would be, it would be one thing. But there's an added disgusting relation to this, where it's like the girls receive benefit in terms of people coming over to their OnlyFans, but in relation to basically what is essentially the marketing. It's like a marketing structure that pervades and creates value for itself off these women without adding anything necessarily except to promote these women. So it's kind of like, you kind of like look at them and it's like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Like, it seems like the irony here is that we're watching this misogynistic shit show, and in reality, like, the women are doing all the work. It is like, it's just pure misogyny. It's just it is just misogyny getting off to itself. It's just There's nothing good about it. Like, honestly, I think it is less wrong in some respects to go and subscribe. Like, actually, it's 100% less wrong. You go and subscribe to someone's OnlyFans, it's likely to be less wrong than you watching the whatever podcast or Fresh and Fit.
It's
like,
definitely so.
Yeah.
By like every standard. The only thing that my biggest concern about OnlyFans is that the women that aren't. So the best example I can give is that my wife said, like, I consider it. I was like, look, if you want to do it, I fully support you on. Well, here's the only way that I support it, though, is that you're doing it because it's something you want to do, and it's not for the money. Because I know you have too much on your plate. You're not going to be able to put the time and energy into it to where you can make it into something profitable. And my concern is that you're going to view your value in dollars, and if you're not making money on it, it's going to. And that's going to harm you in ways that I don't know how to help you with that. I don't know how to remedy that. And I don't know. And I'm confident that you also don't have any way of
people get upset
that.
when they don't get enough likes on Instagram, man.
Yeah, like, that's what's scary to me is that like, the bottom 50%, it's got to destroy their self-esteem.
It's not even 50%. It's something like, it's like the vast majority of OnlyFans creators make an average
like streamers.
Of $150 a month. No, yeah, but like streamers, except like you're also going to be humiliated about the size of your penis and about the shape of your body. And like, and I mean like where it gets bad, look, like people get humiliated by streaming. People get humiliated by like Instagram.
Well, I meant in terms of who's profitable.
Oh,
the
yeah,
margins.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, it's the same model as like streaming. It is. It actually is.
Yeah.
In terms of profit, but in terms of like psychological harm, it's like social media on steroids, isn't it? Like, it's just like, oh god, like, honestly, it's like, I think you're completely right to say that because it doesn't even matter, like. How
if you want to do it because you think it's fun or like you want to do it as like an expression of your body order, cool, that's fine. As long as it's not tied to the money that you're bringing in, because that
you're risking.
You're just not going to have a real sense of like what's even happening.
You're certainly risking something that isn't worth risking for monetary reward then. Like, which is essentially your overall well-being. Because if you if you made a load of fucking money and you feel absolutely shit to the point in which you're not able to live a normal life, is the money even worth it? You know what I mean? Like, and this is like, and that's the point of going like, I mean, obviously the fact that they're not getting the money might be why they feel so shit. Like, obviously tying it to the monetary value, as you say, but like it might even just be like the way people treat them, or like and stuff like that, like. And open yourself up to criticism, like, because like let's be honest, right? Like I turn my comments off on YouTube, not in the sense like I turn my comments off, but the notifications of me comments coming in, because I noticed that I would just read the comments and I get like a mix, mostly positive, right? Vast majority of positive comments, like, oh, thank you so much for helping us learn this, blah blah blah, you know. And I'm like, oh, that's great, thank you very much. And then I get someone else that'll be like, word salad, what a fucking idiot, you know. And I'll just be like, oh man, like, you know, why the like, you know, and even if I'm like, oh, what a fucking dickhead, it's still there. Right, in the sense like, and this is the thing, it's always there. Like you can brush criticism off, but it does impact you. Like some people more, some people less, right? And
yeah. I thought it'd be way worse for me, but when I read it, like I just remember like I am the most unhinged, retarded version of myself when I'm in a live stream chat. So like I just don't hold a lot of value to it. But sometimes I think about stuff, but it doesn't. I think I'm pretty good at not letting it get to me. But yeah, if it's
same. I think
if it's on immutable things. Good God.
Yeah, but it's a skill as well, isn't it? Like letting it not get to you. Like M said, like some people aren't insecure about their bodies. Absolutely, I completely agree, and it's not going to impact everyone the same. I think he's just saying like obviously
if you're not insecure,
if it's not going to have like one of the things is that like don't do it for money or don't do it with the impression that you're gonna get that self-esteem. That if your self-esteem is tied to it, and be wary of like how it's going to psychologically affect you. And
if you're doing it for the money, you're going to see not making money as a failure, and you're going to tie that back to your physical appearance. When really, almost always, you can be a mid-looking woman and make a ton of money if you're good at marketing, if you're putting the work in. But if you're not putting the work in, you can be one of the most gorgeous, like objectively gorgeous women on earth. But if people don't know how to find you, if you're not popping up and being shown over and over again till they finally click, it doesn't matter. It really has a lot to do with the work you put in.
100%. It's like me and my girlfriend.
And so you have to do that.
Me and my girlfriend were watching this girl who's like absolutely loaded. Like so fucking loaded, and Like, I'm not going to say anything nasty about her, but like, suffice it to say, I can honestly say that she was not a good-looking person, in my opinion. Like, and she's fucking, like, more money than, like, I can count, man. Like, so it's like, there's, like, one side where it's, like, absolutely nothing to do with, like, physical appearance or anything like that. And then there's, like, one of the things that we were looking at is, like, there's women who, like, they've started off as like pin-up models and stuff like that, and like in many ways I think that's incredible, right? Like, so these people are doing like a lot of like non-nude sexual content that is like erotic but really has very little impact on their lives overall. Like, so they're like bikini models essentially, and they're making 10,000 plus a month, right? Like, they're making loads of money, right? And like essentially they're hot, they're rich, and they're having a blast, and then they'll decide to escalate their content into like sexual stuff, and then they'll come out and say like they're not comfortable with what they're doing, and they'll stop. And it's just like, man, if you had just kept it at the level in which you were comfortable, because the audience is constantly pressuring them and doing stuff like, you know, I want you to do this, do this, do this, do this, and it's like, you know, like, you know, like, it's like obviously they're like getting constantly pressured by their audience, and then when they finally give in, they do it, then they're like, why the fuck did I do that? And like they've breach their own boundaries, and what's like, it's just honestly, like, there's so much like tied to OnlyFans, like in terms of like the different outcomes it can have for people. Like, some people like, I think it does their self-confidence good. Some people it does it absolutely in, and I'd say even the majority of people it probably does absolutely fucking horrors to their self-conscious, how self-conscious they are. And like, I don't know, man, like I'm like, I can honestly say I would never judge someone for doing OnlyFans. I don't think it's right to necessarily judge. You don't know what circumstances someone's in. You don't know why they're doing it. You don't know what's going on. But I can say that, like, I think OnlyFans is better than Pornhub and stuff like that necessarily. I think that's fucking evil. Like, I think Pornhub's like fucking evil, right? Basically, like the way that it's commodified.
Most of the women on Pornhub are not their own boss.
That's the thing. That's it. That's precisely the difference,
the
right?
The vast majority, yeah.
So like there is like, I think Pornhub's fucking evil for that. Like how it's commodified sex is fucking evil. I think OnlyFans is better because at least the creator owns their own content. So even if the like, and obviously it can get leaked and stuff, which is tragic in itself, right? But that's a crime, right? So like, you know, you can't control it, and it does happen, but like, you know, it's not like built into the platform, right? Although sure, they should be doing something about it more. I certainly think OnlyFans should be able to, because like there's like, you know, like streaming sites do more to protect content than OnlyFans do from being leaked. Like, you
that's so hard to do.
No, yeah, like it is,
because nobody wants to touch anything involving sex work at all.
True, but like it's the fact that like you can do more to protect not in terms of like legally protect, but I mean in terms of protect, as in just like prevent screen capture, like built in. So like you could like streaming sites, there's a lot of them that are like screen capture device detected, like screen capture program detected, and like it'll just fucking lock you out. Like, but it won't do that for OnlyFans. Like, what the fuck? Like, why aren't they doing it? Like, they're making enough money anyway. Like, there's points on that, like, sort of where I think there's greed involved and they're not doing enough. And I don't think that we can ban sex work. I think like certainly not ban. I think ban prostitution and ban things like child sex work. Obviously, anything involving children should necessarily. I think you send those fuckers to like hard labor camps for the rest of their fucking lives. But like you know, like Vorsha's in the fucking salt mines. But like but in terms of the you know, like you know, consensual adult content, where they're the owners of their own content, I don't think you can ban that. Like, you know what I mean? And like, I don't think it would be right to ban that.
I think you should. Yeah. Same page.
So like, it comes to this point of going like, yeah, like if you want to do it, like in the sense like with your partner and stuff, like obviously, like I think I think you're wise to just say like, be wary. But I just imagine there must be so many fucking women, specifically men as well, but like women specifically that are in over their heads and stuff. I mean, I saw like, I think it was like a trans person posted on Twitter about like, I hate OnlyFans, but I earn this amount of money. Should I quit? Yeah. And it's just like, and I even commented, I was like, look, like you cannot answer that like ethical question with that limited information just because you hate it and how much money you have. I don't know what's your career prospects otherwise. What will essentially happen in your life if you do quit? Like, do you have debts? I don't know. Do you like, you know, like, is it bearable? Are you going to kill yourself? Like, you know, I don't like, you know what I mean? Like,
how much did you hate your last job?
Yeah, that's it. Like, there's so much involved in it. And it's just like, you know, and this is the thing as well. Like, and I think, like, you know, and as Christians, I think we even have to accept this, right? There is something like the pervasive, like the pervasive fucking the potential for psychological harm in the work that we do today, in terms of things like, you know, like sort of psychological alienation from the work that we do in, like, and I think the Pope, when he was talking about how Christians and Marxists have a common goal, this is it. Well, like, there's such harm in some of the work that is perpetuated today, in the way that we engage in the workplace, our lack of autonomy, creative control, our the jobs that we'll have to do, how much we're paid, the meaninglessness of the task, all of this, like, sort of adds to itself to the point in which we're psychologically destroyed by our work. And then we'll have the audacity to judge someone for essentially escaping that into what mightn't even be a good job or an enjoyable job for them. Like, this person saying, well, fuck, this job's not doing us any good, but I'm doing it for the money. And let's be frank, in a system in the United States where if you don't have money, you're kind of fucked. So, like, you've got a system which is rigged to only care about people with money. The jobs to get money are either unavailable to them or, like, essentially horrible. And the alternative is essentially to sell themselves, and then we'll judge them for selling themselves. You can't do that. No. And I think this is why you need to be like, no, like you don't judge people when you, like, walk a mile in their moccasins. You know what I mean? Like there has to be a point in which you go, like, I don't know what you're going through. I don't know why you're doing this. I don't, like, you don't just go like, oh well, like, and it's this whole thing of like this what Fresh and Fit and whatever podcast, and they just call them whores, man. Like whores, harlots, like sluts, and it's just like, for fuck's sake. Like, it's just like, you know what I hate? It's just how that actually goes against, like, the Christian ethic and that a lot of these, like, tried conservative types will say that they're defending. It's like, that's not what we do. I don't know what, like...
You can't defend your own ideology by berating somebody else's. That's not how that works, in my opinion.
Or even just like, it's like how can you be so hateful when the philosophy is about love, right? Like Jesus himself stood in front of Mary Magdalene to stop her from being stoned to death, most likely from people like you. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's the way that it's sort of going, where it's like, if there is a mob mentality in which we're going to judge people and execute like essentially like harm upon them, like, the harm has to be justified and related to a harm that they've permitted. If you're saying they're harming themselves, right, then you don't punish them, right? Like, there's no, they go punishing themselves and want to stop that. If you're saying the harm in
you're hurting yourself, so I'm going to fuck you up.
Yeah, that's the thing. And it's in the harm in society, then only so much as the people who are consuming it are also harming society, and the businesses that are perpetuating are harming society. So you'd be talking about shutting down the websites and free porn and all of this, but you never like there's like there are some Christians that say like that to do this, but usually they're not like the whatever podcast sort of like Fresh and Fit bunch who are calling for essentially, like, it's like, look, man, like, if there wouldn't be the supply if there wasn't the demand. And it's like, are you taking into account your personal responsibility? It's the same with veganism, right? This is the whole point of veganism. It's like, are you being an ethical consumer? Are you taking accountability for your actions? And it's like, if you think that it's wrong to consume porn, you better not be fucking consuming porn. Right? Like, yes. You know what I mean?
That's not how people operate. I think that there's something in people that just want to punish. We want to punish people when everyone else will applaud it.
Yeah,
you look at how we treat people that have been imprisoned, or like anybody that society decides is like, well, we want to keep you away from us. If you attack them, or like the people talk about putting like pedophiles in a wood chipper, they signal this and they perform this so strongly because they know that they can get their anger out and they can direct it at somebody, and everybody's going to say good for you.
It's the 3 minutes of hate. Yeah. Like, it's like, for example, like sad. like in terms of like pedophiles, like actually committing harm, I think it's one thing to go like they should be punished. Absolutely, I completely agree. We all agree they should be punished. I think everyone, like, yes, someone violating the rights of a child should be punished 100%. That means purchasing or downloading like child porn all the way through to the process of like producing or molesting a child, like, you know, molesting a child or producing child porn and stuff. And it's like, obviously, clearly that's wrong, and they should be punished. But like when we're talking about people who, let's say, like, and this is the thing, I've brought this up before, where you say someone that's like, this is, so like there's people who say like that pedophiles in the sense that they're attracted to children or like attracted to adolescents and that and stuff like that as well. And they'll be like, look, I'm actually received like that, and they'll try to go to therapy. And these are people who are not going to, let's say these are people who are not going, I've used this as an example against like, I mean, to be fair, like the guy that I did use it against, like he was like, he just went off the rails, and I'll say about it in a minute. But like I said, like, look, like, so like this person's like not going to commit a crime. In fact, that's why they're seeking help, because they don't want to commit crime. They actually don't hate children. They're not horrible, malicious beings. They're not prideful. They don't think that what they're doing would be right, or like they actually they're trying to correct themselves, right?
Yes.
Like that seems to me we should
be proud of them and try to help them.
That's pitiable though as well. Like it's something that we should like, in the Christian sense of saying like there's a need there that we should try to help them with, and like, you know, and that's moral. That's them being moral people, right? Like resisting temptation and doing the right thing. And like it's like he's like, no, I'll kill them. Like, you know, and it's just like, what the fuck, man? Like it's like he's like, there's no such thing as a non-offender. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like well, I don't believe that.
First of all, that's not true at all. But second of all, imagine how bad your life would be. Like, imagine, I'm assuming this person is just based on statistics that they're a heterosexual person. If you ever slept with a woman, people would say like, or if people found out that you wanted to sleep with women, they're like, hey, we're gonna kill you, you disgusting freak. Like, Jesus Christ, like, I didn't even do it, you guys.
I think that's the thing. Like, even more specifically, even let's say like they had like a rape kink or something, right? And
sure, like CNC, you know, and stuff.
Yeah, like so, like you know, that makes it like, which is really fucking. Common.
You're saying they just want to do it? Yeah.
But they never do it. Like, it's like, well, they're not rapists, man. Like it's like, don't get me wrong. Like, if they were, they shouldn't indulge in that desire, right? I think that's going to be harmful. Like, I think that it might lead them to actually commit that act, and that's dangerous. And I think it's harmful in how they're engaging with themselves and others. But like if and I mean, not like in the sense that like maybe it's the like rape play and it's just a kinky relationship with them and their partner, it's actually a simulation or something. I think there's a difference, right?
You can even like take away some of the like ambiguity here, just say like it's not that controversial to say like everybody's thought about like killing somebody at some point. We don't treat them like they're murderers.
Yeah, like you don't imprison, but yeah, like 100%. And even the fact that like if someone was to basically have that motivation, then resist temptation, would say they've actually done the moral thing. Like,
yes,
like so it's kind of like goodness. And this is Christ himself was tempted, right? That's the whole point. It's like Christ himself, 40 days and 40 nights in the desert, being tempted by Satan. He did feel temptation, but overcome it. That's what virtue is.
That was the value.
That's what virtue is. So it's kind of like no, like what, we're punishing these people for being fucking good. Like like it comes to the point. It's like, what? So it's like,
and that's why I so strongly believe that it's the whole thing is that people have this desire to be vicious, to be violent towards each other, and so when they find a person that they can do it to where everybody else is going to give them approval for it, they jump at it. And I think it's a justification.
It's the problem. It's the Colosseum, man. It's the Colosseum. It's like, oh, the slaves don't matter, you know, like.
We sweep it under the rug.
It's sadism though, and that's the thing. It's immorality in and of itself. And I said this. I said like,
yes.
And I made this argument, but anyway, the guy that I did make this argument against, like, I ended up having this huge fucking rift with, like, basically where he, because he went off the rails, like, with consuming, like, right-wing content and stuff, and, like, super right-wing, like, far-right became, like, started defending Nazis, and stuff like that, like, and it's just like, what the fuck happened to you, man? Like, I swear you weren't like this, like, you know what I mean? Where it's, like, he started, like, being, like, talking about, like, race mixing, and stuff like that, of like how it was basically like we shouldn't want that, and like we shouldn't want like basically that a Nigerian and a Scottish person couldn't produce a Nigerian or a Scottish child. There'd be something different, and they'd never be the same as the others around them. and that they couldn't be like, so if they were born in Scotland, they'd never be Scottish. And if the so like we have friends and stuff that were like born as like that had like an Iranian father and like a British mother, and he's like, it's like, well, what you're saying is that they're not British, man, and I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you, because they are. Like the one that's never been to Iran, they spent almost the entire time with their mom, and the way they think, I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't think of a more fucking British person in my life. Like you know what I mean? Like they're just British as fuck. Like I don't know, like I don't know why you're even arguing like this. And he's like, oh, there's no such thing as magic dirt that like makes someone British or anything, and it's like bloodlines and shit. And it's just like, oh, it's just like the worst.
Show me, but let me put 10 vials of blood in front of you. You point to me the British blood, okay? Show me which blood is British.
Oh no, like they're gonna like the thing is that like even like when you look at it, like when they start talking about like indigenous Englishness, English tribe and stuff, it's weird as fuck. So and like the point in which he was even getting to the point where he's like gonna deport like the Scottish, like, so he's like Scotland for the Scottish, England for the English and stuff like that. And it's just like, man, like, I think that's just fucking, that's so stupid, because we're so intermixed in the UK where like there is no like genetic difference really between the Scottish, the Irish, and the English and that now, because we've been breeding with each other for like the last 1,000 years, right? Like,
even if there was, what's the value?
Exactly, even if there was, but it's just like, it's just dogmatism though, man. It's like, it's just dogmatism. It's just like I'm not gonna lie, there's probably like, there'll be people living in Scotland and there'll be more indigenous Scottish blood in me living in England, right? Like, and I just don't like, but they may be like proper like Robert the Bruce, like Scottish. And obviously I'm English, you know, and it's like you'd
be like, I have no clue what you fucking said, dude. I'm glad you're happy.
Yeah, I'm like, English bastard, and it's like, oh no, man. But like I love the Scottish, and I think there's no reason to. I just don't see the value of this, or it's just madness. It just comes down to the point of like absolute madness. Speaking of which, actually, he was really like. Part of the radicalization process was him like watching. He started watching, like, from what I'm aware, he watched like a lot of Sargon.
Like, no.
So, but I'm hoping to debate Sargon actually, like, on liberalism, because I made a video like basically called like, I think it's like respond to Sargon on liberalism, but it's just called like, it's the type, like the thing on the thumbnail is just how far gone is Sargon, right? Because like Sargon of Akkad's like just
good title.
He's just lost his shit, right? Like he never used to be. He described himself as a liberal. No, he used to describe himself as a liberal when he first started, right? And he was like, as a classical liberal. So like, how do you go from like, now he's like saying that liberalism is necessarily wrong, and it turns out he has no idea what liberalism is. So yeah, you think it's just for the money? Like
yeah, he got what he was doing before got him pushed out of all his spaces, and now he's finding a space where he can make money and stuff. I don't think that his ideas changed nearly as much as it's probably the closest thing he has to his ideas where he can also make money. So that's probably all it is.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, and I think ultimately, I think it's like he is whatever they want him to be. Like that's the like, he is what the money wants. Like that's the truth of it, isn't it? Like, and he's always been like that, to the point in which I don't even think he was a liberal, right? Because his knowledge of liberalism is so trash. Like he made these articles, where he wrote about liberals believing in a universal Platonic nature, and it's like, I don't know what the fuck you know about liberalism, but liberalism was based upon a rejection of universal Platonic nature. Like there is no form of man. Like that is like bedrock liberalism 101, right? Like it's like you cannot understand liberalism if you're understanding it from a point of like species essence, because the whole point was like they're rejecting Aristotelianism, they're rejecting like Platonism, they're arguing from a point of like nominalism, and that's why that ethic is egoistic and requires a social contract to merge them. It's like the contract is like, it's just bringing people with particular desires together, because there is nothing else that's going to bring them together. There's no real universal. So like, it's like you have to have absolutely no knowledge of liberalism to argue for this. It's just, and then there was other stuff like where he actually contradicts himself in it. So he's saying like so he says that they mostly believed that the state of nature was a thought experiment. And then he goes on to say, but this never existed, so they're wrong. And then when I pulled him up on it, so he commented on my video and I pulled him up on it. And I said, like, look, you even said most of them thought it was a thought experiment and that it wasn't a real thing. But then you're saying anthropologically it's wrong. Well, clearly it doesn't matter what chimpanzees were doing. It doesn't affect what they were saying, right? Like, and he said, he's like, John Locke definitely believed it was the case. It's like John Locke rejected universal human nature. He rejected and he affirmed Genesis. Like, John Locke is like a literal he's a fundamentalist Christian. So he's like Adam and Eve. And in the same way, so is Thomas Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes even goes so far as to say that God ordained a Christian commonwealth. So he never thought there was like this, state of nature or state of war by nature, because God himself ordained that we live in a state. And Rousseau verbatim said, "This is a thought experiment." Like, so, like, it's just like, who believed it was real? Like, none of them thought that this was an actual time. A lot of them thought that it related to natural faculties. Like, if you remove man from nature, here's what we're left with. Or remove man from society, here's what we're left with. Or, like, if there was a revolution or times when there has been a revolution, this is what we're left with. And, like, that's all. It's never like, this is a real state of nature which we have been in before entering the social contract, because they are all Christians. And they all say that they reject this. So it's like, I don't know what, like, so that he's wrong there. He's wrong on the fact that they believe in a universal nature. And then there's times when he argues for these two things, which is absolutely incompatible, such that he gets this idea that they believed in this, that they have this universal conception of man, and also that they have this, what was it, like, they have this idea for, like, 1 second, I'll actually, I'll get it up, because I've just, it's actually just left me mind, like, as I was speaking.
Yeah.
So yeah, that so it's the universal conception of man, and then that they also think that man was tabula rasa. So that so he argues for both that they have a universal nature from a Platonic sense, and also that they are tabula rasa. And it's like, well, wait a minute. If they're tabula rasa, they're a blank slate. There is no nature. That's the argument. That is what tabula rasa means. So there is no nature. And if it's a universal, but if they're arguing for a universal nature, then there can't be tabula rasa. So you're saying, like, on one sense that the liberals are wrong because they believed in tabula rasa, and on the other sense you're saying they're wrong because they believed in a universal human nature, but those are not compatible ideas. So it's like, you don't even know what tabula rasa or the universal condition of man are, like, or a Platonic idea is. Like, so you're saying, like, they have a Platonic conception of man, and that they have a nominalist conception of man simultaneously. It's like, they're incompatible, man, like, metaphysically. You don't understand any of this. And it's just shown himself to be an absolute pseudo-intellectual. Like, it's just like, you're just such a fucking liar at this point, where you're just bullshitting your audience.
Yeah, I knew I was in a space where there was like a good handful of Sargon fans, and I would, do you know the Discord server Intellectualist? Are you familiar with that one at all?
I'm not.
It's possible they changed their name by now, but there was people that always wanted to debate race realism, and I was like, only if you want to debate it one-on-one, not in a public VC, because I'm not. I couldn't even
spectacle. Yeah,
I couldn't even do it because I know that they're gonna have other people in there that are going to. I'm not worried about me with the dog pile, but I'm worried about not being able to get my voice across, so that anybody who's popping in to hear people talking is just going to hear their dumb fuck ideas.
It's giving them the time
if I
of
literally
day.
can't talk, then they're just going to get to use me, to broadcast it. I'm like, no, it's not happening.
That's that is, if you ever engage with, like, Marxist Leninists were, like, really bad at that, and, like, there's like fascists and stuff, they just use you as a means to project their ideas above your head, man. Like, that's it's the worst. Like, it's like, it is these, like, sort of extreme like radical, like, political ideologies and stuff. It's just like, oh man, like, why do they do this? Like, it is like something that's common to almost all of them.
It's I don't like it. I don't respect it. I think it's fucked up.
I think it's even like the fact that like what you're respecting is essentially a lack of respect. Like, you know what I mean? It's like it's like you lack respect. It's like you can't respect it because it's like, well, you're lacking like essentially the prerequisite of recognition between us such that we can respect each other's reasons and arguments. It's like you're just a dick. You're just like you're just a dick. Like
that's essentially it, yeah. And the ideas that they're talking about are scary. So I can engage with it because I think that I'm what's the bar is low, clever enough to argue away from it for anybody who's listening, but you might not let me talk. Even when I talked to Big Papa Fascist or Andrew, his guys kept coming in to like arc me down when I tried talking quite a bit. And people that are on the farther ends of either side of the spectrum, I think if even now if I was going to talk to them publicly, it has to be one-on-one because I can't be silenced by them if they're going to have this discussion. I can't be an antenna for them. It freaks me out too much.
I agree. Yeah, and it's so harmful otherwise, right? Like where it's like because like these ideas, like as I say, like my friend got radicalized, and I'm saying like I'm not saying that like obviously he didn't have like a sort of part to play in his own radicalization, but like
sure, of course,
but like it's seeing someone who is like I don't think ever that way inclined necessarily just sort of lose themselves to the point in which it's like, man, like are you okay even anymore? Like such like because like a lot of it is just this playing upon anxieties where they'll perpetuate these like myths and narratives that just freak people the fuck out to the point in which they support whatever they want just as a way of like avoiding a false consequent of not supporting them, where they're like, oh, we're going to get replaced by these immigrants coming in and this is a planned coordinated attack to overpower us. And it's like, yeah, if that was happening, that would be shit, but it's not happening. That's a fucking lie. And like, you know, like there's no evidence for it, but they're playing on your fears. Now, do I want a controlled, regulated, like well thought out immigration process? Yes, but that has nothing to do with being a fascist. You don't have to be a fascist to want that. Don't be a fascist. You know what I mean? You know.
Yeah. I think a lot of it just has to do with people appealing to people talking about the things that appeal to the people, and then also being a part of that. So a lot of it is just people seeking recognition.
Oh yeah.
While other people might agree as well, but they're not interested in talking about it. But fascists are interested in talking about it a lot.
Yeah,
that's kind of the thing.
What's weird
right?
is like, and I've noticed it's this sort of baiting. I don't know if you've noticed. So like they'll start talking to someone, and then they'll say something, and they'll get them to agree, and they'll sort of butter their audience up. They typically like sort of compliment them. So they'll be like, you know, they'll be like they'll sort of it's sort of like in a way, I think of it as kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Like kind of like social conditioning, but what's the like Pavlovian, where they'll like what they'll do is they'll butter them up, they'll give them compliments, they'll suck up to them, and they'll be like, oh, but you're so smart, you're this, that, the other, and they might even put themselves down. They'll be like, oh, well, I don't understand, you know, I don't know this, I don't know that, but all I do know is this. And what they'll do is they'll butter them up, they'll put themselves down. Normally that'll get the other person to like trust them a little bit more, and then they'll like induce some sort of like angst in them, or like sort of like try and like where it's like this reward pain relationship where they're like, you're really clever, you're really great because you are this, you're part of the group, we respect you, you're this, that, the other, you know, like we're the best, we're the best, we're the best. Also absolute fear, terror, enemies at the borders. You know, like how are we ever going to cope with this? We're going to get overrun. We're all going to die. The sky is falling. You know, like, and it's like you see this on Twitter all the fucking time, where it's like everyone's like terrified all the fucking time on Twitter now as well. Like I went on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
I went on Twitter before for like 5 minutes, man, and I saw the first thing I saw was someone just get fucking murked by an American cop, where it's just like shot, like, and it turned out they were like supposed to be like trying to rape some woman or something, like, but it's just like, okay, so someone's been shot dead. That's like the first thing I seen, right? Next thing I see is some woman, like a husband's going away for the weekend, and she's like locking herself in the house, and she's showing like how she how she like protects herself when her husband goes away, and it's just like, I mean, there's like 3 locks on the doors. Like, she's got this portable lock. She's got alarms. She's closing all the blinds. She's put up portable cameras, and she's lying in bed with a fucking rape whistle. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like you know, it like that's that like okay. And then there was something else. I can't even remember what it was. It was like I think it was like rape apologetics, and it was just like, oh my god, it's like 5 minutes, man. I've been on here for 5 minutes, and I've just seen like. It's like, nah, I'm off, right? Like, and I think it's because obviously I follow like Twitch politics things, and that's normally a lot of bad like Duma posting anyway. So like, it's just like,
I see a lot of people getting shot on my Twitter.
Yeah, there's a lot of people getting shot. There's a lot of people like, there's a lot of physical violence. There's a lot of and the algorithm. The thing is that these things like they're negative, right? So they capture you, and you're like, oh my god, what's going on? And because they capture you, because it's negative, which by the way, disproportionately impacts ADHD people. Like we're essentially we're more likely to seek negative reinforcement, and so like it ends up impacting you where you'd be like disgusted, you're horrified, you don't want to see this, and then it'll feed you more of that. And it's like, no, man, like you like, even if it was like a psychological bias that I'm more likely to try and see what's going on. Of like this negative stimulus where it captures me attention for a longer period of time, and you're like watching me mouse movements and like how fast I'm scrolling and stuff, and psychologically analyzing this. I don't want you using that fucking data. That's weird. Like that's psychologically manipulative and unhealthy. You're taking that I think is definitely a breach of autonomy, and I think that we need to do something about it, man, because it's leading to people just like just terrified of their own shadows. See, Twitter's just the sky's falling, trending every day. Basically, the sky's falling.
What's it called? Have you seen The Social Dilemma? Wait, is that what it's called? Yeah.
The Social Dilemma was actually really good. Like it was, but they even.
I work in IT, and I didn't know about some. I knew about some of it, and I know some of the, like the detail, like the Facebook app for a long time was like the most impressive piece of spying equipment ever, or software ever constructed at that time. Now we have better, but it was pretty eye-opening.
Oh yeah, it's just mass surveillance, man. Normalization of mass surveillance. It's just it's insane. And like, you know, like I've been watching House of Cards with my girlfriend's granddad. Like we're watching it with my girlfriend's granddad, like the American one, and like it's bringing in this whole thing of like search engines and like, you know, used to manipulate the vote, and then they're having to like counter it by using like the NSA and stuff like that. And it's like, oh man, like
I stopped watching it when Kevin Spacey left because he was the whole show for me.
Well, that's the thing. I haven't got there yet, right? And
okay.
So I think I'm probably just before he's gonna leave, because I think I'm on the last 2 seasons. So. But like, as far like he is the show. I mean, to be fair, I hate the character. Like, actually, there's a part of us that wants him dead. But like at the same time, if he was to leave the show, it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, he's everything good about the show that makes it worth watching.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And as well, like the who's just joined, by the way? Who's that? Is that Marty?
I don't know.
Oh, hi, Marty. It's used to go on with Destiny, if you remember. Marty, philosophy chat. Yeah, sorry, I almost called you Philosophy Tube. This is what people do to me. Like,
maybe I'm really bad with names.
Well, he used to be on with Destiny all the time and stuff like that. And he used to run like a really huge Discord, like massive philosophy Discord. Like,
I still do. It's still around. It has about 20,000 people on it now.
Oh, really?
Hey, you heard him. You're not relevant anymore. He said so. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with
you. no, like obviously 20,000 people, man. That's fucking insane. That's class.
Congrats.
I think our legacy might be dying though, for real. You know, like all the major streamers that had us on, you know, their philosophy arc is ending, and there is
join the club, join the fucking club, man. Like, you know, the philosophy being an arc is like the most tragic thing in my life. But I mean, probably I'll probably I don't know if are you cool with having Marty on here? Is that like I don't know if it's affecting your stream at all or.
No, I don't care ever.
Okay, I'm just making sure because obviously it's not just my stream that's affected, and I don't want to just take liberties with your stream. But yeah, like I mean, like I can't remember what. Oh yeah, just Kevin Spacey and that. Like, didn't like the whole thing. Like, I know this is totally like this is not philosophy at all, really. But didn't he only really leave because of like the allegations and stuff, which were then like later rebuked? Like, was that right? It was like with House of Cards because he was accused of like sexual misconduct or something, and then he was proven innocent like twice, both in like Britain and America. And like that guy, like I'm not like, you know, it's just sort of tragic, isn't it? Like it's like his whole career like sort of impacted by like what seems to have been false allegations, right? Like it's like kind of like a Johnny Depp, like
Wait, who?
Kevin Spacey.
Oh yeah, was the allegations against him proven wrong?
Yeah, he was acquitted on both in both the US and the UK.
Oh shit.
And he came out and he was like, "This has severely impacted me."
Yeah, I forgot about that, but yeah, I remember that. Now that's fucked. Yeah, the thing is too that it seems like it's more damaging for somebody to be accused of something than to get fucking caught at this point. Because if you're just accused, then everybody gets to talk about it and speculate and keep the conversation going on and on and on. But if you're caught, it's kind of like people talk about it and then it's over with. But it's not going to get dragged out if it's speculation, right?
Yeah, like it is, and I think like the thing is that like some like the kind of like the people who get like caught and accused sometimes like it's kind of like it boosts some people's careers, like it ends others and it boosts others. It's weird. I don't know how any of it works, but there's something weird. Like it's like some people end up just sort of living with the allegations, becoming like massive celebrities despite them. Like I say this all the time about Vorsh. I just like I'm sure if I did 1/10 of what Vorsh has done, I would not exist as a channel. Like it, like whether it's like just the way that he talks about like the way that he's defended like child pornography or what he said about like you know like the like about morality as a whole or the Holocaust and like there's loads of stuff, man. Like
he defended child pornography. What?
Oh yeah.
He
like,
said there's nothing immoral. You can't condemn people consuming child pornography if you're wearing Nike shoes. Essentially, was his argument.
or like you own a computer. Yeah.
So he didn't just like explicitly state it.
No, I think he might have also said that there's no additional harm created.
Yeah.
In consuming it too.
And actually there's one like where it's like a Discord comment where he was talking about like Hawaii and like ancient Hawaiians being like in instances of pedophilia in ancient Hawaii, but there's no record of child abuse. And it's like, but wait, what? I'm pretty sure that is the child abuse, man. Like, there's like other ones where like,
also him hitting on minors in Destiny's Discord and getting banned from it. And remember, this is the same guy too that was so disgusted with his Mr. Girl conversation that he left abruptly and said that it was disgusting.
Oh yeah, grandstand. Like yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Like
because he got pinned up against the wall.
What's that one where he it was like when he was Irish laddie and he like fucking who was that one where he like was sexually harassing her with like about and there was like bestiality and everything in the like he's like you know talking about how like he just loves the idea of someone like pleasuring himself with a horse and stuff like that.
Yeah,
he
likes horses.
Yeah, and he keeps going on about that and then there was like, but like it was to this girl who was like basically like, stop, please. And he just harassed her and then eventually apologized for it as well. What was she called? I can't remember the name, but it's like, oh man, like it was like, but then like, I remember like Destiny went, I remember like the call with Destiny and it was, he's like, are you going to hear my side of it? Like, he's like, if this is a trial, like you need to hear my side of it. And then like Destiny replied, like, this isn't a trial. This is an execution. And I do love that, man. Like it's just like no,
it's my server. No, this isn't a democracy, buddy. This is a dictatorship.
But as well, he was apologizing for it actually happening, and it's like so he admitted it happened, and it's like you're saying this happened, and he had to apologize for it as well. So it's not like it's not like he's like, this didn't happen, I'm defending myself, like blah blah blah. This is just an accusation. This is like, no, this happened. And I probably, and like, I'm willing to say that, people make mistakes, you forgive them, that sort of stuff. Like, I'm willing to say that Christianity, that's basically, forgiveness is a big part of it. And I do hope that I would have liked to have said that he's developed as a person if he didn't still stand like such like controversial takes. Like, unless he's willing to say like, actually, no, there's clearly an added harm to, like, there's a different, like an added harm to purchasing and like funding child pornography than owning a computer, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
you're certainly not helping to perpetuate the system that profits off of it. Well, no, not at all.
But it's like, that's the thing though. We accepted that he was, but he's like, there's nothing more wrong with that than buying a computer because kids might be mining cobalt. And it's like, one, I'm against child labor. What, like I'm against, like the only people that are able to do this are really circumventing international law, like a law. And like circumventing a lot of the time, like companies don't know where they're buying from. And like, there was like ones where they've like went and investigated and they've found like this is hot, like they've reported that this has been done with machinery and stuff like that. And then they've gotten there and it's like guys in a pit and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's wrong. And I think that we should be doing more to enforce trading standards internationally. But that's only going to make me say like, yeah, trading standards need to be improved. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't use computers. It means that we shouldn't allow for child slavery. But like every time you buy child porn, there is not an instance, a way of even imagining the production of child porn that isn't essentially exploiting a child, right? Like, so it's like, no, man, you are actually paying for children to be raped. Like, there is, like, there's no like ifs, ands, and buts, right? Like, that's it, that's that, and it's like clearly this is against the law, right? Like, it's breaking the law.
This is the same guy that says that right and wrong is whatever you want it to be too. So there's that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just madness, man. It's an absolute madness.
Can I ask you a question that has no real intellectual value, but I'm dying to know?
Yeah, man.
I don't talk to a lot of people from your side of the world. But I'm sorry if this is stupid, but I gotta know, is Doctor Who like considered like a national treasure in the UK?
Oh yeah,
fucking like, should be.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, like a little. Yeah,
I'm rewatching it with my wife, and I bawled my fucking. I knew the motherfucker was gonna die, and I bawled my eyes out again. And I had to like genuinely console my wife last night. It is one of the most emotion-evoking TV shows I've seen of any genre. It's so good.
Oh yeah.
So I was just curious.
I'm not.
If there was like some sort of pride about it.
Oh no, there is. Yeah, like there is a big like thing about like it is very well respected in the UK, like in terms of like national, like as being a national icon. Yeah, it is. It's kind of like Harry Potter as well. And Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. I mean, I'm like,
Lord of the Rings, obviously.
I fucking love Lord of the Rings, man. I've said this for years. We should be building Minas Tirith in Scotland, a real full-scale Minas Tirith. I will visit the White City. Like that's like I was like this would make like a perfect investment. Like a few billion in building Minas Tirith would be a great tourist attraction. Like people will come from all over the world to see Minas Tirith. Like I think it's a good idea, and I'll defend that to the bitter end. Right? I'm not even going to even look into the economics and the possibility of actually doing it. I'm just going to say that that's what we should be doing, and anything else is wrong. Like single voter issue, man. Who's building Minas Tirith? Like I'm voting for them.
That's really good. I think I like Lord of the Rings enough, but I really, really, really like the movies. I tried reading them when I was young, but I think I was too young to read them.
Yeah, that's easy done. That's to be fair, I listen to the audiobooks all the time. I fucking love the audiobooks, man. I love the audiobooks. And if you read, like, I prefer the Rob Ingalls audiobooks than the, what's he called? Michael.
Listen to more than one reader.
Yeah, there's like two different copies, like it's like the guy that's actually from The Hobbit, man. What's he called?
He is Scottish. Right, you're part Scottish?
The accent is Geordie. But that's because so I sound, in some respects, like I can understand someone thinking that I sound Scottish, but like yes, I have Scottish like ancestors and stuff and like relatives and stuff like that.
Somebody said bro went full colonizing Scotland now. LMAO. I hope he's Scottish.
Oh, I know.
And I know you said something earlier in our conversation, so
no. I'm Northern English, so of course I claim Scotland. Like, no, I'll be doing Scotland a favor. I'll be doing Scotland an absolute favor by building ministerial. We can, if there was any way, like we could build it in Wales, I guess. Like we just need the places with mountains, man. I'm doing the English colonial thing where I'm just like, it's ours. It's no, but like Andy Serkis.
You can have it built, but you have to be dressed and addressed as Sauron the entire time and thereafter.
It's Martin Shaw reads The Hobbit, and I was talking about Andy Serkis, by the way, just to quickly clarify. I think the Rob Ingalls versions are the best. But anyway, like yeah, man, like dressed as like Sauron and that. Like I think I wouldn't be surprised if the Scottish turn us into Mordor. They'd be like, well, then you're necessarily Mordor. And I could believe the Scottish would believe that. With the way they're going about it. But like, I don't know, man. I think we could build like these kind of fun things in general. But apparently they're talking about building a Universal Studios in England. Like there's a rumor that they're going to build a Universal Studios over here.
Oh, I've never been in any of the really cool places. I've been to Cedar Point. That's it. No Disneyland, no Universal Studios, none of that for me.
Oh, I've been to Universal Studios. I went to Universal. It was actually really good.
It sounds like a lot of fun. I just grew up poor.
No, I've only went as an adult. Like I've never went like as a child. Like I went to Disneyland Paris when I was like 6, and
I'm growing old poor too.
I know how you feel, man. I need to work on it. But I think it's like the thing is that like. This is the thing. Maybe like when we're talking about the OnlyFans creators who are tying the happiness into wealth, that's us. We're just the streamer versions, man. We're just like, oh yeah, man. Like we just need to find the value in it. Otherwise,
no. I need to write a book. That's what I need to do. I need to write a book.
That's exactly the same thing that I need to do. So I know that.
That's been like the one thing in my head for like the last 10 years. Like if I really wanted to take it easy, I could write a couple of books. I know I could. I just am not.
It's almost the ADHD. It's almost as if you have ADHD. No, I know exactly.
Yeah, what you mean. Something like that, huh?
Something like that. No, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly.
What do you guys generally think about the genre of sci-fi?
I love sci-fi, man. I love sci-fi, but it depends, right? There's good and bad, right?
Yeah, it's what I was gonna say. It really does depend. There's a lot of sci-fi that is like super duper overdone and it's super boring. It's just droll. I couldn't care less about it. But when people approach certain subjects, like I think my favorite, what's it called? It's like, do you know I Have No Mouth Yet I Must Scream?
No, I'm not familiar.
Nope. I've heard of it though. I've actually heard that because I think someone told us to read it when I was talking about sci-fi books.
I think it started off like there's like a short story of it, but it's also a computer game, and it's this giant supercomputer that becomes sentient. So it's like an AI, and it has these 5 humans, and it like morphs their bodies and shit. And it basically, its whole existence is just focused on tormenting them. It never lets them die, and it's just always fucking with them and making them miserable. And it's called that because one of the characters gets no mouth, and it's like it devolved the character to the point where like a single sentence takes it like a month to be able to form. And it's just this like pure biological terror. I really like when sci-fi stretches out hard into like the like unfathomable biological horrors. That's when it really shines for me.
You're a big fan of cosmic horror. Like that's
I do like cosmic horror. Lovecraft is one of my favorites ever.
I think,
despite what we know about him now.
I don't know anything about Lovecraft.
He was a racist, like a huge racist.
Oh, really?
So here's the thing, too, because I thought about it a lot. It just became legal for interracial marriage like 10 years before he was born in his state. So like, I wonder if he's like that racist for his time, or if he was like, because somebody said like even his friends were like, whoa, like he crossed the line, but like he had a significant amount of money and stuff. He didn't use any of his like money or like himself to enact any like change for that. So like I don't know if he's that bad, but then I also read some of the stuff that he wrote, and by today's day, I don't know how it would have been taken back then, but by today's standards, like holy fucking shit, dude.
When was this? Like,
I think let me see. I don't want to misquote it. H.P. Lovecraft. He was born in 1890 and he died in 1937. It was a pretty racist United States.
He was racist in the 19th century.
Sure.
So when he's
born, well, I just think it was pretty socially acceptable at the time.
He was 18 what? 18. When was he born? 18 what?
1890.
1890. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So like, all right. So it's 20th century. So he died in like 19 when?
1937.
Right. Yeah. Like I know it's gonna sound harsh to say, but like that's really unsurprising. like that's like you know.
It is unsurprising.
It's like the thing is that reason why it's like kind of morally morally sort of questionable is because we're at that time when it's like he probably had the means of knowing better. Where like at least where did he live like specifically as well?
Rhode Island. Well, I don't know if he had the means to. I guess I just don't know how these sort of values get embedded at that time super well.
Yeah, we're giving him a free pass. Huh?
Well, no.
So like I said too, what I read, he has a poem or whatever you want to call it on the creation of racist word I can't say online, and it's really, really bad. But like, really? I don't know how that read at that time. I don't know how people would have read it at that time.
Like,
one thing I never do is I never retroactively moralize a statement. Yeah. So like, I'd have to understand it better.
It's kind of like
time.
No, it's kind of, there's a lot of things like that where it's like
I still say it's bad.
There was like a slaver who had like a statue in Britain, and like he was also like a really big philanthropist, but like.
I'm wondering how much the justification he was a subject to his time is actually morally permissible, or if that's like racism apologetics.
I don't think.
No, so here's the thing:
so.
if he was like physically enacting violence, or if he was like trying to use his money to like keep like racist laws on the books or something, like this is something that is just like outright bad. There's no product of your times, anything like that. He's really going hard into the paint. But if he just had like super strong feelings, like shit, like I guess I have to look at like his parents and grandparents. How acceptable was it for them to be? Like how far out of the United States were we from like? I think we still had like segregated drinking fountains and shit.
No. Like this is way before the civil rights movements and shit and like segregation. This is way before that. So like we're talking.
I feel like there's a lot of like general support for like those ideas.
Like there's black people are being lynched like like at this point in time. So like it is pretty fucking racist in the United States. Like a lot of the United States is like super racist. So like, and like I will say this is like. And the product of your time thing, I think that's actually a solid defense. Because I think, like, look, I think there's a point in which, there's a point in which, and I said this is why it's maybe dubious for him, because he's, like, on the cusp of, like, did he have the means of knowing better? Probably. And, like, that's where we can start judging. But, like, it's, like, the question of, what could they have known better is, like, I think when we look towards, like, ancient Christians, or, like, ancient, like, the origin.
I was thinking about that, too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely that theme in Christianity about those who do know better will be judged more harshly. Yeah, for sure.
I think the better question is, did he have the ability to unknow better at that point? Because I don't know how much, like, if during his life there was the information available, but, like, there's going to be some people that just are not going to be capable of being perceptive to it. Like, I know what I know, dude.
The guy had to have, like, a level of intellect that's above normal to write what he wrote, though. Surely.
But that doesn't mean he's going to come to the correct conclusions.
True, but...
It could just be that he gains him more confidence in his own ability to have already been right.
True, but that would mean that he's, like... I would agree if it meant that his conceptualization was, like, impeded by his culture and so on. That would be man of your time, right? But if we're talking
that's what I said. I have to know how that piece that he wrote was taken at the time. Because it's...
Or even like
if somebody put that out today, I would be like...
I mean, what about we already know 120 years into the past that there were intellectuals that basically argued that, like race intelligence is already nonsense. And if Lovecraft had an educational background, then he would have had insight into these thinkers, and then he would have been able to be swayed.
Not necessarily, man. I'm having to argue. I mean, I guess the guy's like I did say that he's kind of like far gone.
He's a horror writer. He's not a scientist. He's not a like world-renowned philosopher.
Yeah, but like look at Edgar Allan Poe, right? Like the guy was not just a poet. He actually was a philosopher as well, and he wrote about politics and Christianity and all these other types of philosophical issues. I mean, like,
sure,
how much can we like divorce someone as like Lovecraft, who probably was educated? I mean, I don't know, I'll have to check if he was educated, but probably was from that type of thinking.
It's even the fact, like, if, like, before making the remarks, knowing epistemologically to defend the remarks. I guess that's the point. Like, being educated gives you the means to know what you don't know, and that's a big part of it. So, like, knowing that he could go and do the research and knowing that's it. But, like, again, like, yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to know. Like, and I think that, like, there's loads of examples of this in history, especially in British history, where, like, there's like evidence of like colonial wrongs, and there's evidence of there's evidence of slavers, and there's evidence of various tribal instances at the birth of society. Yet we'll still say that like there are good and bad at the time, even though what they might have done is like it's in the same respect as in Homer's Odyssey, where like or Arthurian legends, like their consideration of what was noble and what was good and what was like actually admirable at that time, who was a hero figure, wildly immoral for us. Like it's like, wow.
Wait, so do we condone or do we condemn Aristotle for his ideas about slavery?
Well, Aristotle on slavery is very like actually.
He said it's good for the slaves too.
Yeah, look, that's the thing. Like Aristotle on slavery, I'm gonna give my boy Aristotle. I think he's definitely wrong on a lot. It's harder to defend him on women than it is slavery. like his position on women's way more radical than his position on slaves. He really didn't like. He probably wouldn't have been okay with the transatlantic slave trade. Like, there's a solid argument to say that he probably wouldn't have been okay with that. The way that he thought of slavery was a mutually beneficial relationship, that they were a member of the family, that you would essentially do what was good for the family, and that the slave and the master would basically be friends, but the slave is that individual who can't reason for themselves and would be better off being a slave. So it's like, he's like talking about them, he's probably, obviously, we could agree that it perpetuates a state in the same way that Rousseau would say, if there are slaves by nature, there's because there are first slaves against nature. Force made the first slaves, and bondage perpetuated their what did he say? And and their bonds perpetuate their like basically their mental state of like slavery, right? I can't remember the words he used specifically. I got so close, but
So, well, my point in that was that if we're going to say, well, we condemn this person because they clearly have the cognitive faculties to come to what we're saying today is the correct idea. And me too. I'm not saying that not me as well. This is the way that you should be thinking about people, get your things. I think Aristotle has. I think it would be crazy to say that H.P. Lovecraft would have had greater cognitive capacity for reason than Aristotle.
What I'm saying is Aristotle was actually a progressive for his time. Like, that's what I'm actually saying. So
sure, and I don't think Lovecraft was, but I just if it's just like how good is their mind, how much could, like, if we applied our standards today, could they have come to the same conclusion? It just didn't really work. It doesn't really work that way.
No, I agree, but I think that what's really being said is essentially not just like, do they have the faculties, but do they have the intellectual virtues to know that they should be doing a little bit of extra research to see whether their positions are right or wrong, or are they believing it because it's what they want to believe, right? So there's a kind of like intellectual honesty and there's an ethical honesty. Are they are they actually being decent? And again, like I'm not saying I can give a judgment yet because I don't know. There's a lot of history and stuff involved there that I would have to, like, as you say, like how did people in the time receive this? What was the position of, like, in relation to others? There's a lot going on there. And I think, you know what, this ties in really nicely is I take this very position, like, you know, when the future generations look back to non-vegans and they think when the harms that people perpetuate today, we're going to have to explain to people who are like, look, my grandmother was not a bad person, I promise you. She's
indoctrinated.
Not know, she's totally indoctrinated. She did not know better. Like, she just didn't even have the means to know better. It wasn't even there. And you've got to try and explain this. And it's the same way of, like, even like with you, you know, like I wasn't vegan. You know, like when I was.
There's a lot of examples, I think, though, when you look at it, right? Like, I don't know, not ancient, but like, you know, early American colonists or whatever, just going into America, chopping down the forests, making headway for, like, you know, lumber in their housing. They didn't look at that kind of situation and then they thought, like, well, this must be good for nature. You know, it's just like, you know what their prerogative was? It was just they didn't care about nature. And it's just like, I think it was just like a kind of a clear intent to disrespect nature and not offer it sort of the dignity that it deserves, right?
I mean, I'm
halfway with you. I'm halfway there with you.
But why? But why? Why did they have that opinion of nature in the first place?
Yes.
Well, I don't know why they had that opinion. Maybe because they had, like, a sort of mechanistic conception of nature, but that might have, I think, I don't know, I'll have to look at the dates on that. But I don't think, you know, regardless of the historical...
that was a topic at all at the time?
Like, you could... Mechanism?
Do you think that like chopping down trees being bad for nature, do you think that this was, like, a real subject that was even broached at the time?
I'm saying that even if it wasn't a subject at the time, right, we didn't have, like, forestry or, like, you know, ecological studies of some sort. I just cannot conceive of, like, American colonialist just coming in, you know, to, you know, North America and basically just saying something like, oh, well, you know, chopping down all this tree is probably, like, good for nature, right? It's just something that they probably did, right? And they just did it because they wanted to, you know, and wanted to build there. So
I agree.
And they didn't have to do it at the gratuitous manner that they did. And I think this sort of
maybe I'm
moral justification that people do things at the guise of the good is a sort of weak argument. Often we don't do things at the guise of the good. We do it, like, we just do it because we're just acting immorally and we know we're acting immorally.
I don't even think it's that. I don't think they knew they were acting immorally. That's the thing.
Yes.
I think that they don't consider it because they don't even think this is a moral issue. It's the same way, like, people don't consider about eating animals as a moral issue. Like, you can shock people in when you talk about veganism because they're like, what? Like, there's something wrong with eating animals, like. And they haven't even considered it, right? You're looking at it, right, Marty, from the perspective of a philosopher who's very critical, analyzing, and actually looking at the consequences of their actions in a time when also you have the conceptual awareness to even consider this an issue. There's probably things that we don't even consider issues at this point that even we don't.
We already know that there are other, like, you know, groups of people, like indigenous people at that time, that did have a healthy respect for, like, nature.
Yeah,
right?
But they're different culturally.
But they thought that they didn't even consider, they thought them more animal than people. They thought of them as savages that were, like, you know, they're not going to transfer these ideas. Right? Sure, but
a philosophy. They came to different conclusions just by thinking, I think, really hard. So
yeah, but that's the thing. Like, that philosophy of the time was the Protestant ethic, and the Protestant ethic at the time was very much about dominion over nature, which placed animals as subject to human power, and it was interpreted very dogmatically. And these people were raised as these, like, Calvinists and Puritans and fucking like various Protestant sects to, like, only care about humans, right? Like, that indoctrinated, man. Like, it's the indoctrination that's the point, isn't it?
If you read the thing that I'm talking about, you would see that, which I think, like I said, it's one of the most brutally racist things I've ever read. Reading it through, like, today, but I think that a lot of people at that time just thought of them as like separate, like the other. And I've read a lot of things, people saying that that's where like a lot of the existential horror, like from him, like came from, was his fear of the other, and it's reflected in the writings.
I could believe.
So
that,
I would say that it is probably a product of ignorance and fear. That's what it seems like to me.
I mean, that's
and him trying to rationalize that fear.
Yeah.
Lovecraft.
Yeah.
Same with Lovecraft. I'm saying with the Protestants specifically, I think that they're a product of that time, and they don't even and they're motivated. I mean, like, to be fair, like in many ways, like they're motivated to just survive, right, and live good lives, and they probably think they're doing the right thing by their families, and there's so much involved in this. To just like sort of condemn them like that, oh, they're just doing the wrong thing. I think that they probably thought they were doing the right thing. I think many of them who are building these cabins and just trying to look after their families and shit, I think they were probably just trying to do the right thing. And they've just not even understood the consequences of their actions. The path to hell is paved with good intentions, man. Like, they might have had the best of intentions, but being, like, moral idiots. And in many ways, the whole point of bringing up the animal ethics side is that I have to say it for myself, like, I've been a moral idiot. Like, I've perpetuated, like, some of the worst suffering that it's imaginable. Like, I've bought the pain, suffering, and enslavement of countless members of another species, and also help fund the destruction of the environment and perpetuate a system which is likely to cause millions of humans to die, and also cause incredible amounts of psychological damage and cultural problems, right? So it's like, I just did all that where I was like, man, I just thought I was buying a fucking cheeseburger. Like, you know, I didn't go like, I am fucking killing a cow and don't care. Like, it didn't even pop into my head.
Let me ask you this. I mean, do you believe in the Socratic thesis that knowledge is virtue?
It's difficult. It's difficult.
Because I don't believe in the idea that all immoral acts are just a byproduct of a lack of knowledge, right? I think like we are just capable of moral depravity, regardless of if we know like everything about it, right? I can know everything about it. I can know it's immoral, and yet I could still act in a way that comports to my own desires because I just have a disregard for whatever is going on.
I mean, I agree, but I also think that at the same time, it seems to be, and I think the point that the sort of counter is that the only reason that you could give for doing that would be false. Right, like that the proposition, like it would be a lie. It would be fraudulent to yourself. And if you knew that it was fraudulent to yourself, then you couldn't provide that reason to yourself, such to sufficiently motivate your action. So like that.
I think the question's flawed in general. Like knowledge. You can know something, but understanding it is different. Perceiving this knowledge in a way that it's going to be able to motivate you is different. And I don't think that means that you don't believe it, but it might be that it conflicts with another value. This is way too simplistic. It
might be even the separation between knowledge and wisdom. I think that the separation between knowledge and wisdom. So you've got the knowledge, but do you have the practical reason? Do you have the phronesis? And I think that's actually a solid point. Because then we can see that there's a difference there in essentially not in what we even mean by knowledge. Like, do you have even I like that. It's like the sort of ethical epistemology. Like, I like it. Like,
well, I firmly believe that the only truly good thing is the goodwill. You filthy! Thank God I'm in a call. Thank God that I'm in a call where, dude, I say this and people are like, "What the fuck did you just even say?" Like in people's minds. I'm so glad that insult me, thank you, but you insult me based on an understanding of what I said. I love it. Thank you.
No, Marty is absolutely on board with you, man. If anything,
it's the only thing I can possibly rationalize as like, if there is anything objectively good, it must be the goodwill.
But it's an empty formulation.
Even if you believe in objective morality, then it must still follow the goodwill as well.
Well, I mean, it's true enough that the only thing unconditionally good is the goodwill, but not the only thing that's good is the goodwill. I think that's.
Let's say the only thing, that's objectively good. Yeah.
Unconditionally, I think that. I think that I think. Well, I mean, Marty, we
Don't
talked
you
about.
get consequentialist on me?
No, Marty. Well, we talked about this like yesterday, where I think it's an empty formulation, and like in my argument in relation to this. So it's kind of like it's sort of like
good. Fill it in with your variables. It's open.
Let me ask you this real quick to go back. What's the difference between the empty formalist critique and then saying like, well, your conception of a triangle is three-sided, right? Like, oh, that's just empty formalism.
Well,
it's just like, okay, that's just the definition. That's just the definition of like, you know, like what an analytic a priori triangle is, right? And then it's just like
that's because you can get a triangle from pure, like what Hegel's saying is that you can't actually get this from pure a priori in relation to how you are conceptualizing of it. So when we're talking about the good will, it's a product of constant action and deliberation reflecting upon itself. It's not something that you derive purely through reason, through a priori. It can't be done.
Nobody believes that.
I think you could just boil it down to saying what is good is trying to do good. That's really all that it's saying, because that is all that really can be good. And I think that in and of itself, the trying to do good, not the results, not what follows, but the attempt to do good must be good. And I think you don't like it because it's not wrong. It's not fantastical enough. I think that there's a desire for there to be something greater, something more grand there under the source. And unless you're going to defer to your religious beliefs, in which case that's not fair.
Well, it's like one, like I was going to say, obviously I believe that the being of God is good, right? So clearly it can't just be like your will and good, but it's like God's will is to will himself. Like the whole point of the will is to will the result of something, which is self-actualization, such that makes your will intelligible. So there is the form of the good that we are willing towards, and the form of the good is essentially a perfect unity between your being and essence, right? Or it's being and essence necessarily. So like there's the best good you can do, and then there's the good in the sense of like that God can do, as in literally the good.
I can't speak to the God part, but it's to reach for what is worth reaching, right? It's to try to do something that you would call good.
But that's the thing. No, but
this has to be good.
There is something that is valuable in and of itself, such that it is not just merely the attempt of trying to reach it, but the reaching of it that defines it, that it is directed towards this end. There is there's a real telos in the world, not necessarily like an intentionalist interpretation of a teleology, like in the way that like Kant's kind of like, it's like, oh, you're just trying to will.
I don't think I can.
It's like there was a real teleology.
Subscribe to that. I feel like that's too fantastical.
But the kingdom of ends is essentially it only reflects the rational a priori intentionality of those individuals, not the actual result. There is no fundamental being that unifies this. Like there is no unified expression of the will.
It's the second formulation.
I don't follow Kant that far down.
I don't think.
I just think that the goodwill part is inarguable, in my opinion. Unless you have to have a God to fall back on in order to argue it, in my opinion. Because it's just like it's like self-evident. Even it's almost not even worth saying that it's so true.
Well, Kant actually does agree with you there. By the way, he thinks like God is a sort of regulative necessity for morality, and so is the soul, immortality of the soul.
Because he has to presuppose this in order to explain the structure itself existing in your mind and liberate human reason, such that reason is the good. Because he wants to say the same thing as Hegel, but then he can't justify it within his metaphysic. So like that's why I'm saying there is a real teleology outside of your mind, such that when it is not something that is merely the result of our rational mechanisms, but our rational mechanisms are adhering or cohering to a real structure in reality, and that is logic. That is a logos.
Sorry, I guess I misspoke a tiny bit. I'll end it by saying, if this isn't good, then nothing is. The goodwill must necessarily be good.
I mean, I agree.
But if it's not, then good simply doesn't exist.
But like no one.
This is just a false idea.
I do agree with the tautology of good is
Okay.
good, right? Like, because how can you say good is not good, right? Like that's
Well, it's like butting right up against that statement. It's this close that they're touching, but there's a tiny bit more saying the will to do that.
it's
Yeah.
it's the.
Oh, I'll mute while she's barking. Go.
I was going to say, I think that the thing is that if we say that the will to do good, but not the actualization of that will to do good, is what's valuable, that's the difference between my metaphysic and Kant's. Where Kant sees the rational structures of the world as being forced to conform to the mind, where I see the rational structures of the world being a unity between mind and reality, such that it is a rational structure, not subjectively or a point of the intuition as a whole. So like this is where like, I mean, it's like, yes, Kant is right.
Did you say the actualization of the good? This is where we differ, because that would be consequential.
There is a point. There is a point in which like the consequences matter, and I've said that. But intentions matter and consequences matter. I said this. I said that in terms of that they're unintelligible without each other. That the whole point of deontology and teleology is such that
the goodwill will change due to consequences. Consequences can affect the future of the goodwill, but the goodwill in and of itself is not dependent on the consequences.
The underlying principality is one with being, such that good and being are the same, otherwise there is no such thing as the good, and it is merely an abstract essence. And that's my problem with Kant, right? Like, it has to conform with reality and be real, not something that's just applied to reality and structures it in terms of how we perceive. Well,
no, I would say that the goodwill is real. I have a desire in me to do what I understand to be good.
I don't think that.
You see.
Well, I don't know if everybody does. But I'm saying that. So at least for me, I can say that it is a thing because I'm impacted by it. I have a will to do good as a part of like how I behave, how I interact with the world, how I interact with other people. This is a very important process in my decision making regularly.
Well, I think it can be epistemically efficacious without it being real. So it can inform our reasons, but reasons aren't, real. They're ideal.
See, this is like
the fuck does real mean in that sentence?
He wants to say so he's going to say that there is a separation between like when we talk about real, we're going to be talking about something that is unconditioned, and when I talk about real, I don't believe there is I don't believe in unconditioned reality at all, to the point that we can't speak of it. I don't think that the noumena, as Kant proposes it, is actually comprehensible, and I reject it as a whole because I'm a Hegelian. I think Kant was wrong. So there is a metaphysical baggage here that essentially what you're saying is that the will to do good will lead to good actions and outcomes. I agree. So will Aristotle, so will the scholastics, such that we are willing towards our final end, right? Our telos, right? That is a real teleology and a real end, such that when we actually experience it or when we perceive it, we can actually acknowledge that is a real good. Now, Marty can't say that, at least not in the sense of in a sense external to his constructing and willing the good. In terms of the categorization, in terms of rational application, he's going to say that that what is real in the unconditioned sense is not known by man. At least it can only be known by God. And what all we have is a rational application or rational faculties conforming reality and creating a moral law which we are necessarily must abide by, which is good for us. But whether it is good in an unconditioned sense, we can't know. And that's the difference between typically our philosophies and I think even yours and Marty's, because I think that you agree with me that in the sense that the goodwill is good, but I think
hold on, yeah. Just if I could interject a little bit perspective before you poison the well of
I'm not poisoning the well. I'm not mean to
Well, it's his well.
So the idea, I mean, he has it mostly right. Although we can have a belief in the unconditional, and be good is the unconditional thing of which we necessarily believe in. It's just not real. And it doesn't need to be real to be motivating, right? So imagine, right, just like any sort of skeptical scenario, if I have phenomenologically two properties, one is that it appears to be X, and then one that it is X, and they're both the same thing, phenomenologically motivating, right? Then there's not really a practical difference.
Yeah,
there's no difference there.
The issue is
it's appropriate to call them the same.
He can't say there is a right or a wrong way of conceiving of reality categorically, and so you can't So there's loads in terms of the way it works is he has to outsource the structure of reason that lends all of this to be possible, the phenomenological structure to be possible and motivating, to an external which cannot be known in the noumena, and then that applies it inwards such that you have all of the necessary prerequisites to actually engage this way.
It's not external.
If you want to go that far down the axiomatic path, I don't even go with ergo sum. I would just say there is a thinking thing. That's all that I can know for sure. Not even me. I don't even know that I'm real. Just something must be real. That's it. That's all I can know. Period. But past that.
Here.
Well, I'm just saying we're going way down the reality axioms here.
I think we can.
Yeah, but that's not true though.
He thinks that. So I think that we can come to essentially unify ourselves with the cogito. He thinks that essentially.
I can't.
That we can't, no. But we can from transcendental foundations.
This could be something thinking about me thinking it, and that's my experience. Yeah, but something must be thinking somewhere.
But there is a unification.
That might not be me. It might not be me.
In order for it to, and the whole point of what Kant is saying, in some respects, in order for it to be a thought in the first place, it already implies a unification of the being, such that it is something, such that it can and implies self. Unity, right? And that is a unity between being and essence, right? And that's why Kant has to presuppose an actual existing object or subject external in this realm of the noumena in order to support his whole theory, because otherwise it would fall apart. He can't give an account for how this unity would work,
I presuppose those things, sure, but I don't know it.
No, but it's not even that.
That's what I'm saying.
You wouldn't even. So, for example, in terms of your application of the concepts, you wouldn't even know whether you're applying the concepts correctly or incorrectly, because the concepts themselves can't reflect and judge themselves, such to change themselves, because the power that changes them is external. So you can't actually develop your rational faculties. It's like box. It's like
but I am supposing that I'm real. I just can't know it. That's all I'm saying. So I'm going off. Everything is off of me supposing what you're saying, but I just can't know. I take all what you're saying for granted that it's true. I just can't inherently know, because I would just be lying to myself then, right?
Team Kant wins again. Perspective.
No, Kant never Kant never won a thing in his life. No. But Kant's a cool guy. I like Kant, right? In the sense that I like his work, and without Kant there wouldn't be Hegel, so I have to like Kant to some degree, right? I
hope that I'm not completely retarded here. I never really get to talk to anybody who knows what they're talking about. I just sort of have all my own thoughts from reading and thinking on my own.
You're doing fine. Marty was doing a PhD in philosophy, and I was doing a PhD in philosophy. So the fact that you're in this conversation, I think you're doing pretty fine.
I think I think I'm being coherent. I think that my objections are at least reasonable to some degree, but I don't know. Maybe you guys are just like, this guy has no fucking clue. Because, like I said, I talk to myself about this shit.
No,
this is a rare opportunity for me.
I think you're doing fine. I think you're doing absolutely fine, man.
Okay.
But yeah, I have a very I even said this last time. I have a reading of Kant, and there's different readings of Kant. So it depends on what you think.
Congrats for being able to read Kant. I listened to him on audiobook. The introduction before it even got anywhere was so long. I was literally falling asleep while doing an active thing. And I love Kant. But he's the worst writer in the history of the world.
Oh,
if you read him,
you've never read anything until you've read Hegel. And there's worse. I think some of the French existentialists, man, I think the way they write is fucking, that makes me want to die.
read John Cho or read Marion or Jean-Luc Nancy or
is this a
Derrida.
critique on their
Derrida,
authorship?
Derrida, like
or
just
their ideas?
just their authorship,
Okay.
It's like
philosophers make shit writers.
A lot of them do some great things
Because they're like me, they don't have anybody to talk to, so they think about it till it's a bunch of incoherent nonsense that makes perfect sense to them, to where like 30 people need to study and go, okay, this is what they really meant.
That's the thing, but that's the thing. There is if people say this about Hegel all the time, that it's like word salad. No, Hegel has like a really fucking strict, like interpretable meaning that. If you talk to Hegelians, like there's differences between Hegelians, but we'll all agree Hegel was saying like relatively the same thing. So like if you once you learn how to decode how he writes, it's the same with Kant. Like there's a very strict reading of it, and he's so systemic. Kant is like so systemic, but he's so dry. He's so dry.
I had to pause the audiobook a lot and repeat it to myself and just like literally like imagine objects and like draw my finger around to like make sure that I'm understanding. Oh my god!
The man is
a lot of work.
The man is essentially the rye cracker of the philosophy world. Like that is like it's just the driest. Like
I don't know, man. I mean, like
I like
Locke.
it.
Read Locke
is pretty dry. But wait, Locke on the two.
Like you need like a whiskey right by you when you're reading Locke. You know?
I feel like Locke reads as a more impassioned writer than anybody that you guys have mentioned so far.
Oh, I don't know. It depends. The treatise of human understanding, I think, can be pretty dry. The two treatises of government, way more. So it depends.
Strictly from a writing perspective.
From a writing perspective, I think the treatise of human understanding, like I don't think it's as bad as Kant, but I think out of all of them, and I hate to say this, Hume is such a beautiful writer. I love Hume. Hume's writing. He writes so well. Like the inquiries, man. I
just cannot stand him though. It's just like every single sentence is like, "'Tis not contrary to reason to imagine X."
It's not contrary to reason to imagine Y.
It's like, is it not?
It's like I don't know about that. Hume did like, but really, when you look at Hume's system, I don't know. He's actually the most popular, I think, philosopher right now. But when you read
Hume, probably.
When you read Hume, I just think it's like reading schizo posting. It's just like a world that's fundamentally disunited. There's no causality. There's just no relationships between any objects.
Well written.
Like nothing is like he just doesn't have a metaphysics of relation at all, right? And like everything is habit. There's just no morality other than like sentiments. It's just like such a dry, impoverished, slim metaphysics. It's just like I like my metaphysics chunky, like I want some fat on there.
No, I know exactly what you mean. Like in the same sense, like I'll read like I think there's a quote, and who is it by? I want to say it's Verno, and it's like where he says like nightclubs aren't fun, they're boring, but he's like, but the right passages of Hegel are truly enthralling. It's like, I get that. Like, I'll read, like, there's points when I'll read Hegel, and I'll be like, my God. I'll be like this.
I just want somebody that looks at me the way perspective philosophy looks at Hegel. I swear to God. So I like old, dead white philosophers just as much as the next guy, but you guys ever read the Analects? Just out of curiosity?
I have not.
Oh. I read those when I was 15, and it warped my brain for the better.
That's good.
But I recommend it. He's the only philosopher he probably isn't white that I've ever read, because I don't know anybody else.
What work
that would be like categorized as a philosopher, strictly as a philosopher.
What work were you recommending there? Sorry, it was
the Analects of Confucius.
Yeah, it's Confucianism. I haven't.
Well, it's not. I mean,
Confucianism
derived from
I
it.
haven't read that particular work.
I
also studied a little bit of Taoism and
Chinese philosophy. For me is like non-existent. Like I'm not gonna...
Confucius is a particularly rare breed.
I keep getting told I should read like Lao Tzu as well, like and stuff like that as well.
I've noticed that a lot of them are actually ontic structural realists and like mereological nihilists, which makes sense, right? Like the idea that everything is emptiness, and the idea that there are no real
substances or objects, but everything is just sort of relata without the relatum. I can kind of get behind that. I'm at least sympathetic to it, although I don't agree with it. I think this sort of ontic structural realism just doesn't really make any sense to me, at least in the end of the day. I think there are I cannot conceive myself of relations without the thing that it's relating, right? So
how can you even look me in the eye and say that, and then say the noumena is a thing? Like, and talk about the noumena, because the noumena is exactly. The relation of the noumena is literally that there is no relation, that it lacks any form of cohesive self-relation. It's like what you're saying is that I know it because I don't. And
but he's also saying something really simple, right? The a priori analytic statement that all representations have to have an object that they're representing, otherwise it doesn't make any sense to say that representation. We just don't know what they are in themselves. So that's still a relation, right? That's a relation between the representation and the object that is unknown, an unknown X. So
you're not selling me, mate. I'm telling you that the noumena is that most immediate being, which is all being, which is just our universal experience. The universal experience of self. That's all it is. There's nothing else. You're looking for something beyond the self. There's nothing there.
Well, let me ask you guys another question, since we're not gonna agree on the Kant thing. I wanted to go back a little bit, if you don't mind. It's a thing that I've been thinking about a lot, and it's basically going back into sci-fi. And hear me out here. This is something that a lot of people just get really irritated by at first, but I think the more that you think about it, the more that it sells. So I actually am starting to become more and more, or less and less of a fan of sci-fi for these two following reasons. One is that sci-fi basically blurs the distinction between reality and pseudoscience, and then creates irresponsible forms of thoughts. And then two, it creates silly utopian futures that make it impractical to create an actual futural society. I was wondering what your guys' thoughts on that are.
Oh,
I think what you just said is offensive.
I was like,
See, I knew that this wouldn't eventually sell, but let me give you an example, right? Of what people typically do.
Star Trek. Don't you say Star Trek? I'll shoot you here and now.
People typically do in sci-fi. Take, for example, all these sci-fi movies which depict AI as having consciousness, right? And then what's the giant ethical moral mistake that we don't treat these these robots or whatever as having sentience, right? Sentience. But they never do the inverse, right? Every single freaking sci-fi writer never does the inverse, which is imagine that there was a future of where people mistakenly think that robots have consciousness, but they really don't, and then they start making sacrifices. That means human sacrifices for something that actually just doesn't have consciousness at all. Nobody ever picks this up in sci-fi, right? I just think that this is one of the many examples of sort of irresponsible forms of thought that sci-fi writers do. And then we do this over and over and over, and then people I don't know, just begin schizo posting with sci-fi.
I don't know, there's some tropes that are existing for a long time, but I think there's nothing. I'd be more accepting of your argument if people were outright unwilling to do it. Like the fallen angel is such a big trope, but I don't know if you've ever seen The Good Place. They had a risen demon in that, and that was wonderful. I think that having a lack of an inverse of a trope is just sort of magic waiting to happen then, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say why don't you write it? I guess that would be the response, wouldn't it? It's just write it, man. But I guess there's a I mean, I kind of agree in the sense that I guess this is I guess my problem is it's you're saying that this is a pseudoscience and that it's the result of fiction thinking. And it's actually, I think this is coming from the bullshit. I was talking to Elda just before this about how scientists often make the worst philosophers because they just come out with fucking bullshit and never read philosophy in their lives. And it's the same thing where it's like the people reading the science are just spouting what the scientists are saying, but the scientists are coming out with bullshit. Where it's like, okay, maybe if we'll have a conversation about what consciousness actually is before we'll write books about like us making it, like that would be a good idea. You know, and it's like I would agree. I mean, I have no real problem with the idea of us perpetuating a consciousness in the sense like it being necessarily impossible. I'm not sure. I'd have to work it out, but it's one of those things where obviously it could lead to like people forming like, you know, like where people essentially come to mistaken conclusions, but likewise, it's only through the creative medium of fiction, or like it's most likely going to happen through the creative medium of fiction, that we start engaging with possibilities such as like what you've just said before. Well, what happens when the inverse happens? That actually is the medium where you would express like, oh, have you thought about it this way, you idiot? You know, like,
my argument is not an a priori argument that sci-fi has to be bad. It's just that it is bad, and it inductively has proven to be bad.
Right, but I think the problem.
I don't agree.
But here, let me give you one more example. I think that we might this might hit a little bit home, and then I'll let you guys talk about it. Remember how we were talking about like the messianic sciences and how people think that, you know, there's a completed explanation and then there's like a nature of the gaps. I think sci-fi is like the kerosene that just like basically fuels that type of thought, right? Because of all this magical stuff that happens in sci-fi, because of this limitless potential and utopians, like utopianisms, and then like, you know, technology doing whatever the fuck you can imagine it to do, even though it's just not going to actually occur within the future, kind of fuels this idea that everything will be eventually solved by science. Everything will be like explicable by natural means.
I would agree that I think it like some sci-fis, not all, because other sci-fis do the exact opposite, where the will show that like so the sci-fis like, what's that sci-fi where like the future is essentially just everyone's dead and it's everything being like there is like all there is computers making themselves on Mars for like all of eternity. I don't know. There's like a sci-fi, so like there is like scientism, like where like everything utopias, but there's so like if anything, I think dystopias are way more common. I would much prefer more people to think utopian than dystopian, because like what we've got the problem with is everyone's just so fucking doomer-pilled these days, man. Like where they're like, oh, there's no way to improve. Like at least when you look at something like Star Trek, there's these like ethical, like I mean Star Trek especially because it's very
but
ethical.
It's magical like optimism, right? It's to the point that like these things they will not occur. I mean like we will not create teletransporters, right? We're not gonna.
I don't know that. I'm not gonna say I don't know whether transporters could necessarily, because I think there's like,
that's where I think like people just start talking about magic, and that's what I'm getting more.
You're literally doing your own critique. This is crazy. You're saying this is bad because it encourages this kind of thinking, but you're ignoring all the people that got into science because they were wowed by science fiction when they were a kid or when they were a young adult, who were like, oh my God, like this is something that we could actually do. They start looking at a computer science, go, I want to be the guy that makes that happen. Sci-fi is undoubtedly responsible for a lot of people being interested in science.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
To begin with, how many people do you think ended up being a scientist because they wanted to make a lightsaber? More than fucking one, dude. I promise.
Well, yeah, but
more
the
than
point
one.
is not, but how many of those people ended up not being a physicist and then just started, you know, basically just, you know, spitballing sci-fi ideas that were just amounted to magic, right?
But then you get that with anything, though. Like you will get that, like with anything.
No,
like,
you get it in particular with sci-fi. Like look at fiction, right? Here's the interesting distinction between fantasy and sci-fi: is that fantasy, from the get-go, knows that it's never going to accomplish magical acts like a magic missile being shot out of, you know, your arms. It knows from the beginning that there's limitations to what we can do. And then it has like, you know, some sort of fantastical journey. But within sci-fi, the person thinks, right? The person thinks that this is all possible, that it eventually will occur. And even in this conversation that I'm having with you guys, I'm like, how do you know that? Well, like, how do I know that the teletransporter isn't, you know, going to occur? It's just like, probably
there's a sort of theoretical basis from which it might be able to, and I think that's what makes it sci-fi, not fantasy, right? if there was like
Right,
certain things that are like
just-
logical contradictions, like or like defy like unknown conceptions of physics, like break the laws of thermodynamics and like defy all possible explanations of how we could engage with reality, then like yeah, that's fantasy and it's the masquerading as sci-fi. But like it's like yeah, I mean like, but at the same time, look, you've got to have people imagining, like even if we do discover these things are impossible, it's like having people imagining things like new ways of engaging with the world and engaging their creative powers is really like what fuels human development. It's the creative bedrock of human development, man.
I don't even accept the idea that these things are going to be necessarily impossible. It might be that the way that it's explained that it works in the sci-fi is impossible. That doesn't mean we're not going to navigate another way to create the same effect either.
True. I mean, that is true.
Like this is nobody
I think
could have
the
possibly
teletransporter is
imagined.
impossible.
Why is
for,
it
like-
impossible?
Well, okay, the teletransporter is
Yeah,
impossible
right.
the way that it's shown. But what if it's literally something in the space of like wormhole generation, to where it's essentially the exact same thing?
Well, I'll let the actual physicists tell me if it's something that's possible. I think the teletransporter problem is impossible. But here, let me give you another selling point. You guys
No,
have read.
look,
I'm
That
sure-
was a non-answer.
Like the,
Okay.
the way that
So
it's
what's the non-answer?
and even wait a minute, and even in the way in which it's been interpreted as impossible or impossible is certainly like because of the way in which it's depicted, which I think Elda's like kind of saying. It's like, so like if it's like matter being broken down into energy then reconstituted on the other side exactly the same, such that it matches the certain quantum properties and such that would otherwise be unknown, like so that you'd need like where Star Trek like proposes such thing like a Schrodinger compensator. Yeah, okay, maybe that is impossible. But like it even boils down to the fact like why would we even need the Schrodinger compensator? Why do we have to be like, is the essence of humanity transportable without an exact replica of the body to the point in which we'll consider like fundamental quantum aspects of reality, or is it something other than that? So like the structure of like the brain, the way that it relates to like consciousness, and obviously like as Christians we're going to say that there's something immaterial there anyway. So like,
Well,
like
that's precisely one of my points, is why the teletransporter is impossible, and that is why it's magic, right? And then people do
how does
blur
that make it magic? How does that make it magic?
because we have a deductive inference for why the soul is irreducible, and it cannot be a physical. You can't just like destroy the particles and then rearrange them somehow somewhere else and then have the continuity of the soul still there, right?
But it
It's not
depends
just
on
gonna,
how
like,
that implies like you understand anyway. Because let's be honest, we have no fucking clue the relationship between the body and the soul, such we can explain like you get like a. If anything, like Bernardo Kastrup, he'll say something like it is that the body is essentially an expression of the soul, such that it or an expression of consciousness. I mean, he's not going to say like a soul, but he's going to say like a disassociated consciousness. And even from the Christian account, in like the Aristotelian account, we can say that like the way like Bernardo Castro brings it down to metabolism, where like the Aristotelian account, it could be like the form of the body is essentially the a reflection of the soul, and is this unity of and that's why it's united. So it's kind of like it like obviously it depends on how. I mean the issue is, and I think the real fucking issue is epistemic, and I've said this time and time again. How the fuck would I know if I do step in the transporter? Well, wait a minute. How do I know if I do step in the transporter that I'm going to come out the other side, or another me is going to come out the other side? And how do we know that it's not? That would be the real fucking problem, I think.
Well, one of the interesting answers to this is, let me give you a thought experiment. Let's say that I was to replicate the exact particle after particle of a burger that was made by cows today, and then 200 years in the future, when we can like replicate that particle by particle, is it now a vegan burger, or is it actually?
Yes, it's a vegan burger.
So that means that despite creating it particle by particle,
it no longer has an identity relation to it because its causal history is distinct.
I would agree. The historicity is different. Okay, you've got us there.
But that's different than it being.
That's the argument for why like the teletransporter doesn't work. I have two other arguments, but there's one.
But,
so.
I mean, part of the problem with teleporting yourself and saying is it still going to be me is that the electrical activity in your brain is still going to be interrupted. And the thing that makes you you is this continuous activity of the neural network. And if you pause it even briefly, you basically your mind is a wiped hard drive. Essentially, it doesn't have that. So all the atoms can be in place, but it's the electrical activity that really matters that keeps your memory and identity intact.
Well, I mean, it could be the electric currency or whatever. I think consciousness or the continuation of consciousness is also a non-natural property. That's why I think it's impossible. So I think that argument, like,
not even consciousness. Our brain isn't a hard drive. We don't save data. It's constantly firing neurons. This electrical activity is what's doing it.
So you're saying
well,
that,
you can
like,
say that,
you're saying that even if I think
property.
what he's saying is that even if the consciousness was transferred, that like your relationship to self would be gone. Like the relationship,
your hardware's damaged.
You've essentially wiped. You've essentially like RAM restarted. Like, and it's like you've booted again. So even if you manage to like transfer the consciousness, there might be other issues there that even if you did like where like you come out the other side and you're like, where the fuck am I? Like you wouldn't even be able to speak English kind of shit. Like or like you might have a damaged relationship to your language and yourself, and like in terms of like a kind of Lockean the Lockean aspects of personal identity.
But people talk about it like, how do you know it's different than going to sleep? Because that storm in your brain is still going. You teleport, it stops ever so briefly, and it's interrupted.
I'm gonna have to go in a second, but I will say this as well. I will say that there's a point of saying though, in relation to the historicity, whether the historicity itself, like one, you could say that you ceased to exist and then you came back into existence and you have a different efficient cause and still be yourself, because the unity of efficient cause with final cause would still be the same, such that your form was still the same. So there might actually be a response to that, Marty, and I'll have to think about that.
That's like the going to sleep argument, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like, or even like if you know, in the sense like if you cease to exist, like if you were to cease to exist when you go to sleep, but like obviously you.
But I don't think like when we go
that's the anesthesia argument.
To exist, I think we just like cease to have a continuous stream of sensuous consciousness at that point. We still have consciousness, we just don't have any sensuous component to talk about that consciousness.
Right. I was saying that the sleeping argument is flawed. I think it's an invalid comparison to the teleporter, because there's nothing interrupting the actual hardware. But that's the thing.
But this is the way.
It's scary about it.
My response was just basically to say is that even if there was, I mean, the interruption of the hardware, I think it's just not something I could even like. That's like neurochemistry, and that's like I don't know, man. Like that's, but like in the terms of like in terms of just the sort of philosophical relation, I think that you might be able to give an explanation of a continued sense of personhood or continuation of the person, like despite changes in historicity, and I think that's probably. I think you could do that because I think
it leads you. Like if you did it, if you teleported, I think you would have an existential crisis because you could never really know if it was actually you. If you're essentially a clone.
That's the truth of it.
You feel like you, but you'd know you can't trust it.
Wait a minute. Have you ever seen The Illusionist, man? Is it The Illusionist?
Yeah.
Oh, I fucking love The Illusionist. I fucking love that. I love that shit. Where it's just like it's Actually, is it? No, not The Illusionist. What's it called? It's not. The Illusionist, Christian Bale.
Oh, wait, The Prestige.
The Prestige. That's it.
Yeah. I love that movie. Love it. That's so funny. I thought of the same movie when you said The Illusionist, though. I was just thinking of the clones in Invincible when I said that initially, though. They both always think they're the real one, and that's... Trippy. But if it's just you, you're the only one there, you wouldn't be able to...
They come out
have no way to even argue it.
So what
you what?
Look, they came out in the same time, The Prestige and The Illusionist. That's why you confused them. But like, look, let me give one last salient point that will be irrefutable for why sci-fi,
Okay. And then I've got to bounce.
is this is kind of more like a narrative argument, right? Like, if you guys have ever read Philip K. Dick, and I haven't read the story, but I know what it's about. It's called The Transmigration of Timothy Archer. It's basically Philip K. Dick's last book, of where he kind of, I think, goes back, reflects on his career, and then kind of actually gives a critique of sci-fi in the sense that he thinks like it's not just necessarily good, like the perspective was talking about earlier, to just really like rejuvenate the imagination and then just like begin writing things down and then stimulating that and then eventually see what pops out, right? Schizo posting basically does that. People on Discord do that, and look what they come up with, right? Like just a bunch of fucking bullshit. And that's what my point is just like, if you do that with sci-fi, like something will come out that's eventually good, but a lot more inductively, not by necessity, is going to come out that's bad, right? So,
how many life-changing franchises have come out of Discord shit posting? All right.
I mean, as well, like, look, I will say this, right? Look at it like this. What you've said is that there are clearly boundary conditions between how you should write sci-fi and how you shouldn't write sci-fi, or like good sci-fi practices and bad sci-fi practices, and good sci-fi novels and bad sci-fi novels. And I'll agree. I mean, I'm just going to agree.
No, no. Not just there are comparisons. I'm saying through induction, a majority of sci-fi examples.
A majority of all. I would go so far as to say
it's like saying like, okay, there's good aspects about capitalism, there's bad aspects about capitalism.
I think the influence of the good, I think, has outweighed the bad in terms of sci-fi. I will leave it at that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna bounce, guys. But we'll talk about this another time. Have a good night.
Right.
Have a good night.
It was a nice chat.
It was nice. It was good. I hope you all have a really lovely night. See you later.
Have a good night.
Too.
Thanks for letting me on.
Oh, that's no problem, guys. Take it easy. Right. Oh god, I almost took the headphones off. Okay. Okay, guys. Thank you very much for sticking around. That was a very long conversation. I didn't expect it to be so long. But I really appreciate having the conversation with Elder Drazi and Marty at the end there. It's really good. Check out my course, An Introduction to Western Philosophy, if you want to understand some of the concepts that we are talking about, in relation to Immanuel Kant and Hegel, for example. They were brought up there. So if you want to learn more about those thinkers, do check out that course. I really go into the in-depth nitty-gritty of all of these thinkers that you'll hear me talk about. So do check that out. Okay. Like, subscribe, and as always, try to gain some perspective. Good night, everyone.